It's the final day of pre-season testing from the Lusail International Circuit in Doha, Qatar. 7 hours remain for the teams and riders to finalise their battle machines ahead of the 2024 season opener on March the 10th at this very circuit. Welcome to Qatar Testing Day 2. Hello everybody, the green light is about to go on and we will be underway for the final day of pre-season testing. The green light is on and 7 hours of action gets underway. It's unusually warm over there in Qatar. Most riders yesterday decided to wait, only set a few lap times before the real action began about 2 hours into the test. Right now, we are going to be waiting to see who's hot and who's not in the hot conditions. Tyres will be very much blistered going out there on the track right now, with Qatar being a very hard, abrasive circuit, especially on the right-hand side of the tyre. It's unlikely we'll see anybody pushing for the first few. Pedro Acosta yesterday, however, did go out quite early on in order to get familiarised with the track and the new gas bike. So fingers crossed, it's going to be an interesting one. But we're minutes in, and so far nobody has gone out onto the track. So yesterday, if we take a look at the combined times, the full screen, and take a look at what they were yesterday, it was Pecco Bagnaia who was fastest on a 1:52.040. Jorge Martin was directly behind him, 2/10 back, however. We expect that gap to close today like we did in Sepang. Aleix Espargaro in the Aprilia, not with their new engine we found out, but he was still very much up there in third position. Brad Binder goes into fourth with Fabio Di Antonio in fifth. Maverick Vinales was sixth. Alex Marquez seventh. Anea Bashini eighth. Jorge Johan Zarco is ninth. And Fabio Quartararo rounds out the top 10. Marco Bezzecchi goes in 11th. Raul Fernandez is 12th. Johan Mir goes in 13th position, Jack Miller 14th, Pedro Acosta is 15th, Marc Marquez 16th, Takiki Nakagami 17th, Luca Marini 18th, Alex Rins in 19th, 20th for Augusto Fernandez, Miguel Oliveira 21st, Michele Pirro 22nd, and Cal Crutchlow down in 23rd position. That was the times from yesterday, and of course with the reset, this is the running order for today. We head back in time in towards where everything will be. But so far, there's no on-track action. Nothing has happened with the track being at a high temperature. Nobody wants to run that risk and head out there as well. As you can see on the track map, the amount of corners that do go to the right compared to the left is just unbelievable. So the amount of stress it puts on the bike itself is never good. So no one's out there on the track just yet. As soon as there is, we will, of course, show you all of the action that needs to be shown. So do get in touch with us throughout the day. This is the running order, just to let you know. Now, in a few moments, we were supposed to go to the Aprilia launch, and of course we will do that to get all set up. So we have not got a midday report at the moment because it wasn't on yesterday. Don't think there's going to be one today. If there is, we will get it sorted and get it out to you later on. We will also, just to let everybody know, be showing After the Flag from the final day. So today's After the Flag, we will be live for it. So we're not going to go off air in 7 hours. We're going off air in 8 hours at 7 o'clock GMT. So we will be showing the today's After the Flag as well, with all the audio from trackside, looking at the times and all the other information, and wrapping up this testing period. So we've got the Aprilia launch coming up. That's at 11:05 GMT. At 12:25, we'll have an update, of course, on what's going on today with all the action out there on the circuit, and any times or any accidents, anything like that. We'll have an update from 12:30 till 2 GMT. We'll have the test wrap-up of After the Flag from Sepang, the final day there, day 3. We never did get to see it on this stream, so the Sepang After the Flag day 3 test, wrapping up what happened there, will be on as well, and that leads in nicely at 2 o'clock for 10 minutes. We'll have another update, so some social media clips. Fingers crossed as well, might be able to get in some other programmes. 2:10 as well till 3:40, we will be showing yesterday's After the Flag from MotoGP from Qatar, so we can catch up on everything that happened yesterday that we missed. Then we'll have another update on day 2 at 3:40. 3:45, we're going to show you either the MotoGP Australian Grand Prix or the midday update from MotoGP socials if they decide to do it. So if they do decide to do an update, it will be the midday update. If not, then it will be the MotoGP Australian Grand Prix from last year. Myself and Adam Lemridge was on the call. Then at 5:10 until 5:30 GMT time, we're going to go through all the testing wrap-ups like we did in Sepang. Every interview we can get a hold of, we'll show to you, give you all the information and all the news. And then at 5:30 as well until 7 o'clock, it will be the second day live Qatar after the flag. I'll hand over to the MotoGP feed as well. They'll take you through the last half hour. And then the checker flag's out at 6 o'clock GMT. We're off here at 7 o'clock. I'll say goodbye and we'll do all the usual post-analysis stuff. So that's what's coming up today. We are 5 minutes in, and so far nobody has gone out onto the track. If anything does change on the track, we will of course let you know. But as things stand, they are pretty much just absolutely nothing going out there, as well as we can see. If they were, their best laps would change, but everybody has just remained stationary out in that pit lane at the moment. So let's turn our attention then to the last team launch of 2024, and that being of Aprilia, who launched a few days ago before the start of the Qatar test. We'll hand over to MotoGP. Your host for this one is not Jack Appleyard, but Elliot York.
Welcome to the 2024 Aprilia Racing presentation, the penultimate one of 2024. Of course, we've had plenty to look at so far, and now it's the time to see what the bikes will look like for Aleix Espargaro and Maverick Viñales for the upcoming season. My name is Elliot York, not Jack Appleyard, unfortunately here for you guys today. He's over in Qatar doing some proper work. We've sent him away for a couple of days over to the Losail International Circuit, doing some filming with the riders out there. But he'll be back for the final one of the year, which will be Prima Pramac Racing on the 28th of February. So look out for that one. So what have we got coming up today? We are going to go live very shortly to the Losail International Circuit and speak to Jack Gorst, who's down there for us. We're going to then obviously, of course, watch the Aprilia Racing presentation. That will last around 15 minutes or so, we've been told, and then we're going to be going live again to Qatar to hear from the riders, team personnel from Aprilia Racing, hear again from Jack Gorst, preview the sort of test that's coming up, of course, the Qatar test coming up on Monday and Tuesday, have a look at where Aprilia stand in all of that. And then hopefully we're going to be speaking to Simon Crafar as well, who's just landed down in Doha. And then we're going to get my good friend and colleague from MotoGP.com, Chris Jordan, to review the livery and talk Aprilia as well. Remember, get involved in the chat. Get your questions across to us here. We'll answer as many as possible, interact with you guys. Let us know where you're from, how old you are, how much you're looking forward to the 2024 MotoGP season, like all of us. So get involved in the chat. We'd love to hear from you, maybe some topics of debate to discuss throughout the show as well. And of course, head over to the MotoGP store, links in the comments. Remember, as always, some nice Aprilia merchandise up for grabs there in the MotoGP store. So do look out for that. Head across to the website. So I think now we can head over to the Losail International Circuit and chat to Jack Gorst, who is down there for us. He'll be covering the test as he did over in Sepang. There he is in the lovely Losail Qatar paddock. Jack, good to see you, mate. Hope you're well. How are things down there? What's the atmosphere like? And hope you're enjoying the new paddock as well, because it's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, good to hear from you, Elliot. Yeah, as you say, the new paddock is incredible. You can see behind me just the scale and beauty of the paddock. Of course, the remodelling finished early last year, and there wasn't exactly any concrete figures as to how much it cost, but I can tell you it cost a flipping lot. It was certainly quite a lot of money anyway. The paddock, as you say, completely redone, added in new pit buildings. There's 50 garages here now, so certainly when Moto2 and Moto3 come for the Grand Prix as well, they'll be very happy, because it's one of the few places where most of the Moto2 and Moto3 teams will also get a garage too. And along with that, there was a bit of a resurfacing too. Of course, we're building up to the Aprilia launch. You may have just heard some cheers behind me. A bunch of the photographers and journalists, and also anyone that's just around anyway, have gathered down there where the Aprilia bike is being unveiled, and I'm sure they're getting already a bit of a sneak preview at what the 2024 RSGP will be looking like. Will it be any different? That's the big question. Will it look any slightly different with the livery? Well, we know the Aprilia has followed this kind of black, red and purple vibe for the last few seasons, so possibly it's going to be just another variation of that. It's obviously going to be a big year for them too, with Maverick Viñales and Aleix Espargaro. Lots and lots of talk about contracts coming up at the end of the year. Aprilia last year, you could say that maybe they didn't quite meet those targets that they wanted to, and already we've heard in 2024 that they say they're not quite ready to fight with Ducati this year. I mean, it'll be interesting to see where Aprilia do fight in the pecking order in 2024 to be able to see what they're going to be able to do. I think they'll be up there. Elliot, what do you think? Because I'm curious to know as well from your point of view what you've thought and seen over the Sepang test that we've already had.
Yeah, I was going to get your thoughts on that, Jack. I think they're definitely going to be up there, but the contrasting comments, let's say, from both Aleix and Maverick. Aleix was much happier than both Maverick and Miguel Oliveira, who's of course riding the factory bike. I think they will be up there. They've got some work to do, let's say. Obviously Ducati have made a decent step. What are your thoughts, Jack? You're obviously down on the ground in Sepang. What do they need to work on most in the upcoming days in the Qatar test to really try and make that step forward?
Well, it's tricky. I mean, if you look at the Sepang test, obviously you say about those conflicting signals. We had one rider in Aleix Espargaro saying, yep, feel pretty good with the bike, slowly understanding it and getting better and better, and it's definitely a step up from the 2023 machine. Then on the other side of it, you had Maverick Viñales saying he lacked feeling with the bike, didn't know where the limit was, couldn't push for a time attack. But then on the other side of it, you look at Maverick's lap times and his sprint simulation he did. He really wasn't that far off what Aleix managed anyway, so it's pretty tricky to know what's going on with Aprilia. There's also on the satellite side of it with the Trackhouse MotoGP team with Miguel Oliveira saying similar sort of things to Maverick, lacking a bit of feeling, struggling with the time attack and particularly rear grip as well. One factor that will play a massive part in Aprilia's test here the next 2 days in Qatar at the Lusail International Circuit is, as you might be able to tell from my hair whipping about all over the place, it's a little bit windy here. It's not too bad at the minute, but today it has been relatively strong. I don't think it's the strongest I've ever seen here at the Lusail International Circuit, but that could play a big part tomorrow and going into Tuesday as well for the Aprilia team, because it's just going to make it more difficult for them to know really how that bike is behaving accurately out there on track.
We've had a comment, Jack. Volt beats zero. Let's see what Viñales and Aleix can do this season, because their contract last on this year is ending this year, and after that maybe Quartararo might be in Aprilia. It's an interesting topic to discuss. Cool. Silly season has already started, of course, in MotoGP. Starts earlier and earlier than ever. It's hard to keep up with, isn't it? But we know potentially this is Aleix's last year. He did hint at that towards the start of last season. Maverick's got a big year, and lots of people like Fabio Quartararo have contracts ending with their current teams at the end of this season. So Aprilia are going to be on the potentially lookout. Thoughts on Quartararo going to Aprilia? I mean, personally, that's a fascinating move if it does happen. Pure speculation, of course, but what are your thoughts on that, mate?
It would be a massive move if it does happen. Of course, we know that Fabio has been asking for more and more and different changes from Yamaha in the past season, and it does seem as though he's finally got those changes, or at least part of the change that he wants to see. So whether he becomes, unhappy enough throughout the rest, well, as we go into 2024, I do say, whether he becomes unhappy enough to then look at a switch to Aprilia, that would be massive. I mean, if you're Aprilia as well, I think you'd be pretty happy with being able to pick up the likes of Fabio Quartararo, but also within their own project. Say if Aleix does retire at the end of 2024 and perhaps they're not entirely happy with what Maverick Viñales achieves this year, there's also the likes of Miguel Oliveira that will surely be wanting to get onto a factory bike in a factory team. Of course, this year he is on that factory bike as well, so we already know that Aprilia are putting their faith in him too. So, whether there's a completely changed lineup at Aprilia in 25, I mean, we'll wait and see. But 24 hasn't even started yet, and already we're getting our teeth stuck into what's going to happen in 12 months' time.
We certainly are. Cheers, Jack, for your comments. We'll speak to you soon. Go sort your hair out, mate, 'cause it is a little bit windy over there, so go get spruced up and we'll chat to you in a bit, mate. Cheers for your comments.
That's the nicest way to say that I'm not looking good I've ever heard. Cheers.
Looking splendid as always. So, as always, we've got fan questions coming in, and next up you're going to see who sent them in and who's been chosen to ask Aleix Espargaro and Maverick Viñales in the presentation. So have a look here.
Hi guys, I'm Adila from Malaysia. I have two questions for Alicia Maverick. So for the first one is, what keeps you guys motivated during a race weekend while being away from your families? I know that the second part of the season is always going to be the toughest one for you guys since you guys are away from your families for a very long time. And Elish may have been doing it for quite some time now, but Maverick is fairly quite new to this fatherhood. So yeah, that is my first question. My second question is sort of like a dare or a bet, if you will. So for Catalan GP last year, you guys have made a history with Aprilia by winning the first and second place. So my question is, if you guys are able to recreate that moment again, or at least be on the same podium together again, would you guys consider on getting a matching tattoo? And if you do, what kind of tattoo would you guys get for each other? So yeah, that is all from me, and thank you so much MotoGP for this opportunity, and all the best to Maverick and Elish for 2024 season. Bye!
Hello Elish, hello Maverick. I'm Nishant and I'm from India, and I really wanted to ask both of you guys that how do you guys keep yourself so much motivated even after so many ups and downs throughout your MotoGP career? Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Drajat. I am from Purwokerto, Indonesia. I have a question for Maverick Vinales. When will you wear Batman costume again? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for sending your questions in. Matching tattoos for Maverick and Aleix. I'd like to see what they say about that. That would be very interesting to see what they would choose if that was going to happen. So without further ado, it's pretty much time to head back across to the Losail International Circuit and head to watch the official unveiling of the 2024 factory Aprilia RSGPs that Aleix Espargaro and Maverick Vinales will be riding in 2024. As we've said, it's a huge year for both of them. They sort of came into 2023 after Aleix Espargaro went so close, didn't he? In the 2022 MotoGP World Championship, going so close, came within touching distance of the title. And then 2023 didn't have that same effect, unfortunately. So they're going to be managing expectations, Aprilia, in 2024. But a big year ahead. As always, you can head over to MotoGP Authentics. This is a really cool one. Get your name on the checkered flag, the Qatar Grand Prix. Head over there to get all the latest and official memorabilia from MotoGP. So links always in the chat. A reminder about that. Do head over there. There's some fantastic stuff on there to get your hands on too. So I think it's time to head over to the Losail International Circuit. But before we do, we're going to have some chat comments coming in. As always, get your comments in. Any questions, any thoughts about the Aprilia Racing season ahead on Maverick and Aleix. Love to hear from you guys and hear what you got to say. What we're thinking, big livery change or minimal change? Great question. I do enjoy the Aprilia Racing livery. Is it going to change much? They don't normally change it too much, and I wouldn't be upset if it didn't, because personally, it's one of the best on the grid. The black really works well with the green and purple. But as you can see from the countdown, we are ready to go and see what the bikes will look like for Maverick Vinales and Aleix Espargaro. So I will shut up very, very shortly and enjoy the presentation that's coming up. See you soon.
So the countdown beginning until we see the Aprilia launch. Still nobody out on the track right now. Hello, Upstongs. Hello. Yeah, so nobody's gone out on the track right now, as well as you can see. They've all decided to stay in. But let's take a look at the Aprilia. The naked bike. The RSGP 24 is the name. Oh, I'm turning the wrong fader down. I thought I was turning. It's changed around. I thought I was turning around the. I was turning my mic down instead of their mic. So we know basically what it looks like overall as well. We've seen the Aprilia out there on the track yesterday with some of the shots as well. Bit of a new, exciting livery. My favourite one is the LCR Honda, and we will be seeing the LCR Hondas, both of them, in an update later on today as well. That's coming up. That's our last official launch, because this is the last of the launches, but we have got 2 more for the LCRs that got released, Nakagami's, and fantastic new livery on the Castrol throwback, which looks absolutely brilliant. So definitely would encourage you all to see that. But we are 20 minutes in and nobody so far has gone out on the track. So thanks to everyone for sticking with us as we take a look at Aprilia's launch video. I mean, what else have we got to do? No, still nothing. They're all now just dancing. What are they doing? Dancing around with the bike? It's a bit bizarre, isn't it? I mean, okay. This is the Aprilia's going through as well. It feels like a Marvel film. Do you remember when Iron Man came in and suddenly instead of Hugh Hefner? Oh, there it is.
No bikes were harmed in the making of this video. Maybe some mechanics. Ride responsibly.
Okay, I like that one. There it is. Let's head back over to Elliot.
Aprilia Racing presentation for the season 2024. As you've seen in our opening video, we love to have fun, but now it's time to get really serious. So welcome here our Aprilia Racing CEO, Massimo Rivola. So Massimo, it's a great feeling to be here, and we have seen the bikes with this livery. What can you tell us about it? It's beautiful.
A beautiful livery with some romantic touch. A beautiful livery for a bike that, again, I love to say that innovation is the key word. And again, Aprilia is bringing new concept, and I like to see this kind of innovation every year.
Okay, but you can tell us also a little bit about the mood, about this beautiful team, about the riders. So what can you tell us?
Well, motivation is at the top, absolutely. If we were not so motivated, we wouldn't be here, and we should change our job. So for sure, we are ready to start. We can really wait for it.
Okay, thank you very much, Massimo. And now welcome our technical director, Romano Albesiano. Romano, we have seen now the bike with the ultimate livery, but can you just give an overview? What's the difference between this year bike and the 2023 bike?
Well, there's a lot of difference. We can have a look at the bike.
Yes.
And you see immediately the different front wing concept. The aero concept is the most evident part of the development, especially the rear. There's a lot of thinking about this rear, and it's a totally new concept. But also the frame, the chassis is new, the swing arm is new, many transmission and engine components, electronics, so there's a lot of new parts on this bike.
I know that Aprilia always brought in MotoGP a new concept, like the fork wings, like the ground effect fairing, like the tail wing. So what do you think is the feature, the special feature of this bike?
Well, there's aerodynamic study really advanced. We are all constantly looking for more aero load, but not only aero load on straight, also the very complex aerodynamics flow around when the bike is cornering. So it's a very complicated aero concept, and we are really proud of these new things that we are testing in this winter test, and it's something really exciting that we are bringing every year.
Thank you very much, Romano. Come here with me, and now we can welcome Aprilia Racing Team Manager Paolo Bonora. Paolo. So, Paolo, I'm asking you, how is the approach of the team after this intense work in the winter break?
Yeah, to be honest, the winter break has been too short. It was a very demanding period for us, but we are very proud of the job we did, about the team, because we have made the 6 2024 bikes, but as soon as possible we will manage to give to also Raul the 2024. So we are happy about this.
Yeah, because this is another big news for Aprilia, having also Trackhouse, which is more a partner, more than a satellite team. So I'm asking you, how was the work, in order to give support and the bike?
Yeah, you are right. It is not only a partner, it will be a big opportunity for both. So the quarter of Trackhouse and the factory are based on in Noale, in our factory. So we will see big opportunity for both teams because we can analyze more data all together, and the big goal was initially, and it is at the moment, to do better than last year.
Okay, thank you very much,
Thanks
Paolo.
so much.
And now we are ready to call the guys who actually are going to bring these beauties on track. I'm talking about our test rider, Lorenzo Savadori. So the first question I'm going to ask you, how was your winter break, Lorenzo?
Yeah, it was good. I'm training a lot with my RSV4 on track and to arrive ready for racing and for start the season in a good way.
You were the first one actually to bring the RSGP 24 on track in Malaysia. What was your feeling?
Well, it was good. I want to say thank you to Aprilia because this 24 bike, RSGP 24, is a step forward compared the old one. And I want to say thank you to Massimo, to Romano, to all the mechanics, engineers, and also to race department, because we do a good step forward.
Okay, you're going to do some wildcards also this year, so we can wait to see yours on track, joining the pack, the other MotoGP rider.
Yeah, I can't wait to start the racing. At the moment, we planned for Jerez, Mugello, and Assen, and can't wait to start to make some race.
Okay, thank you very much,
Thank
Lorenzo.
you.
And now it's time to call number 12, Maverick Viñales. So Maverick, since I know you quite well, I'm asking you, how bad were you missing riding the bike?
Well, I have to say that I was enjoying a lot of home. So I was not missing in a lot, but of course to ride these bikes, you only can ride here in MotoGP. We are working a lot with Aprilia trying to transform this bike on an amazing bike, and for sure every time we go out on the track we are improving and improving, so that's a great news. However, I train a lot this winter. I eat like nothing, so I hope to bring an amazing results to this team.
I'm just asking you, how does it look? How do you like the bike as it looks?
Well, it looks, of course, very sharp. It's something I like, but it's better when you try. So it goes. It's in a good shape, the bike.
Okay, we know that you finished last season in a very great shape. I think it's time to work to get that feeling back again. What do you think?
Of course, it still is early. The Sepang test, we've been very calm, trying to really figure out what was going well or not. Always the test. It's complicated, but still we remain calm. We know we have 2 more days. I think with the guys we are working on the simple things, which will make us go very forward, and that's our target. I know if I'm able to be in the front since the first corner, I'm able to do a great performance. So my target, of course, is that.
Thank you very much, Maverick. Thank you. And now it's time to call rider number 41, Aleix Espargaró. Aleix, this is the 8th season with Aprilia. You've seen the team changing a lot. So how do you feel about the team in general and the story with Aprilia?
Yeah, I'm very exciting, to start my 8th season as a Aprilia factory rider. The project has grown a lot. you cannot imagine from how far we came from, and I'm very proud, to still be here. I think I have the strongest human team behind me since I arrived 8 years ago, so we're ready to fight.
We all remember the wins in Barcelona and Silverstone, and maybe it's going to be even tougher and harder fight. What do you think about it?
100%. Every season is a new challenge. It's harder and harder because more young riders with higher talent are joining the class. Our rivals, the other factories, are getting closer. So, the competition is going to be very high. But this is why we are here, to race against the best of the world. Aprilia today, we can say that we are in the best moment of our history. So let's prove that, and let's try to win more races.
Okay, and what about the RSGP 24? How do you like it? You rode it in Malaysia?
I think it's beautiful. As you can see, super racing livery, and the first test was quite good, really positive. Obviously, the dynamics changed quite a lot the way you ride the bike, and we still need to do some more testing before the first race. But yeah, looks promising.
Okay, thank you very much, Aleix. Thank you, guys. You've been wonderful. Without you, this wouldn't be possible. So a lot of merit goes to you as well. So we actually ended our presentation so far, but remember, it's not over yet. So stay with us and now enjoy the last video, the still life video with Aprilia Racing.
Well, there goes the monetization for after the stream. Either way, let's take a look at the new bike then in total. This is it running through. The brand new Aprilia for 2024. Still no riders out on the circuit after half an hour now actually as well. So that is a big surprise. We are of course. Well, we're doing everything. Literally everything on the planet we're covering this year. But yeah, we'll be back with our own commentary as well in Qatar. Back over to Elliot York.
GP for 2024. A little bit more purple, less colours overall maybe, a bit more black. I personally really like that. It's simple, it's clean. Most importantly, will it be fast? Let us know in the comments how you think about that new livery for Aprilia. As I say, I'm a big fan. I liked it before, and I think I like it now. Here's the poll down below. Do you like the new Aprilia Racing livery? A for yes, B for no. Get comments in, get your votes in, and we'll see if the majority either like it or don't like it. I think most people will. So, get your comments in. Let's see what the poll says afterwards. A little bit of a promo time. MotoGP hospitality. Unrivaled views, it says there, and they are absolutely spot on. I'm lucky enough to do a few interviews in the VIP village areas, and the views are fantastic. The access is pretty unrivaled. So get over to MotoGP.com, go onto the events page. The hospitality is always links in the comments. Head over there and get yourself to a MotoGP Grand Prix this year, because let me tell you, it is absolutely worth it. Let's have a look at some chat comments then that have been coming in throughout the team presentation. From Sam Bennett, Top Gun win is coming this season, going down in history. Yeah, of course. Maverick is part of a trio along with Alex Rins and Jack Miller who could create history this season by becoming the first rider in MotoGP to win with 3 manufacturers. He came close last year, didn't he? Did Maverick Vinales, I think 3 P2s last year. It came close, especially in Indonesia, in Portimao as well. Julio Cesar, es la moto perfecta. My Spanish isn't 100% great, but I can tell you that does say the bike is perfect, as you can probably make out at home. Didn't need me to tell you that. Stumpy Nation would love to see some really competitive results from them this year. Yeah, I think we all do. Aleix and Maverick wear their heart on their sleeves. Some people might not like that. Some people love it. I personally love it. It's great for content, great for interviews, and great to see rides actually showing a bit of personality. And we'd love to have Aleix and Maverick up there this season. More race wins for Aprilia, says DC322. Yep, let's hope we do. A couple of wins last year, of course, for Aleix Espargaro. None for Maverick Vinales. From Amy, not bad. They could have made the colours a bit more exciting for the fans, as that's what the fans like. But overall, I'm not disappointed. Yeah, I can understand what you mean. I mean, compared to, let's say, the VR46 livery, it's a little bit different, isn't it? Mainly black with a splash of purple, a bit of Aprilia red on there. I mean, I'm a fan, but I can see why you would think that, Amy. I think a few will agree with you as well. They're not going to be hard to spot because it's sort of it's a unique livery, let's say. A lot of the colours on show, factory Aprilia, for example, Grassini light blue, factory Ducati red, Grassini blue, Yamaha blue. It's going to be set apart from the rest, let's say. But I'm a fan of the livery overall. A nice splash of purple, but there isn't too many colours on there. So I can understand why people might not like it as much as some of the others. Let us know what liveries have impressed you so far. And from Mo F1, MotoGP is always on fire under the floodlights. Couldn't agree more, Mo. The Qatar circuit, the Losail International Circuit, is a spectacular sight, but it really, really comes alive during the night time. It doesn't feel the same when we do sort of free practice or testing in the daytime. It really, really comes into its own under the floodlights. And with the new paddock as well, it's an absolutely spectacular venue to go and visit. So if you can get down to this Losail International Circuit, do, especially with the new paddock, like I say, it is a sight to behold. Going there for the first time last year it takes your breath away. It generally does. So I think we can go now back down to the Losail International Circuit, because I believe Jack Gorst has got Maverick Vinales with him, and as you can see, he absolutely does. So Jack, down to you, buddy.
Maverick, thank you for waiting for us. Obviously, impressions on the new livery, it looks quite nice. What do you think?
I already see on the winter. So no, I mean, of course, it's very similar. Trying to optimize also the weight with the colors, which is always good. What more I can say?
Obviously, 2024 is going to be a big year. We know how competitive Aprilia have been recently. Last year, perhaps, maybe didn't quite reach exactly the goals that you want. So what are the goals for 2024?
Well, basically, to go back on last year, we didn't achieve the goals we want because we started really bad. And so that's a simple thing we need to improve. Of course, it's one of the main focus for me, because at the end, it's not in my hands. So I need to push the team, trying to improve a little bit more, especially to approach our competitors. And then the bike is working well. I mean, we did the test really calm, trying to understand really well what is going on the bike, what is not. And today, and of course the next days, we have one mission, that is to understand what is the package aero that benefits the most. So that's our target for also the test.
We saw in Sepang that perhaps there was some mixed signals. You were saying you were maybe struggling with the bike a little bit on time attack, where Aleix was very, very positive. Was there any particular reason for that?
No, I just think we rode two different ways, and we were concentrating in another stuff. But however, in Sepang, I was not on point with the bike, so it's something we need to work. But still, there is time. We need to be ready, especially on the race. So still, there is a lot of time, plenty of them. We are trying to stay calm, trying to analyze well, and don't miss anything on the way, because we can build a good bike.
Finally, Maverick, we just have two fan questions for you. The first comes from Drajat Local Pride. Maverick, when will you wear the Batman costume again?
I don't know. Whatever I win, I bring with me.
And the second one, Maverick, is from ERNN. How do you keep yourself motivated after so many ups and downs in your MotoGP career?
At the end, I believe in myself. I know the talent I have. I know how fast I can go. It's just to put everything together. Of course, in the last year, I've been not really lucky, despite some technical problems, or I was not able to have a good package. But you need to keep believing. You never know when your moment gonna come. Of course, if you want that your moment comes, you need to take the lead, and it's what I'm doing.
Thank you, Maverick. Back to you, Elliot.
Cheers, Jack. Thank you very much. Always good to hear from Maverick Vinales. He's sounding a bit more positive than he did at the end of the Sepang test. Let's hope for Maverick's sake that he can have a good couple of days in the Qatar test. So we've got a quiz for you as always. Which famous actor wished Maverick good luck before the 2023 Spanish GP in Jerez? Was it A, Antonio Banderas, or B, Tom Cruise? So get your answers in the chat. A for Antonio Banderas, B for Tom Cruise. Interesting to see what you guys think about that one. Going to get some more chat comments now. Get your comments in, keep firing them in. We're going to show as many as possible and react to as many as possible as well. Always good to hear from you guys at home. What are your thoughts on the new livery, about the season ahead for Maverick and Aleix? That first video was really fun. The livery looks pretty cool. Classic factory style. Yes, from Katie Gale. Yeah, agreed. Looks pretty cool. Classic factory style. Nice and clean and simple. This thing looks insane with 3 fire emojis from CTC Trip Zeds. Yeah, I think it's going to be a good one for a lot of people. Some might not like it, but it does look super clean and quick. I do like the simplicity of the Aprilia Racing livery. So as you can see, we can go back down to Losail and hear from Aleix Espargaro. Jack, over to you, buddy.
Yeah, we're here with Aleix Espargaro, Capitano for the Aprilia Racing team. Your 8th year here, Aleix. Did you ever think you'd have 8 years in Aprilia when you first joined?
Yeah, it's been a long journey since really. I'm very proud really to be here, to be my 8th season in Aprilia. Our journey has been not easy. You know, we came from very, very far away, and today is it's a privilege to be Aprilia rider. So I'm very happy, and I hopefully I will be at the level that it deserves.
Aleix, there was some talk a while back about potential retirement rumours with yourself, but you seem to be as fit and as motivated as ever, and we know that the Aprilia is as competitive as ever. So going forward, what is the plan in terms of the timeline of your MotoGP career?
Yeah, the plan is to go as fast as possible. You know, I will. The races will decide for me. If I'm still fast, I'm still the number one riders I've been in my other 7th season in Aprilia. I will decide maybe to stay. So it's on my hands. It depends how fast I am. So yeah, hopefully we can start on a good way, trying to fight for the victories in the first part of the season.
And lastly, Aleix, we've heard some different comments from yourself and Maverick about the 2024 machine. You seem very, very happy, but Maverick, on the other hand, is maybe finding some more problems. Is there any particular reason for why you're adapting to this bike better than Maverick?
No, I mean, it's a difficult question for me. I like the bike from the first lap, from the first lap in the first test. It's true that it's quite different in terms of the dynamic. You ride the bike quite differently. The way you put the bike on the corners, it's different, especially the first part, the entry. But it goes in really on my riding style, because it allowed me to rush a lot in the entry of the corner, which I love it. So for me, it's fine.
Lastly, Aleix, we just have 2 fan questions for you. The first one comes from Adila Tamid. If you get another 1-2 like last year at the Catalan GP, would you get a matching tattoo with Maverick, and what would it be?
will be nice. It's a good question, but we could do. Yeah, we could do a nice tattoo with the date of the race, because
rider out on track, Augusto Fernandez
in the qualifying, then 1-2 in the race with Aprilia. So it will be nice to repeat it again.
And lastly, Aleix, the second fan question comes from ERNN. How do you keep yourself motivated after so many ups and downs in your MotoGP career?
It's not easy, you know. It's very important to have good people around you. I've been very lucky to have my wife with me during all of the journey, during the grey and dark days, because it was very difficult to maintain the motivation and to be happy. And I've been very happy that I had really a dream life when I arrived home, and it compensated the bad days at my job. But the last 2 years has been a dream for me. I'm enjoying a lot at home. I'm enjoying a lot of racing. So yeah, life is beautiful.
Thank you, Aleix. Good luck this season. Back to you, El.
Cheers, Jack, mate. Good work as always. Life is beautiful, says Aleix Espargaro. He'll be hoping it is in 2024. Right, we can go to the quiz results from Maverick's question. 60% of you going for Tom Cruise, and that, of course, is the correct answer. 40% going for Antonio Banderas, which is understandable, a famous Spanish actor, of course, but Tom Cruise, Top Gun, Maverick, it all links well, doesn't it? So Tom Cruise did, in fact, wish Maverick good luck before Jerez. So, what's coming up next? MotoGP Hospitality again, unrivaled views. Get over to the MotoGP Hospitality website, links in the chat as always. And as I said before, do get down if you can to a MotoGP event this year. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity, but make sure you do it sooner rather than later, because all the circuits provide VIP hospitality packages, and every time it's a very, very good weekend indeed. So, time to focus back on Aleix. Here's the quiz then. If Aleix could only eat one type of food for the rest of his life, which would it be? A, pizza, or B, sushi? Interested to see what you guys would say to that as well. So put pizza or A in the chat if you think it's pizza, or B or sushi in the chat if you think it's sushi. I think I know what the answer to that would be, judging from several Instagram stories Aleix likes to put across over the season, but I'm not quite sure for the rest of his life what he would pick. So get your comments in the chat, and as you can see, we can go back down to Losail because Massimo Rivola is waiting for us, the Aprilia Racing CEO. Jack, down to you, mate.
Massimo, we've just seen the new bike, obviously a beautiful looking bike, also looks quite different. It seems that you've been very, very busy over the winter break. Just tell us about how difficult the winter was.
Yeah, I was busy because all the innovation we brought on the bike, and also because the new good news of Trackhouse, so provided more, let's say, 24 bikes also for them. So, yeah, too short winter time.
Obviously, it's a big year this year with contracts coming up at the end of the season. What's the expectation for both Aleix and Maverick this year?
I think we have not 2 but 4 very strong riders. I think this is a good year to show everybody, not just me, the potential we have. I expect a lot from Maverick. He finished the season with the pole position, so the speed is there. I hope to start from that point. Obviously, when you have a new bike, you need to rebuild a bit your feeling, but I think Maverick now is ready to win. So, and I think Aleix is a big pusher. So it's gonna be hopefully a strong battle.
What's the feeling like within Aprilia at the minute? Because after the Sepang test, there was maybe some conflicting comments between the riders. Aleix was very happy with the bike, and perhaps Maverick was less happy. From their viewpoint and the comments that they've given, how do you feel that they're situated coming into this test?
Yeah, you're right. The good thing is that Aleix proved that the new package is faster than the previous one. At the end, when you change a lot from a bike that you already have your feelings, maybe you need more mileage to get used to that. On Maverick side, I think also we did a few mistakes from our side and we didn't put him in the right position to test the new parts properly. So I'm quite positive for the next 2 days of testing here in Qatar.
And obviously after this test we do go racing here in Qatar. Always been a difficult first round for every team. It always seems like there's maybe a small hiccup for everyone. What would be a strong result for both Aprilia riders coming out of the first round of the year?
Unfortunately, our competitors are not sleeping, so let's say that a gap from the winner within 5 seconds will be a good result. Hopefully we are all there, and well, for sure this is a track that we like, so it's good to start here. I think the track is also matched the characteristic of our bike, so for sure we start with let's say aiming for a podium, but I know we are ambitious, but we have to look for that.
Massimo, thank you. Good luck this year. Thank you very much.
Always good to hear from Massimo Rivola, of course, Aprilia Racing CEO. Speaks so well, doesn't he? Interesting, though, they're just keeping calm and cool, aren't they, about the upcoming season. So here is the quiz results. Sushi is the correct answer. That's what I thought it would be. I mean, eating pizza for the rest of your life. would be nice for a bit, wouldn't it? But I'm not sure about the rest of you. Like Sushi, there's a little bit more to go out in terms of health and a bit of a diversity. So Sushi, 61% of you getting the correct answer, but I can understand why you would want to go pizza. So that is completely understandable. I think you would probably choose that to start with and then maybe get a little bit bored. So yeah, Aleix, if he had to choose one, would be Sushi. Some more chat comments from great name, best team in the paddock, hoping for great results, building on previous years. Yeah, they've got some good results in the past couple of years, haven't they? 2022, as we said, was a magnificent season, a sort of coming of age season, especially for Aleix Espargaro. Got his first win over in Argentina. Shame we're not going there this year. Of course, Aleix would have been hoping that he would have been able to put aside last year's disappointment from the Termaster Rio Hondo circuit and hopefully win there again. Joe Frill, Ahmad Ramadan, Top Gun 12 is confident he can beat the top racers in 2024. He certainly is. Maverick, confident in himself, as all the MotoGP riders are and have to be. If you're not confident in yourself on the MotoGP grid, then there's no point in being there. But yes, Maverick certainly confident he can do the business, and I think a lot of us are hoping that that will be the case in 2024. Like I said, he's one of 3 riders who can make history by becoming the first winner to win on 3 different manufacturers. And if he doesn't do it, maybe Alex Rins can do it, and maybe Jack Miller can do it as well. So Maverick will be hoping it is him. Came close last year, didn't he? 3 podiums last year on a Sunday for Maverick. But as you can see again, we can go back down to Qatar because Jack has Romano Albaciano with him. Jack, down to you, mate.
Romano, first question, I'd like to get stuck into what we saw at the Sepang test. We had some conflicting feedback, shall we say, from both riders. In terms of the development of the bike, has it suited one rider better than the other, or is it purely just taking a little bit more time for Maverick to get used to the new machine?
Well, to be honest, Maverick had some, let's say, troubles with some setting of engine, the torque delivery, which confused us a little bit. So it was a kind of disturb in his working program. At the end, only in the third day, he could ride properly without any, let's say, disturbance. And he did a very good sprint race simulation. So I'm very optimistic about the possibility for him to adapt to the full concept of the new bike.
In light of that, how busy has the last 10 days been since Sepang test? Have you been back at the factory coming up with possible solutions for Maverick to try here?
No, not really. We didn't need to prepare something special. We just needed to check the data, make a plan for this test, and use the parts that were already available in Sepang. No hurry for doing something new to repair any mistake.
And we've seen in testing that Ducati have obviously taken another step forward. It seems that everyone has taken a step forward, and Aprilia have openly admitted that perhaps right now we're not quite ready to fight with Ducati. How far do you think you are away from Ducati, and do you think that in the next 2 days you can close that gap?
Should consider that the race we did in Sepang last year was a very difficult race for us. We was probably maybe the worst race in the season. So the results we had in the test very close to the leader, and with a very good result on the sprint race simulation, it's been super good. So considering this on a more favorable circuit, make us to be very optimistic. So I think it's so early to say, but I think we should be ready for winning some races also this year.
Let's see. Let's hope it happens. Thank you, Romano.
You're welcome.
Okay, perfect. Good to hear from Romano. Aprilia should be ready to win some races this year. That's good news for the fans of Aleix and Maverick, and Aprilia fans, of course, as well. We'd love to see Aprilia back up there fighting for the sharp end week in, week out. They were just a little bit too inconsistent last year, weren't they? So we have a poll for you. Who will finish higher in the 2024 MotoGP World Championship? A, Aleix Espargaro, or B, Maverick Vinales? They were split by 2 points last year. Aleix finished 6th, Maverick 7th, only a couple of points between them, so it was super close in 2023. Who do we think will finish higher in the championship this year, Aleix Espargaro or Maverick Viñales? Then, without further ado, we can head over back to Losail and chat to the Aprilia Racing team manager, Paolo Bonora. So, Jack, back down to you, buddy.
Is not enough busy.
Yeah, Paolo was just saying that the winter busy is not enough. So, from your side, tell us how busy it was.
Yeah, absolutely. Busy is not enough to say what the team has done during this too short winter break, because we changed our plan regarding the 2024 bike. It was in plan to supply to Trackhouse initially the 2023, but at the end we defined all together to supply the 2024 also to the Trackhouse team. We are fully involved in this to give them as soon as possible, and Miguel will be the first one to have the 2024 bike since the first test, sorry. And as soon as we can, probably in the second part of this season, also Raul will have the 2024. So I was speaking about the busy time because we supplied 10 bikes during the Sepang test to test in the factory team and in the Trackhouse team all the parts to be able to give to them the best package to start the season.
Romano Bessiano was just saying that the Sepang test, even though there was maybe conflicting comments from some of the riders, actually very positive, as Sepang is usually a track where Aprilia maybe suffer at more than most. From your side within the garage, how did you feel that test went? Because from looking the outside, there was maybe some question marks over the performance still.
Yeah, absolutely. There are still some question marks that we want to fix during this Qatar test. For sure, the comments was related to the riding style. So the 2024 was, since the start, a good step forward for Aleix, but for for Miguel and for Maverick, there is still something to adjust in terms of vehicle setup and in the electronic setup, in particular for the engine braking. But we are confident that we are in the good way to fix that weakness point and to give to them a good bike for this test and for the first race.
Paolo, thank you, and good luck over the next 2 days.
Thanks.
Yeah, cheers, Jack. Always great to hear from Paolo Bonora, such a nice man to talk to, speaks very well. He's never that confident with his English in interviews, but he comes across great and his English is very good indeed. So here are the poll results then. Who will finish higher between Maverick and Aleix this year? And 65% of you going for El Capitano, Aleix Espargaro over Maverick Viñales. Understandable. Last couple of seasons, of course, since they've been teammates full-time, Aleix has beaten Maverick Viñales. So 65% of you going for Aleix Espargaro, thinking he will continue to be Aprilia's #1 rider in 2024. Not quite sure I think that's going to be the case. My personal opinion, of course. I think Maverick, well, if he doesn't, then he should turn it on this year. This is sort of Maverick's time to really show what he's capable of in Aprilia and in the MotoGP World Championship. So interesting to hear your thoughts there. It's going to be close between them, I think. Aleix, he's used to being the underdog, isn't he? And Maverick Viñales is sort of the fresh blood in Aprilia. So it's going to be close between them. Interesting to hear that 65% you think it will be Aleix. So Emanuele coming in with, I think Aprilia has hid most of the good things, Maybe Ducati need to pay attention. Yeah, we saw in Sepang, didn't we? Initially in the shakedown with Lorenzo Savadori, the test rider, and then, of course, with Aleix and Maverick and Miguel Oliveira, of course, in the Trackhouse Racing team, who is riding a latest spec RSGP 2024. lots and lots of things tested, especially with the aero. That's mainly the differences between the 23 bike and the 24 bike. Mo F1 coming in again. I think Tom Cruise could fancy a win on a MotoGP bike if he can fly that Aprilia to the win. I would absolutely love to see Tom Cruise on a MotoGP bike, that is for sure. If we can get another Top Gun, the third one, get a Maverick Vinales Aprilia Racing RSGP into that film, I mean, let's make it happen, because I'd love to see some stunts of Tom Cruise maybe going down a runway on an RSGP. That would be some sight. I'm not sure he could win a race on the RSGP, but to get Tom Cruise maybe on a track day, they used to do those journalists at the end, the journalist runs or the star runs, didn't they, at the end of the season? But I think probably a little bit too dangerous with the bikes these days to allow those sorts of people to go on the bikes. But yes, seeing Tom Cruise on a MotoGP bike would be pretty special indeed. So, as you can see, we can head back down to Losail with Jack. Jack, who have you got there with us, mate? I recognise him. Plenty of people will recognise him too. How's things down there?
Yeah, certainly plenty of people will recognise Antonio Boselli, head of motorsport communications for Piaggio Group. Obviously now kitted out in the Aprilia racing attire, a bit of a change from last season. And we actually have the 2024 RSGP alongside us as well in all its beautiful glory. Antonio, lots and lots of changes on this new bike. We've seen plenty of aero pieces here. We can see the rear wing down here. I wouldn't even know what you call this piece, a sort of rear
Fins.
wheel cover. Fins.
Yeah,
there we go,
side
fins. You can see how beautifully crafted, with much thicker on the leading edge and finning back to the trailing edge. But obviously you're inside the Aprilia operation, so just talk us through some of the improvements.
Yeah, I think, hi everybody. I think probably the nicest part of the bike, we hope it's going to be effective also on performance, but it's the tail. If you see here, there's a kind of like resemblance to what is done in Formula One. Mm-hmm. The concept is the same. How it works is different, because you know that the diffuser on the cars are very close to the ground, so it does the ground effect. In this case, it's not a ground effect because the tail is too high, referring to the track, but it does give some downforce. So what actually does, it creates like an airflow to push a little bit the tail of the bike onto the ground, so especially in cornering you have a high downforce. So it's a concept that might be interesting. And then apart from that, the tail wing is another thing that I'd like to just mention, because the tail wing, also the fork wings or the ground, the effect fairing, were some features that Aprilia brought in MotoGP.
We've seen in the last couple of years that Aprilia have almost taken the mantle away from Ducati as the aero innovators, shall we say. It's been an incredible rise since 2020, once they first switched to the 90-degree V4, and just how much performance they've managed to amass year on year. We know that perhaps last year there was some issues with, well, for one, there was a huge amount of heat that occasionally at the hotter racetracks was cooking the riders. We can see here that there are small fins to guide air, I guess, to the rider. Is that something that's been worked on this year as well to help keep the rider a bit cooler?
Yes. The problem is that once the heat is generated inside of the bike, it's very difficult on a aerodynamic point of view take it away from the bike. So it's very hard for that. So what did he say? What Pecco said?
I don't know. I don't speak Italian. So.
Cos'è che hai detto? Ah, okay. He said I switched side. So basically what happens is that we had a test in Malaysia. I don't know if you remember the three Aprilia rider with the RSGP 24. They were riding together, and the heat is still an issue. I think that with the second aerodynamic package, there will be some idea just to get the hair, the heat away from the rider.
Just as we're looking around the bike here, if we come actually just round to the front of the machine, you'll see kind of, again, some of the updates and just small tweaks that Aprilia have made this year. Of course, we see the main front wing now, that it has this connecting piece that swings back onto the main fairing. That last year wasn't there. They just kind of came out and stopped here. They look a little bit larger, I presume, larger surface area. And then as well, if you just come down to here, you'll see those fork wings that Antonio referred to earlier. They actually just attach in on a small bracket around the fork leg up the top there, just two little screws, and they hang off on the front. They're updated as well, all sorts of small little tweaks, including adding on the side pods. We can't wait to see it on track tomorrow. Of course, we've already seen it in Sepang. Here at the race in Qatar last year, Maverick was pretty good. He was actually the top non-Ducati finisher in both races. For the test, what's kind of the overall plan for the next 2 days?
This is a bike which is actually as a new feature. So the main important thing, the important thing now is just to get the feeling back as it was in the last year, especially for Maverick. If you consider the test in Malaysia was a little bit tricky because it didn't rain. The temperature was not so high in the morning, so the time were really good. So we dropped 1 second. We were the one, Aprilia was the one who dropped actually the most. But we need to see in a different track. We need to see with a different layout. But now it's time to get, extract the potential out of the bike.
Well, let's see what that potential is. Thank you very much to Antonio for showing us around and joining us, and also to Aprilia in general for their courtesy and allowing us to be up close and personal with the 2024 bike. Elliot, back to you.
Yeah, cheers, Jack. Great to get a close look at the Aprilia RSGP. Before you go, mate, how much are you looking forward to getting stuck into the tests in the upcoming couple of days? You're going to be a busy man on the ground as always.
Yeah, I'll be badgering about in pit lane. You can guarantee that. Of course, going to be great to be here in Qatar. It's my first time in Qatar, so I'm looking forward to seeing the bikes at night in person. That'll be something that's going to be interesting. But as you say, what I'll be looking for in pit lane, Aprilia are one of the key stories, really, of the established factories that we know are fairly competitive at the minute. I think they're the one that has the most question marks at the moment. On the other side of it, of course, we know the stories with Honda and Yamaha, but I'll be keeping an eye on Aprilia pretty closely.
Cheers, mate. Looking forward to that. Chat to you on after the flag tomorrow. Cheers for your hard work today, mate. Get some rest. And, catch you tomorrow, buddy, for the test. Couple of days coming up, an interesting couple of days. So, cheers, mate. Chat to you tomorrow.
Cheers, mate. I'll see you back in Barcelona.
He certainly will. Yeah, great to have a close-up look at the RSGP. So many new things, especially with the aero on the new bike coming up in 2024. We saw it, as I said, at the Sepang test in much more detail. And if you want to get trackside and get a closer look at the bikes, which I really, really hope you do and push you to do, because watching it on TV is one thing. Going to the track and watching MotoGP is a whole new different kettle of fish. It is fantastic. So always in the chat, MotoGP.tickets.com. Click the link in the chat and get booking your weekend away in 2024. Right, we can, as I shuffle across, welcome my good pal and MotoGP.com colleague, Chris Jordan, who some of you will probably recognise from the VR46 launch. Chris was over in Italy doing that. Chris, how are you, mate? Good to see you.
Very good, and a pleasure to be alongside you. What a sterling job you've been doing so far, but I said I'd step in and try and give you a little bit of help to close out the show.
Absolutely, mate. Help is always welcome. So, obviously, Aprilia, interesting season coming up for the Nawali factory. First things first, though, delivery. Changed a little bit. I personally really like it. Some people will like more colours, which is understandable, but what are your thoughts on it?
I'm quite a big fan. It's looking quite regal with that dash of purple spread across the RSGP. It's a nice little touch, as you can see. A little bit less red than what we had on it last year, but I'm generally a fan of a black undertone bike with touches of purple and colour and red on it. It does look pretty spectacular. It's been keeping in theme a little bit with the 2024 presentations, where we've seen a lot of different liveries compared to last year. We've had Honda changed theirs pretty much completely with that new blue. We see VR46 have gone completely different with the fluo stream yellow and white. And while it's not quite as extreme as the VR46 boys, Aprilia have followed suit.
Yeah, they certainly have. I'm a massive fan. I know people are going to like a little bit more colour than that on some of the bikes, but I think we've got a good mix this year. Of course, we've still got Prima Pramac to come. Maybe a change there. I do like their livery, but apparently they could be changing it a little bit. Most teams have changed it a little bit, and Aprilia, of course, are doing the same thing. Yeah, I'm a fan. I think it will look good under the lights in Qatar as well. I sometimes do prefer bikes to look a little bit more clean and simple rather than having like a load of logos on there and different colours. But I like a good mix.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't wait to see it in action under the Licea lights. Yeah. It's a pity we don't actually have more night races during the championship, because they always look much better with that visor, the eyes sticking out beneath the visors as well. It's always a treat to see. So it's going to be great to be back at Qatar for the opening round. Of course, we have a couple of days testing first for riders to acclimatise to it, but it's exciting times ahead, particularly for Aprilia this season. I think from the testing that we've seen so far, they've come out pretty strong. I know Maverick Vinales didn't quite have that lap time in Sepang, but Aleix was bringing the fight to the Ducatis on the timesheets in both one lap pace and, of course, in the sprint simulations. He was mixing it with the best of the Desmos Adichis. So we've touched on it earlier, or you have touched on it, I should say, that both riders are entering their final year of the contract. Aleix says it's in his hands whether he will retire or not, but he still seems like he's feeling good. He's in the prime of his career, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him up towards the top end of the timesheets once again once the season gets underway proper.
Yeah, turns 35 does Aleix in July, I think it is. Coming to the end of his career. We know that Valentino Rossi, of course, carried on for a few years after that, but pretty sure if Aleix is on the podium, winning races, challenging for pole positions and podiums, he'll probably want to carry on.
Yeah, 2 wins last season, a smattering of podiums as well across the last 2 seasons, so he's going very, very well. I would expect him to add a couple more to that as well in the coming season.
Yeah. What are your thoughts then? We had a poll, of course, 65% I think it was, think Aleix is going to beat Maverick again this year. We always have this debate in the office. I think a lot of us love Maverick, but at the same time get a bit frustrated with him because he can be so hot and cold.
Yeah, he's very much a roller coaster of a rider, but when he is fast, there are few who can beat him. I'm not going to nail my colours to the mast just yet because I can't call it. Of all the team rivalries, shall we say, I think this might be the closest one where you're looking at the two Aprilia boys should be neck and neck throughout the championship. Aleix, of course, does have more experience on that RSGP. He's, 8 years now on it?
8th season,
and you're looking at the last 3 years, he's starting to win much more. He's starting to get on the podium. Maverick is entering his 3rd season on it. I think he picked up a couple of podiums last year as well, one behind Aleix in Catalonia. So it's going to be a difficult one to call.
Got a chat comment coming in from Jordan. I just want to see Aprilia compete more in the sprint sessions, in the sprints. Yeah, I think I can agree with that. I think mainly it's qualifying that they've got to sort out. They look good sort of in practice on a Friday, but Maverick said this is a big thing as well, the starts off the line. They were losing so much time in 2023 off the starts, and in a sprint, if you lose time off the start, you've got half the time to try and make it up. So agree with Jordan there. It would be good to see Aprilia doing a little bit better in the sprints.
Yeah, absolutely. You've hit the nail on the head. I think the starts were killing them basically in the sprint races, but particularly when you look at the likes of the Red Bull KTMs who were rockets off the line. The Ducatis then caught up with the KTMs, so it was very difficult to keep up with that. Whereas if the Aprilias were on second row, they just kind of got mired in mid-pack, shall we say, a little bit. So hopefully they will have rectified those issues for the season ahead, and we will see them more competitive in the sprints.
Umair, please ask the purpose of the swing arm fins. Yeah, that's a great question. Not the most tech-minded guy myself. Neither is Chris, I don't think. Would you say you're a tech-minded
Don't
person?
tell me too short, but this is most certainly a question, I think, for one of our tech gurus of Simon Crafar and Jack Gorse. We'll put the question to them once we can, and without a doubt they'll be back to you pretty quickly with a detailed explanation.
Yeah, I wish I could give you a better answer, Umair. Apologies for that. It is super interesting, though, how much innovation has come in MotoGP. We saw it on the KTM with the little funk fairing wings, saw it on Aprilia as well, and Aprilia, like Jack Gore said, in the last segment he did, Aprilia really are sort of leading the innovation in terms of aerodynamics, working closely with Formula One, and we did see that in Sepang, didn't we, Chris, with their aero rake. We've seen it in Formula One, they've been using it for years, but for the first time we saw it in MotoGP. We can have a look at it here. There it is, a state-of-the-art piece of equipment. Doesn't look too pretty on the eye, I must admit. Luckily, that won't be the thing that they're racing with. It's just to collect data, but an interesting thing to get the airflow and see if what they've done in the wind tunnel is coming to the fore on the circuit.
Yeah, Romano Albesiano as well was good enough to talk to Simon during the Sepang test and give a detailed explanation just how that aero rake works by monitoring the data of the wind flow across the rider and across the bike. So it's good. As Jack said, they've become the great innovators now in MotoGP of the aeros. But while remaining on the aero topic and segueing maybe towards Maverick Viñales, the new aero setups just don't seem to fit him quite so much at the Sepang test. It's one of the issues he's kind of mentioned that he's struggling with. He hasn't found that feeling with the bike yet. And he did mention grip was one area, but he also said the aero is the main difference of the bike, which changes the weight distribution of it a little bit. So that's one of the areas that Top Gun is currently struggling in. He said then on day 3, when he was talking to Jack post testing, that he needed just one more day to get things right. Well, he's got 2 more now coming up in Qatar, so it'll be interesting to see if he can find that feeling.
Yeah, he definitely cut a frustrated figure in Sepang, did Maverick Viñales. Not what we wanted to hear, but Aleix, a lot more upbeat. Maybe that's sort of Aleix's experience coming into play. Aleix describing it as the best pre-season he's had with Aprilia. Maverick, as we say in his interviews, I'm sure most of you would have seen them on MotoGP.com or across social media. Maverick not too pleased, didn't manage to really get a time attack in, didn't feel comfortable. So like you say, Chris, an interesting couple of days coming up for Aprilia and Maverick Viñales in Qatar. We've got another comment from Aditya. Sorry if I'm mucking up these pronunciations. I probably am, so I do apologise for that. Maverick looks better emotionally wise after joining Aprilia. Yeah, of course, the way his, what do we call it, relationship ended with Yamaha back in 2021, that he couldn't have ended much worse, really. He cut a frustrated figure back at Yamaha. Didn't end well, but he does look like a much happier, freer person in Aprilia. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, it was a torrid time towards the end of his Yamaha career, but he seems to have found a family setting now, of course, off track as well. He has his own family, which has maybe helped him settle down. But on track and in the paddock, he's got a new family there at Aprilia who have really seemed to have calmed him down and settled him down.
Another comment, keep coming them in. This is great stuff. Good to hear from you guys back home. Watch along. I like to see MVK12, Maverick 12, on top of the grid, but honestly seems that him is in a mind loop where the bike has all the responsibility in the performance, and this is not true. Didn't quite catch the last bit of that sentence there, but yeah, you can sort of tell from Maverick's, I mean, even in that presentation, he wasn't sort of, he said he didn't miss riding the bike over the winter, and we do hear a lot from Maverick that he says, I need to make the bike adapt to me instead of him adapting to the bike. We do hear that a lot from him. Is it time for Maverick to start adapting to the bike? He obviously does adapt to the bike, but maybe doing that a little bit more?
Perhaps, yes. Given his comments over the Sepang test, which were far from ideal from his perspective, maybe he's still looking for that bike to perform for him. But I think it's a symbiotic relationship as well, where the bike and rider need to become one.
Yeah.
And that does take time. He's had 2 years on it. He's a 9-time race winner as well, so he does know a thing or two about being fast and successful in MotoGP. So entering his 3rd year, it is a pivotal year for him, without a doubt. And he is chasing that, shall we say, constructor hat-trick against Jack Miller and Alex Rins. So maybe that's just a little added motivation for him. But in terms, we really need to see him adapt to the bike and the bike adapt to him. We would love to see them gel, because once they do gel, and we've seen it a couple of times already, Catalonia last year, I think it was in Indonesia as well, he picked up a podium. And he was very fast.
On his day, I'm sure a lot of you would agree, Maverick is pretty much unbeatable. We saw in the early stages of his MotoGP career, once he's on song, Maverick is a very, very difficult rider to beat. We've seen it in fits and starts in his Aprilia career. And as I said before, he blows very hot and cold, does Maverick. It's sort of his character, and that's what we enjoy about Maverick Vinales. But it just needs to get that consistency, because it's great to have Maverick fighting at the front on a weekly basis. And like you say, Chris, especially in Catalonia, Indonesia last year, he was very, very close to victory. Portimao, of course, as well, where he finished second to Pecco Bagnaia. I think once he's in a good frame of mind, has a good start to the weekend, then we really see Maverick Vinales really push on over a weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen him, we've touched on it already. One of the crucial things that Maverick does need to improve on this year are those race starts. All the Aprilias kind of struggled with it a little bit. We mentioned it in the sprint, but also on the full Grand Prix race as well. So he is a fast rider. He just needs to get those final elements into his package, and then without a doubt I expect to see him competing up front with the Ducatis, with the factory KTMs, and certainly adding to his tally of 5 podiums with Aprilia.
Before I let you go, Chris, I'm not going to let you off the hook that lightly. Qatar GP, what do you reckon Aprilia are going to do? It's going to be interesting to see what happens over the next couple of days, but I'm not going to let you watch the next couple of days to get a bit more info. I'm going to put it to you now. Where do you think Maverick finishes in Qatar, and where do you think Aleix finishes in Qatar?
You love to put me on the spot, don't you?
We'll do the Sunday race to make it a little bit easier.
Okay, well, looking ahead to that, it is a Ducati stronghold over the last couple of years, saying that Maverick's last win did come at that 2021 Qatar Grand Prix, and that was on the Yamaha, so he's definitely able to show a bit of form there. I think he's picked up a podium there as well the season previous, or a couple of seasons previous, so I'd have to back Aleix to finish ahead of Maverick on the opening weekend. And let's say Aleix, I think, is capable with all his experience of getting into the top 5.
And Maverick?
Maverick, you're very much not letting me go.
I'm pushing
We'll put him in top 7.
Top 7, okay. Not a specific position, but we'll let you off. We've got a question for you, Chris, I think, from the chat. AP Songs. Who will be the first rider in history to win with 3 different bikes? Maverick, Jack Miller, or Alex Rins? A good question. We've mentioned this a couple of times now, and I think it's an interesting one. What do you think?
It is a very interesting one because it's a little piece of history each of these riders will be keen to secure. Maverick and Jack both have that extra year's experience on their respective machines, but we know what Alex Rins can be like. He won 3 races in 6 rounds last year, well, crossing over to the end of 2021, 2022 and 2023. He's a demon at Kota as well, so if he can get a good run, it could be Rins aboard the Yamaha. But to nail my colours to the mast on this one, I'll give you this one. I'm going to go for... Let's go for Rins.
Alex Rins, okay, interesting. I personally think it'll be Maverick Vinales. Controversial, I know. KTM probably looked the strongest out of the 3 manufacturers. I think with Rins' injury, maybe that will set him back a little bit. So I do think Maverick Vinales. But a good question, a good debate topic nonetheless. Chris, thanks for joining me, buddy.
A pleasure as always.
Great to hear from you, and I'll see you after this, and then we'll get ready for the Qatar test. So Get a good night's sleep, mate, and more stuff tomorrow to do.
Exactly. A busy couple of days ahead, so we look forward to it.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you for joining me. Always good to chat away with Chris. I'll shuffle back along into the centre, try and move the mic out of the shots. There we go. Professional as always. Yeah, great to hear from you guys in the chat. Thanks for watching along. And yeah, interesting. Where will Aleix and Maverick finish at the Qatar GP? A really sort of interesting topic over the next couple of days will be the Qatar test, of course, that we've got coming up. That first video was really fun. The livery looks pretty cool, classic factory style. Yes, from Katie again. I agree. It looks very, very nice, very, very slick indeed. And hopefully they're going to run the factory livery that they've just unearthed in the Qatar test, because I'd love to see underlights in the Qatar test. Maybe they'll run the black livery for testing as they go through the next couple of days. So I think we're going to now, before we say goodbye, react to something that's coming up on your screens very, very shortly. Just going to wait for that. So here it is then, the 2024 racing livery, Aprilia Racing livery. This was the video that they put out earlier on today. Nice little cool graphics from Aprilia. RSGP 24 is the official bike name for Aleix Espargaro and Maverick Vinales. Of course, Lorenzo Savadori, who we heard from in the presentation as well. Doing a fine job. Lorenzo Savadori have put in a lot of work, a lot of hours on that RSGP. And this was the nice little video they did. It's good to see the teams putting in some effort over the winter to provide us with some nice content. The Aprilia RSGP on a roller coaster. Let's hope it's not a roller coaster season for them again, because that's pretty much what it was last year, wasn't it? For both Aleix Espargaro and Maverick Vinales. Some days they were absolutely unbeatable, namely the Catalan GP where they finished 1-2. Silverstone, of course, Aleix Espargaro claiming victory there. But on other occasions, unfortunately, they were pretty much nowhere and struggled, especially compared to 2022. So they will be hoping it's not quite such a roller coaster ride in 2024. Maverick showing off his dance moves. I wonder if we'll see some of them pop up on podiums this year. And they pull the covers over the RSGP, and there's all the paparazzi. It's not Jack Gorst in the background. It is the RSGP that they're all trying to pat. No bikes were harmed in the making of this video. That is great to see. Maybe some mechanics. But yeah, great video from Aprilia. Of course, the penultimate team presentation that we're going to have in 2024. It's been a long stint. It's been a good stint. I've wildcarded for this one. I hope you've enjoyed it. Jack, as I said, will be back for the Prima Pramac launch, which, as you can see, will be on the 28th of February. A pretty special one, I believe, coming up for the Prima Pramac Racing one. Jack will be back with a couple of guests. They'll be reacting to all the liveries. Which one is your favourite? Get your comments in for that one. But hope you've enjoyed it. I certainly have. My wildcard appearance. Do tune into After the Flag tomorrow, live from Losail. We'll be getting all the reactions from the Qatar test and a crucial couple of days coming up at the Losail International Circuit. But thank you very much for joining me, and we'll see you around the corner very soon. Bye for now.
Nice to hear from the Aprilia launch there as well a few days ago. So we had to wait around about 45 minutes, but finally riders are out on the circuit. Augusto Fernandez is top at the moment on a 154.543. Alex Rins is second, a 154.860. Takiki Nakagami in third on a 154.978. Miguel Oliveira in fourth on a 155.435. Kyle Crutchlow in fifth, 155.765. And Michele Pirro out there on a 155.945. Now, Fernandez has done 12 laps, Rins on 8, Nakagami 5, Oliveira 6, 6 for Crutchlow, 7 for Pirro as well. But it was a slow start to the session out there as well. And right now, Oliveira and Pirro are doing some lap times, as Augusto Fernandez, I think, has now just come back out on the track as well to do some laps. Let's take a quick look then at the social media side of things, wrapping up what we missed from yesterday's test as well. So into the night we go. There's the brand new Yamaha venturing out onto the circuit. This was yesterday during the launch. This is the practice starts we had. Fantastic practice starts as well. Really were great. It's just nice hearing the bikes having their practice starts on the 2024 lot. Look how close they all are. They were all so close as well in order to get the best of the run through. Now it's time for preview. This is all the tech stuff they put out. So let's take a look at today. This is today then. Final preparations. This is when the session started over an hour ago. Fabio Quartararo's brand new Yamaha. Look at the winglet fairings at the front there. A lot of carbon on the side. Still not fully painted. Ride height device. Looks like it's getting set up. Make sure everything is A-OK on the bike, the way it's supposed to be. last day, live timings, is a video. Augusto Fernandez, our current top runner on the track. Oh, very nice. Very nice indeed, as we wait now to come across. So Augusto Fernandez back out there on the circuit then from Miguel Oliveira, Alex Rins and Takiki Nakagami as well. 6 riders only have set runnings in this session. Now, next up, we are going to send it back as part of our testing wrap-up coverage here from... I'm being electrocuted by my own earphones as well, so I've just taken them out. Literally, sorry, mid-sentence, one ear went and then the other ear went, so I'm going to have to change headphones, so just give me 1 second. I was wearing in-ear headphones and they were burning me, so I've now swapped to my headset. So what we're going to do now is send it back in time and go back as part of our review coverage to what we never actually got to show on stream because... it was the last day. We're going to show you the Sepang test after the flag day 3. So all the action and analysis wrapping up the Sepang test. Then after that, we're going to show you Qatar after the flag day 1. And then we are staying live later on today so we can bring you the last run around as well. So... this is it basically. We will be able to see every single bit of action we need to completely wrap up and give you a full aspect of what pre-season testing has to offer. Let's hand it over back to Sepang in day 3 for the Sepang test wrap-up. Live timing will continue from day 2 here at the Qatar test.
The sun is setting on the first test of 2024 and Sepang has provided us with a few clues for the season ahead. Coming up, we promised it yesterday and the riders delivered. The lap record smashed again in Malaysia as Bagnaia and Martin renew their 2023 rivalry. But could the Beast be ready to gate-crash the title chase? After a tough debut year with the factory Ducati team, the real Enea Bastianini is back. And what are the prospects for the Japanese duo? Progress seems to be the buzzword for Honda and Yamaha. They're on the road to recovery, but how far along are they? We will try to answer that question over the next 90 minutes. Yes, this is after the flag. The Sepang test is drawing to a close. Just under half an hour of running to go in Malaysia before everybody packs up, heads home and gets ready for 2 final days of pre-season testing in Qatar in a week and a half's time. My name's Lewis Sotheby. Alongside me once again is Elliot York. We're going to bring you all of the analysis and reaction over the next hour and a half from out there in Sepang. We're starting to get a little bit nearer to knowing who's hot and who's not in the sweltering heat of Sepang ahead of the new 2024 MotoGP season. And as mentioned right up at the top, Elliot, we promised it yesterday. We were expecting the first ever 156s. We didn't just have one of them, did we?
No, 4 riders into the 156s now at the top of the timesheets. All of them Ducatis, it has to be said, and 3 of them on the 2024 spec Ducatis as well. But yeah, the times have really, really hotted up. And the top 10 as well, Lewis, so all under the official lap record of Pecco Bagnaia. So the factories have clearly been working hard over the winter. We did expect today that we'd see that 156 barrier broken, and we have. So exciting times. The riders have been pushing on time attacks and doing some sprint simulations as well, some longer run pace. Interesting to read into them as well. But yeah, the times have tumbled.
Yeah, we'll try and take a deep dive through the lap times for you and try and give you an idea of who's looking particularly good and maybe who is playing catch-up ahead of the Qatar test. But we can head over to the Petronas Sepang International Circuit and link up for the first time this afternoon with Simon Crafar, who's out there ready to talk to us. Simon Crafar, of course, will be answering your questions during the course of this show. You've been sending them in on Instagram, and we'll be putting those to him very, very shortly. Simon, welcome along once again.
Oh dear. It seems to something's frozen on our end. We apologise. I wonder how long's that been frozen for. Sorry about that, everyone. We'll get it back up and running shortly. But Augusto Fernandez has gone to the top of the timesheets. I suppose it's always the risk, isn't it, when you're trying to do something as well. And hopefully he wasn't silent for long, although I can't see it on my side of the timing screen. But it looks like the internet disconnected from the laptop. Oh no, it is still saying it's working. So I actually don't know what happened there. I very much apologise. I think internet had a little bit of a wow moment as well. But look at that, Augusto Fernandez on 154.543. We've also then got Takiki Nakagami coming into it as well. I actually have no idea what has happened. The entire laptop has just decided to commit mutiny. Literally, it is committed mutiny on me up here in the box. I have no idea what has happened. It says unable to reconnect things. So while we try and solve that problem, I suppose we'll just have to wait and see exactly what's happening. So I do apologise, everyone. I suppose this is always running the risk, isn't it, as well, of trying to get things sorted. It says everything's fine, though, so I have literally got no idea what has happened. Internet freezing on iPad as well, so I hope it's not a case of I'm just talking to nobody right now, though it says connection's fine. Let's just take a look and see if anything's... No, I'm not talking to no one. Hello, everybody. No, Mark has come into the pit lane, I believe, as well. He hasn't crashed as far as I know, unless he's gone down. Yeah, Mark has not gone down. If he does, then a little arrow will appear at the bottom of the screen to notify us that he has gone down. What has gone on? I actually don't know. The entire... Well, that's a big worry, isn't it? The one time we need to use the laptop for things is the one time it decides, do you know what? I'm not going to work for the first time in a couple of weeks. So, restarting the laptop in order to get it working. And I suppose we'll just have to play by play as we come into it as well. But this is a good time for Augusto Fernandez with a, well, actually really decent time coming across the board here. Yeah, sorry. Hello, everybody watching on. I hope it wasn't on a delay. Now, 27 minutes. 1 hour, 27 minutes. 27 minutes to go, it said. So that's 3 minutes into the programme as well. So it might have been silent for a while. Sorry about that, everyone. The one time I decided, I'll just pop in, get a drink, come back in. Not going to work. Look at this from the rookie, Pedro Acosta. Right up there. First sector's a 28.264. Second sector, 58.538. So he's coming into it as well. And Marquez retired, turned 15. Oh, right. So it's not a crash for Marc Marquez, but you are correct, chat. Marquez stopped on track, turned 15. Now, what's happening with my microphone? I wonder what's happened to him. So Marc Marquez then in a bit of trouble. Pedro Acosta goes up into 6th position on a 155.483. Now we're going to see Pedro Acosta come across. He's setting red sector times across the board. So this is about to be the fastest lap of the test so far for Pedro, and it's a 154.552. Best of the, for him. 9,000th off his teammate, Augusto Fernandez. Those two gas bikes are going absolutely brilliantly across the board. So all this means is that we're not going to have the day 2 update on time, which doesn't really matter that much. All this is playing into the little bit of bonus time we've got to play around with anyway before the end of the day. So it's a bit easier to get things sorted today than it was yesterday when we were on such a tight schedule. So now, hopefully, we're going to get it all sorted and we're going to get everything back. I have got the chat open as well. Mark, problem with the bike. Yeah, it says tech issues. He's retired. So something's gone wrong on that Grassini bike, unfortunately, for Marc Marquez. Fingers crossed he can get that fixed ASAP. Right. Internet problems hopefully solved is the question of the hour that I want to say is going to go well. So with that, we're going to return to the Sepang test day 3. I'll just get it back to where we were so that we're not repeating ourselves for the first so many minutes. Yeah, I don't think. Let's go back then when they threw down to Simon Crafar.
Simon, welcome along once again. First of all, just a general overview of the day, because it was an electric start to this final day of the Sepang test. It's calmed down a little bit since then, but the hard work continues. Just what has been going on as the days unfolded?
Okay, as you expected, so did I, some real time attacks today, but I didn't quite expect the atmosphere that was here first thing this morning. The riders wanting to take advantage of the cooler track early on to do their time attacks, and it was the first time since the race at Valencia that I've felt that atmosphere, that the red light was still on and riders were lining up at 10 o'clock this morning to head out, which is not usual at a test. And then they got up to speed on an old set of tyres, all of them, and then rolled in, banged a new set in, and you really saw sometimes like the amazing ones all in the 56s, and then that was all done then. And the time was sort of between 10:30 and 11 that all that happened. After that, it got harder and harder. By 12 o'clock, the track temperature soared because of the sun, and it made it very difficult. Then you saw people doing, and still is actually happening now, doing long runs like sprint simulations, 10 laps, their boards going out 10, 9, 8, 7, and some amazing sprint simulation times. A lot of riders have been doing that.
Simon, lots of things going on track, of course, but one breaking news story we've had today, this morning in Barcelona, obviously this morning over in Sepang as well, was Davide Brivio is joining the paddock again at Trackhouse Racing. A great coup for Trackhouse Racing, proves how seriously they're taking MotoGP. What's your thought on Davide joining the paddock again?
Yeah, it just shows how serious that team is taking it, because how good Davide is, but also he's not going to come cheap, you know. So there, for them to want to invest in that, they want results, you know. I've known Davide. I first met him properly in '94 when I joined the World Superbike paddock full time, and he was the Yamaha team manager at World Superbikes all through those Haga years. I only worked with Davide when I joined Haga '98 to ride the 8 hour, and really got to know him over that week in Japan. And he's a great guy, great communicator with an incredible history, you know. For Trackhouse to bring him on, like I said, it shows how serious they're taking it.
Yeah, couldn't agree more with that, Simon. We're all excited to see him back in the paddock once again. Thanks very much for the moment. We'll catch up with you again a little bit later on in the show. So Davide Brivio is back in MotoGP. We'll discuss Trackhouse and the Aprilia quartet in general a little bit later on. But we're going to start with Ducati, who remain the class of the field, certainly if the first 3 days of testing are any indication. And Elliot, the factory team are going to be our immediate focus, but I have to say, when we woke up this morning and took a look at the immediate early lap times from Sepang, I just got feelings of late 2023 again. Bagnaia and Martin, the battle's rejoined.
Certainly has done, yeah. The battle is rejoined between those two. Sort of what we expected coming into Sepang, isn't it? The top two from last year, hitting the ground running early doors in Sepang. Looks like Ducati have made a significant step forward with the new package as well, which is exactly what they'd have been searching for, not what the competitors would have wanted to see so early into testing. But yeah, Ducati have clearly found a new direction with the GP24. But Lewis, more importantly, I think for the championship in general, it's Enea Bastianini's return to form. Great to see the Beast back up there, obviously topped the times yesterday, and it's just good to see the Beast sort of back to what we know he can do best. We heard from Davide Tardozzi earlier saying Enea's over the moon, he's back to his sort of 2022 self. Obviously, we know how Enea's year went last year. It was a disaster, missed 9 races through injury, only scored 1 podium. That was, of course, the win here in Sepang. So great to see the Beast joining Bagnaia and Martin, at the top of the timesheets, and Ducati looking really, really strong. But it's great to see Enea up there with his teammate and Martin.
Yeah, as you can see left-hand side of your screens, Bagnaia and Martin first and second. Bastianini and Alex Marquez, they're in fourth. We're also in the 156s. Davide Tardozzi, who we're going to hear from shortly, spoke in pre-season at the team presentation, saying that Enea comes across to him as a lot more serene this year, a lot more calm, a lot more at ease with things. And I guess in some ways it's a bit of a new lease of life for him, isn't it? Because he must have gone to the final round of the season cheering on his teammate Pecco Bagnaia for a couple of reasons to win the championship, not least because it was going to preserve his place at the factory Ducati team. And I guess he'll be looking to try and prove that 2023 and the struggles he had were purely down to just a cruel lack of track time in the first half of the season, because any time it appeared as if Enea Bastianini's 2023 season was going to get up and running, another injury hit.
Yeah, through no fault of his own, obviously in Portimao got taken out unfortunately by Luca Marini in the sprint. That was his shoulder blade injury, missed a few races, and then of course the Barcelona crash was sort of Enea's fault, went in too hot into turn one, picked up left hand and left foot injuries there. But coming into pre-season, I think he'll have been really happy to see the back of 2023. I think Sepang really this time, well, last year at the Malaysian GP where he won and finished fourth in the sprint behind Pecco, he had the pace to beat Pecco in the sprint, but played the team game. By all accounts, that probably secured him the ride for this year, with obviously how well Jorge Martin was doing. There was a lot of talk about Enea's future, and sort of rightly so, with the contrasting seasons that Bastianini and Martin had. So for Bastianini to go and do that at the Malaysian GP was super important for him, just to sort of know going into the winter after such a difficult season, okay, I can still win, I've got the package underneath me, a few months of good training under my belt, and I'm going to be ready to go. And it's great to see that he's doing that so far.
And Enea Bastianini's sprint simulation that we saw earlier on today was very comparable with the fastest. He wasn't the absolute fastest, but he was on average within a tenth or two of a second from the very, very best. To get an overall summary then on Ducati's first pre-season test of 2024, let's get a word with their team manager, Davide Tardozzi. How happy is he with their first 3 days of running?
Yeah, I think that after 3 months with the new bike being 8/10 below the pole position of last year's race is something amazing. But what's on top is that first, second and third are the 2024 Desmosedici, so we are really happy about that result. I think the engineers, Gigi and his group works very good during the winter. The package, it seems that it works for all the riders, and that's why it makes us very happy. We have a new engine, we have a new aerodynamic and new exhaust, so we start from the beginning with the 2023 bike to set up the feeling of the riders while we pass immediately on the new bike, and slowly we introduce part of the package, and finally the 3 riders, as I said, appreciate all the new parts, and I think that we have now a good package to go in Qatar, where we need to test again and finalize the setting of the new bike. We are happy to have Pecco for the future. Pecco wants to stay with us. We are discussing with his management. I think that the things are going well, not finalized yet, but we would like to do it as soon as possible. We have not a target, but I think that we are very close to finalize. In 2024 is very, very difficult to think who will be on the podium from the first race and who will challenge for the championship. I think that there are at least 12 riders that can be on the podium, and it will be at least 4 or 5 riders that can win the championship. So it's a very tough competition. The opponents of Ducati are strongly, and they grow up a lot during the winter. We see the progress of KTM. We are sure that Yamaha will grow very, very quick. With a very top rider like Fabio, they will be very competitive. So good for the fans.
Well, we certainly hope Davide Tardozzi is right. 4 or 5 riders he thinks can challenge for the championship. Perhaps up to a dozen could be fighting for the podium in the first race. We'd certainly sign for that. Action continues out there in Malaysia. And just a quick line to bring you. Maverick Vinales has stopped on track in the last couple of minutes with an apparent technical issue. And we spoke to him earlier on. You'll hear his interview over the course of the next 90 minutes. He was not particularly happy with his test. Certainly some cold water poured on Aprilia's pre-season optimism today in Malaysia. But coming back to Ducati, I guess the competition would have been looking at Ducati in pre-season and maybe hoping for a repeat of the early part of 2022, where they weren't quite sure what sort of engine configuration to go with. Jorge Martin and Johan Zarco ended up running the new engine. Bagnaia and Jack Miller, as it was at the time, went for a sort of hybrid of the 21 and 22 bikes. If the other factories were hoping for some signs that Ducati weren't quite certain on their direction for this year, I don't think their prayers have been answered.
No, absolutely not. They've come into sort of day one and day two. Pirro obviously did the shakedown, of course, but the three guys on the factory bikes, Franco Morbidelli, unfortunately not here. They've hit the ground running. Martin took a little bit more time to sort of test the new fairing they've got, but straight away the engine, Davide Tardozzi and the riders confirmed, yeah, we've got that nailed down straight away. They've made a step with the engine. Now Martin on day three has said, yeah, the 2024 fairing, the different aero on the side of the fairing is got a lot more potential than 2023. Pecco's super happy. We've already spoken about how Enea's over the moon in Tardozzi's words. So not the news that the other manufacturers wanted to hear, but it just proves how good of a job Ducati continue to do.
Certainly does. Of course, you heard Davide Tardozzi there speaking about the potential contract situation of Pecco Bagnaia and remains confident that they're going to come to an agreement in the very near future, whether that's before or after the Qatar GP. That one does feel like a matter of time. Of course, in terms of the Constructors' Championship last year, Ducati were at the very opposite end of the scale to Honda, who were looking to try and lift themselves off the canvas and get back in the fight at the front this year. Whether that's going to happen might well be a long-term goal rather than a short-term one, but if we look at Honda's test as a whole, which kind of takes in 6 days of testing, not just the 3 days we've had of the official Sepang test, but also the Sepang shakedown, which took place at the back end of last week. I guess within realistic expectations, Honda, will they feel they've got pretty much everything out of this test they would have looked for?
I think so. Hearing from Puig, who I think we're going to hear from a little bit later on in the show as well, he spoke very well about how the test, when Honda have definitely made steps forward, all the riders have said that, particularly Joan Mir and Johan Zarco are very complimentary of what Honda have done over the test. We know how bad Mir's season was last year and how disappointed he was on a lot of occasions pretty much all year. He cut a really low-key figure. But Mir is super pleased with how they've gone about their business. A lot of testing done over the 3 days in shakedown. They've done 2, about to complete the third one of the official test. So yeah, Honda are definitely pleased. Interesting to hear from Puig. They're not expecting to make big gains and be a podium threat and win threat straight away, but it's about making those extra steps forward, little steps forward progress, which is what they've done, and it's good to see. Mir has set a good time on 1 lap pace, which is good to see. Promising signs. Marini's taking a little bit more time, but of course Marini's used to the Ducati and not the Honda. The riders have said how well Mir is riding, and judging from Mir's interview, he's having a bit of a joke and a smile, which is good to see because we did not see that at all last year. So promising signs certainly for Honda. There's undoubtedly a long way to go, of course, and they're the first to admit that, but they've made a huge step forward from the 2023 package to the 2024 bike they tested in Valencia, and then the upgraded version they've also brought to Sepang.
Yeah, Joan Mir was over a second quicker today than he was at any stage in the Malaysian Grand Prix weekend back in November. Now, of course, context is important, and track conditions perhaps slightly more favourable than they were around that time. But whatever the conditions, for Joan Mir to set a 1:57.374, be under the official lap record in Sepang, is no small achievement. Jack Gorst is out there in the Sepang pit lane for us, and he's been keeping a close eye on what Honda have been up to. And as we say, Jack, whilst of course it's not going to be a quick fix to get Honda all the way to the front again, it feels as if they're starting to make steps in the right direction, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. They're for sure making big progress in the right direction. We've heard that from their team managers, the riders as well, and also we're just seeing it out on track and in the times. As you do say, Joan Mir going 1.1 seconds quicker today than what he did in Q1 at the GP here not that long ago. When was the last time you saw a factory take a step of over a second over the winter break by development alone? It's pretty incredible what they've actually done, but the trouble with Honda is they may have taken a 1.1, maybe even more step forward, but Ducati took an 0.8 step forward. So really it's kind of like you take 2 steps forward and 1 step back, but if they keep doing that, and keep taking those big steps forwards. Hopefully, we'll see them come to the fore. Of course, one of the big things with the new bike is that Joan Mir was extremely complimentary of this, and so too Taka Nakagami from the LCR squad, was just how much better the engine pickup was on the throttle connection. It was much more usable, much friendly. Last year it was really snappy, and they were struggling to hold it in a smooth, controlled manner around some of the longer corners and maintaining that rear grip as a consequence of that. This year it's much better than that, and also Alberto Puig, I'll try that one again, did finally confirm to us as well that the bike is lighter. So that's the official confirmation there that the bike is significantly lighter, and that has huge benefits in all sorts of areas, braking, acceleration, and also in the corners and in the twisty bits, changing it from one side to the other. Of course, on the other side of the garage you have Luca Marini, and they've been extremely complimentary of Luca. Actually, Luca's just going out now.
Oh, and the signal's gone again from trackside, which is always useful when that happens, because, like, well, you could see it sort of happening. The Wi-Fi is just being oh, hang on. Wi-Fi's actually totally gone down now. So I understand we're actually still broadcasting, if I'm still correct. Let me know if you can hear me, because on my side... yeah, okay, that's interesting, because I didn't know we were still broadcasting, because on my side it's saying that the stream needs to reconnect and we've got no internet, but we are apparently still broadcasting. So I am really... you can hear me good. I am really confused. Apparently the internet has totally gone off. But the time is ticking down. You can still hear me. I have no idea what is going on. Timing is running, yeah. So we haven't had one problem all test, and all of a sudden it starts going wrong, which is utterly bizarre. And stream output says reconnecting, but it is reconnected. I am confused. Beyond belief what is happening right now, but just the broadcast gone again. Yeah, that's what I've got as well. But also that's happened on the laptop, and I thought, oh, okay, the laptop's gone off again. Then I look up to the OBS, and it actually says reconnecting and not working. So, but you can still hear me. It's still going. Is Twitch still working? This is really... there's a high wind here in the UK right now, and there's something that's causing issues. Apparently I'm not even logged in on Twitch, which is concerning, because I know I was. If anybody knows what's happening, throw us a notification, because we've got no idea. Yeah, so we're just trying to work everything out, right? Okay, well, I've got no idea. I have no idea what is happening right now. Literally, say again? Oh, is that on Twitch? Interesting. Oh, okay, I know what's happened then. So it's Twitch that stopped it. Interesting. Okay, so it's not YouTube that... well, is it YouTube that's gone down? I don't know. I'm really confused what's happening right now. We're going to get this sorted and take a look at it. So do stay tuned, and we'll see what's going on, because I have absolutely no Scooby-Doo anymore. What has happened and what has gone on? It's all just sort of crashed on us, which is bizarre. And we've got nothing else to show in the broadcast. YouTube's working fine. Okay, brilliant. We'll stay on YouTube then for the time being, until we work out exactly what's happening, because I've got no information at all as to what's going on. Because it's all just sort of crashed on us up here in the comms box. So while we wait to see what is going on, we will experience the confusion that everybody else is having. And we will get into it. So, apparently the stream's working again. You are correct. Something's gone wrong. Yeah, Twitch has gone a bit AWOL, which is bizarre. And we can't seem to get in. So we're just, yeah. Okay, well, that's an interesting one. Twitch was only a backup anyway, so we're not really that bothered that much because YouTube's the main one. So we'll just wait to see what on earth is happening because it just says error on many things. So well, we'll try and wait to see what is happening and what's going on. Bike's still out on the track though. Fabio Quartararo has jumped up to the top spot with a 154.122, so not doing too bad at all in this opening session of the day, as we still don't have any access, so 11 minutes to go. So we're trying to get through, but there's nothing actually happening at the moment, which is really annoying. We're still on YouTube yet, so I'm just not touching anything until it all goes back to normal at the moment, because there isn't any need to if it's all going wrong. Yeah, the YouTube's all gone wrong again on the systems, so apologies for this while we wait to see what is happening. Yeah, so I'm having to restart the computer again. Okay, in this time, looking, we got some backup filler content. Let's go back in time and take a look at the Australian Grand Prix. Sorry, let's go back in time to the French Grand Prix that happened back in 2023. It may be the 1000th Grand Prix, but it's only the 5th ever sprint race in MotoGP history. But we are in for an absolute treat. Welcome to sunny France at the Le Mans Bugatti circuit for round 5 of the season, part 1. Here's your grid then after qualifying earlier on today. Pecco Bagnaia on pole position, Marc Marquez is second, Luca Marini starts in third. Second row sees Jack Miller, Jorge Martin and Maverick Vinales. Third row, Marco Bezzecchi, Alex Marquez and Johan Zarco. Fourth row, Brad Binder, Aleix Espargaro and Augusto Fernandez. Fifth row, Fabio Quartararo, Takiki Nakagami and Fabio Di Giannantonio. Sixth row, Johan Mir, Franco Morbidelli, Alex Rins. Seventh row, Daniel Petrucci, Lorenzo Salvadori and Jonas Folger in 21st position. Green light is on and away we go on the parade lap here. Track temperature 37 degrees. Air temperature 21 degrees, humidity at 63% as well. It is hot, 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 hot. A condition that has changed since this morning, thankfully as well, when we were worried that we were going to have a lot of rain in this session. So warm-up lap has begun, as we know. Tension starts to build up. They're already down through turn 4 and 5 at La Chapelle into the museum corner. 13 laps ahead of us then for the sprint race. It's going to be half the distance as well, so just around about 67 kilometres will be completed in total. But it is a hard, abrasive track. Are we going to see what we've been seeing in the previous sprints, which is non-stop action? Everyone's on the soft fronts as well. Soft rears. We'll see officially what their tyres will change shortly as they come into action as well. Johan Zarco on the shoulder cam coming in. Marc Marquez, he's only done one sprint race in MotoGP. As you heard from Susie down on the grid, he finished on the podium last time he achieved that. Is he going to do anything here today? Megan's leaving it very late to get to the commentary box, mind. So it looks like she's going to miss the start of the race. Nothing changes there as they come through. Into Recudemont as well, across the line. So Megan might just walk in as the lights go out. Hey, where's the video? It's a watch-along commentary, I'm afraid. We're not allowed to show the video. You've got audio and timings and all that data, but we're not allowed to show video. It's watch-along commentary. Predictions of the podium in the sprint. I think Jack Miller's going to win it. I think Bagnaia is going to be second. I think Marquez is going to be third. But watch out for Jorge Martin as well. Watch out for Fabio Quartararo. He's 13th on the grid as well. Can he do anything about it? They are lined up on the grid. Grand Prix 1000, and it's the 5th sprint race with a green flag at the back. The red flag will be rescinded. Bagnaia is on the right of the screen, Marquez in the middle, 5 lights come on now, and the French Grand Prix sprint race is go! Good start from Marquez, great start from Jack Miller on the KTM. Exactly as I said, he's going to go toe-to-toe with Marquez through turn 1, and Miller already up into second position. Martin coming through on the inside as well into the braking zone. That Ducati grunts forward, and Martin's even going to try and take the lead. He's gone too deep. He settles in for second position. Maverick Vinales getting a little bit of a cut back to mid-corner as they fly back through, down the back straightaway into La Chapelle. Vinales up the inside, trying to get through, hasn't worked out. Marquez stays 5th. Bagnaia leads by 0.4 of a second. Martin 2nd, Miller 3rd, Marini 4th, Marquez in 5th position as they come into the museum corner. Marquez back up past Marini. Miller's up to 3rd. Not a great start I was expecting. Those Ducatis are just too fast.
That they are. Everyone seems to have got a great start.
Into the braking point now as well. No jump starts. They come in. Daniel Petrucci down to 18th position as well as they fly back through out of Garage Vert and down towards the Espoo's corner as well as they continue attacking. There is Augusto Fernandez being passed by Nakagami and Morbidelli. The two Aprilia side by side. Vinales ahead of Aleix Espargaro as they come into the Clemenex Boutel corner as well. And now booting hard up the straightaway, Megan. It's all looking an okay, reasonable start in my opinion.
Yeah, well, at least no one crashed round the first corner, which is something everyone was a bit concerned about.
Everyone was concerned about it. It luckily hasn't happened, which is even better news as well as they fly back through. Let's just refresh the OBS Discord for everybody who's watching there as Maverick Vinales. Oh, and that was beautifully done from Marco Bezzecchi getting through on Aleix Espargaro. Just slipped it on the inside line. And now Vinales down to 10th position. Look at Jorge Martin already on the back of Pecco Bagnaia.
Vinales keeps slowly going down.
Yeah, Vinales had a really bad start, which is really annoying because he was my prediction for our winner. So that was really disappointing as they come through.
I think your prediction may be wrong.
My prediction is wrong, yeah. My prediction for this sprint race win is definitely Jack Miller. The lightning starts we saw last time out in the sprint race. By the way, hello, nice to have you back in MotoGP. As they come back through. Now, Bagnaia leads, Martin 2nd, Miller 3rd.
Someone's down.
Who is it? It's Miller! No, where is he? He's just dropped in on the screen. Jack Miller crashes out.
Curse.
No! Jack Miller crashes out of the Tissot sprint here at the French Grand Prix. And there goes Brad Binder almost joining him, sending up the inside of Luca Marini for 4th position. Marquez to 3rd. Oh, Jack, of all the things you had to do, why? Why did you let go?
Because you said his name and said that he'll be the winner.
Oh, curse of the commentators. Morbidelli gets passed by teammate Quartararo. It was just, we were on board with Marquez. He just dropped the front, coming through the corner, Megs. He just dropped it.
Well, that is unlucky for you.
Oh, I've done it again. Yellow flag is out then in Sector 2 for Miller. He is out of the race, so he'll get another shot tomorrow. He'll start. He will
but
start.
He won't win this.
He'll start 4th tomorrow. So still go for Jack Miller. He had a poor getaway now. He's crashed out in the sprint race, but it's the same grid as it is tomorrow. Bagnaia leading the way. He's being chased by Jorge Martin as they come through turn 1 up into the Dunlop chicane at the Ford area of the track. Martin looking round the outside, not going to work out. The only challenge Bagnaia is going to have is from a Ducati. And the Prima Promax have had a terrible start to the year. And now Martin's closing in. Look at Bagnaia twitching through La Chapelle.
Yellow flag thing.
Yellow's gone, yep, good point.
They had that yellow out for a very long time.
Yellow was out for too long, in my opinion. I don't like how it was. Yeah, it must have been the debris. As now we're in the museum corner at turn 7, on board with Marc Marquez watching on. Mark's already had 2 big shunts this weekend. I'm surprised he hasn't gone down, to be fair, at the opening of this race. And he's just waiting. Can he take a sprint race win? Is Marquez up there on his return weekend?
I mean, hopefully.
Just by the way, the championship now sees Bagnaia on 99 points, Binder on 68. Bezzecchi as well on 67.
What's he got, a flake or balloons?
I think he's got balloons, 99 red balloons for the big red number 1 of Bezzecchi. That is an Italian on an Italian bike at the French Grand Prix, so maybe not German balloons with 99 Luft balloons or whatever it was.
Maybe they're balloons that have flakes on them.
Could be, although I'll tell you what, Marc Marquez might be the more red alert if he's coming up there. He's slowly improving. His last lap time, he was faster than the pair of them. So Marquez is really closing up. Binder's right there too on the second KTM. Do not discount the KTMs as he goes for a move now on Marc Marquez on the inside for P3. Marc's going to hold it around the outside. Shots to do it to turn 1. Meantime, Martin slips up the inside of the Ford chicane. That's a wonderful move on Bagnaia, and that's brought the top 4 close together once again. Martin leads. I don't know, that was super smooth from Martin, wasn't it? Look at Marc.
That was like when you find a parking space and you somehow manage to just fit your car in.
Derek saying, is Marc Marquez on the Calax? Yes, Marc Marquez is on the Calax bike of Honda now, so that is the chassis this weekend. He's on the Calax setup after they repaired it overnight ahead of the qualifying session this morning. So Marc is riding the Calax, and he's right up there as well. He's done no testing on that bike. The only testing he did was practice as well, and he's been out there on the Calax bike every opportunity he can, and Marc is right on the back of Bagnaia. Aleix Espargaro, hard front, soft rear. Let's just take a quick look, actually. As we see, is Marc going to get passed by Binder, the braking turn for the Cheminox Boots corner? No, he's not. Right, take the battle screen here, guys. Look, soft front for everybody, bar Binder, who's got medium front, soft rear. Aleix Espargaro, hard front, soft rear. Quartararo, Nakagami, Morbidelli, medium front, soft rear. The same as Fernandez, Salvador, and Folger, and Miller, who went out the race. But the majority of the field, everyone's on a soft rear tyre, majority on soft front as well. So those on the mediums are going to have better grip as this race goes on.
Everyone seems to rely on the soft so much recently.
It's the sprint way. It's the fastest way to get to the end. But I think the good mix of medium in the front is going to be something. Why Aleix has gone hard front, soft rear, I've got no idea. Because that
He should have saved that for the race.
He should have, because that makes no sense in this setup. It should be a hard front, medium rear. Marc's going to go on the inside, coming the Ford chicane, nearly touches Bagnaia, gets the comeback down, and through goes Brad Binder. The pair of them battling out, and Binder goes straight through. That is fantastic, and here comes Luca Marini. Marquez trying to go on the outside of Bagnaia, coming downhill into La Chapelle. Hasn't worked out. Binder takes second place as Martin has checked out of the front by 1.2 seconds. So I think unless Martin makes a mistake, he's got this sprint race win. Bagnaia is falling down the field. Marc Marquez wants to get past no matter what the consequences, and you should be wary of that as he goes very late on the brakes into Garage Vieux.
Right, so 9 laps to go now, and no one's fallen since Jack Miller. Sorry, Josh.
Yeah, my fault, sorry. One day I'll get to pick a winner right. One day.
One day you won't curse them.
I seem to have that problem anyway.
I think that's a forever thing for you. You're going to curse whoever you pick. It's like me with Brendan Hartley.
Yeah. Sorry, Brendan. He's still off the Christmas list, by the way, buddy. So look at that then. On board then, Marc Marquez trying to have a go at Bagnaia, trying to get through on the inside line. I've got something on my sound guards, which isn't great. As they attack back through.
You want to change it anyway?
This is the new one.
No, I mean you changed it to the floor when you said that.
Oh, Marquez up the inside, and Bagnaia holds it around the outside. It didn't work out at the Ford chicane. Marc Marquez takes third position, and now Bagnaia's really starting to go. Oh, and Salvador's got a track limits warning. Good spot there, Megs. Oh, and that's Marini past him too. Marini's past Bagnaia. Bagnaia's jumped to 5th place. So much for saying the championship's over.
Not a good day for people when they want to get past someone. They always end up losing places instead.
So there's me trying to keep this one clean. I've just gone down exactly to the yellow.
Crashed.
Oh, Augusto Fernandez has gone down, and Bagnaia has repassed Luca Marini in the middle half of the track.
Oh, I cursed Fernandez.
Yeah. Yeah, she did actually.
So who else can I curse today?
That's at turn 7 as well. That's at the museum corner, the same part that Jack Miller crashed out on as well.
Right. So yellow is still at sector 2 again.
Yeah, it's turn 7. It's the same part of the track as well, Megan.
Oh, that's not going to be good for tomorrow, is it?
No, it's not. We'll keep an eye on that one coming through. Look at Bagnaia right on the back of Marc Marquez as well. Still in a position to try and get them mooning on. Oh, well, that was
Bezzecchi.
Yeah, Bezzecchi going way wide with the track limits warning now as well. Hopefully that's fixed my sound card.
They keep coming up twice.
Yeah, I think so. The attack's still on as they're coming to the braking zone as well, trying to go through.
Speaking of Bezzecchi.
How did Martin pull the gap after Brad Binder passed a second, or is he just faster? I think he's a lot faster at the moment.
Who knows?
Oh, that's a mistake then as well. And that Aprilia going yee-haw of Malaysia Spargo to go right round the outside of Marco Bezzecchi. Bezzecchi's on the inside into La Chapelle, and it's 3 wide as Alex Marquez on the Grenesci Ducati tries to go round the outside. Did he make the move stick? Trying to wait out. No, it's still 3 wide. Bezzecchi's ahead. Oh, and Bagnaia on the inside of Marc Marquez coming into Museum at turn number 7. Bagnaia still behind. Marc stays in 3rd position. And now look, Binder's closing in on Jorge Martin. It's close at the front as Zarco goes to 6th. Bezzecchi to 7th. Alex Marquez to 8th. And Alex Spargo down to 9th. It's changing quicker than we can see it.
Yeah, they're changing so quickly. Pack racing that's the only negative. You know, who's down?
Alex Marquez has been passed by Vinales and Nakagami. That's on track. No, he's down. Alex Marquez has crashed down. That brings out the... I've just put the yellow flag button in, and now it's out again.
With all this pack racing, can we be surprised the fact that he crashed?
No, that's really disappointing then for Alex Marquez. Gone down the start of Sector 4, and Takiki Nakagami's having a problem. Yet there's confirmation. Alex Marquez has crashed, and it has put out a yellow flag on the circuit. So a good 3-wide battle hasn't changed. Now, look at the front. Battle for 3rd. The bronze medal in this sprint race sees Marquez, Bagnaia and Marini all in a battle. Binder's setting off after Jorge Martin. But yeah, Derek, I'm just the same as you. I do not know how Martin's pulled that gap. It was because everyone was battling together. He was faster on the 3-lap sprint run, but now Binder's got clean air and he's setting after him. The KTM is faster. The KTM should pass him.
Maybe he just crept through. He saw a chance and was just like, ooh, free position.
Yeah, it's going to be right there with it, isn't it? Right there's... Oh, like a Bagnaia again on the inside, trying to get through on Marc Marquez. It's not really working out that much. Bagnaia's taking all the track limits, coming through turn 7. Into turn 8, a garage Wirtz, an inside manoeuvre. Yellow flag finally rescinded for Alex Marquez now. Marc's gone wide. Bagnaia's trying to get the cut back. They sit up together as they run down. 5th gear, 275 kilometres, over 300 kilometres an hour now, into the braking zone. Coming into the Klimanox Bruce corner as well. The bank says Martin better start saving tyres. Derek says the KTM found something in testing, I think, yeah. KTM were quick in the Spanish Grand Prix. They did the post-test at Jerez, found more speed, more data, and put it immediately into production on the bike, and they've got it working this weekend. It's such a shame that Jack Miller crashed out. He'll have another go together. Incorrect graphic, number crash for 73. That's the TV production.
So he didn't crash?
No crash for Alex Marquez, so he didn't crash.
Then where is he?
Marquez has just dropped back to 16th place, so it's an incorrect TV graphic. Marquez did not crash.
Why did he go back to 16th place? He was,
I think he's got
like,
wide.
6 positions higher, and the positions there aren't...
Well, we'll take him on the driver tracker. He's still circulating down there. He's moving in the first sectors, at least. Now into Sector 2, so Alex Marquez is still there. Quartararo in 8th position. Great stuff from Fabio Quartararo, I've got to say. Qualified 13th on the grid. Up to 8th already in the sprint. Exactly how we like to see it. Meantime, Marc Marquez under a lot of pressure from Pecco Bagnaia as they come downhill in towards Garage Wirtz. Marc late on the brakes. Bagnaia wanted to be later. And this is a classic ding-dong between the pair of them. Fantastic. Yellow flag Sector 2. So someone's crashed now. And that's... Jan Zarco's got a track limits warning. And it's Jonas Folger.
Will someone crash?
Jonas Folger has crashed out of the race.
Is this another graphic error?
No, because do you remember, I don't think Alex Marquez's crash came up on our timing screen. It came up on the TV monitor only.
No, it did.
All right, so there's an incorrect graphic all around. Oh, and Folger, oh, brilliant move from Bagnaia. Look to the inside, coming out of the S-Blue chicane at turn 12, into Recudemont at 13 and 14, the double right hairpin as well. Marc's having to push harder, and Bagnaia is going to be on him. Martin's got 2 seconds to Brad Binder. This is a domination for the Prima Pramacs. I've been saying all weekend long they've had a bad start to the season. And through goes Bagnaia. Marquez tries to cut back into the the chicane, and Ford and Dunlop. Can he go for a move on the inside? No, he can't. Back into third goes Bagnaia.
Two things. One, it was sector 2 again. And another thing... Oh, what was this?
Turn 7 again.
I don't think we actually ever saw a yellow flag for Marquez.
No, we didn't. Yeah, it came up on our screens, but it didn't come up on the monitor. So, yeah, Alex Marquez has just got off the track and continued. He's down into 16th position now. He's past Petrax.
Computers made assumptions.
Computers make assumptions because the rider falls, and we go with what the TV pictures tell us. They're put in the commentary box. So, meantime, look at that, Jorge Martin. 2 seconds advantage to Brad Binder with 4 laps to go of the MotoGP sprint race at the moment. Binder second, Bagnaia third, and Alicia Spargo's past Fabio Quartararo as well. And there's moves going on. What's happening on board? Quartararo with him. He's gone down. He's dropped it. Quartararo, you can hear the crash. It's a big one down at the S Blues corner. And Fabio Quartararo crashes out of his home race in the sprint. A terrible weekend gets even worse, and the airbag's gone off as well. He turns in.
That's the first.
Front buckles. He drifts to the bike. You heard the bike crashing in the gravel. That's a write-off as well. Wow.
That's the first for the airbag to go off.
Marini's past Marquez. Marini, there he is on the inside line. Marquez breaks later. Oh, Marquez back ahead of him. Marini does the cutback. Nice on the inside. Nice and tight, and he's got him. Woohoo. Well done, but Marquez isn't over yet. He's going to fight this one into La Chapelle. Vinales passes Nakagami, so he's back up into 9th position.
Quartararo should just be glad that he didn't crash out during the race.
Yeah, this is the sprint. It's still big points, though. 12 for a win. Still big. A lot of points along the board. So Bagnaia really wants to win it and extend his championship advantage, but he's only going to get a few points. There is Quartararo. Another crash. That's his second crash of the weekend, if I'm not mistaken, for Fabio Quartararo.
A good weekend for him, though.
This is how he did it on board. Look, we're riding with him. Look, he just drops it, Megs.
Maybe he has a curse like Leclerc does. Never win his own race.
Yeah, possibly. One French, one Monegasque as well. Marc Marquez wants fourth position back. Whoa, Binder may not be going on for much longer with that tag slapper he had into the Oxbooth chicane at 9 and 10. The Bugatti circuit is basically 2 hairpins and 3 chicanes. And it somehow is a great track for MotoGP.
And somehow they don't fall or hurt their... I wonder if they ever hurt their shoulder blades from having to turn so quickly.
At this circuit, they do have a little bit of soreness in their shoulders afterwards, but let's not forget, Miguel Oliveira's not racing this weekend, replaced by Lorenzo Salvadori after that horrible crash at the Spanish Grand Prix 2 weeks ago. You weren't in the box for that one, Megs, but a big crash with Fabio Quartararo and dislocated his shoulder. I said in commentary, actually, with Tom Dillon, the way he landed on his shoulder, I said, he's done his shoulder there. Something's wrong with his shoulder, the way he landed.
I always miss for ones where people actually get injured.
You actually weren't in the commentary box when the red flag came out. How about that? You didn't cause it. Either of them, because although you did commentate, you commentated at the end of the sprint race though, because I had to leave.
Yeah.
2 to go then, and Martin is on for his first win of the season, and it'll be a sprint race victory as well. Our 3rd sprint winner. Binder's got 2, Bagnaia's got 2, so the podium is going to be completely. The podium is going to be all the sprint winners for this year.
Yeah.
Alex Marquez has got a track limits warning on the 73. As he comes through, riding now with Marc Marquez on the back. Is he going to make an attempt?
No.
No, he's too far back, isn't he? Way too far back.
Going in the reds.
On the lean angle as well, taking a lot of it. 306 kilometres down to 107 in 5.5 seconds.
Damn.
That is 200 kilometres an hour on the stop. I don't think I could do that. What about you?
No. I'd probably throw myself from the bike.
Over 200 miles an hour just to go to 80. Not good at all.
That must be like a really big thing for the heart. Just to say, and slow down. Oh, that's going to give me indigestion later.
Worse on a motorcycle, I would say, as well, than in a Formula car or a touring car as well.
At least then you have something to hold on to.
Is Mia on the Kalex chassis too? Yes, both of the Repsols are on the Kalex bikes for the sprint race as well. Actually, I understand that Mia might not be on the Kalex bike tomorrow because they want to do a comparison in the race for data. So I think Mia might be taking the normal bike tomorrow. What's happened there? That is a very wide moment for, is that Marco Bezzecchi? Because I think it's let Zarco through, yeah. Bezzecchi's made a little bit of a wide movement there on the 72, but he crashed this morning in free practice and sat the rest of it out.
Looked a bit too happy.
Yeah. By the way, Bezzecchi is on bike number 2, the spare bike as well. Mia lost season. Yeah. Mia's lost basically every season since he became world champion. He was Mr. Consistent in 2020 and then lost it later. Yeah, Morbidelli, track limits warning as well.
COVID did something to him.
Well, he won the championship in COVID, but then lost
Precisely.
after. Yeah, only because Fabio Quartararo kept making mistakes that year, and then 21 he won it. In the last sector then as well, for Jorge Martin, he is going to win, and it'll be a very popular first win of the season for the 89. Who's going to come out last couple of corners? The 25-year-old from Madrid in Spain exits for Kudamon. The 5th sprint race of the year to kick off 1,000 Grand Prix. Prima Pramac finally win, and they take a sprint. Binder 2nd, Bagnaia 3rd. The sprint podium completed out by sprint winners. Marini is 4th, Marquez 5th, Zarco 6th. Great result for Prima Pramac today. Bezzecchi 7th, Aleix Espargaro 8th, Maverick Vinales 9th, and 10th for Takiki Nakagami. Bagnaia now leads the title by 23 points to Binder. If anything, Binder's just closed up that gap from 25 to 23, so it's a 2-point difference. That's going to be more exciting tomorrow. Rins 11th, Di Antonio 12th, Morbidelli's 13th, Mia 14th, Marquez 15th, Petrucci 16th, Salvador 17th. Out goes Quartararo, Folger, Fernandez, and Miller. Both Gas failing to finish after such a good performance in qualifying for Augusto Fernandez getting through to Q2.
Well, one of them was cursed and the other one just lost it.
They will have another shot tomorrow, though, with Bagnaia on pole, Marquez 2nd, Marini 3rd, Miller 4th, Martin 5th, Vinales 6th. That's the grid for tomorrow, of course. It's the same one as it is for the sprint race to limit any change. The sprint is like Formula 1 now, a separate entity, but we use the same qualifying results for grids on both races. So off the line tomorrow, KTM have got a big day because Binder can score. Binder's now in the hunt for the title, but Jack Miller's got to once again pay for the damages he woos in the sprint.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, I know. Repsol Honda hasn't been great at all. Mark is out driving it, says SHT. Absolutely. Outriding it. Well, same thing, yeah. He's driving a motorcycle, riding a motorcycle, yeah. It's just similar. Yeah, you're right. He's absolutely.
It's just different terminology.
Mark's brilling something out of that new Calax machine because it's a machine he wanted. It's designed to his specification. He wanted this bike, so ideally it's like a handmade coat or a handmade suit. It fits you like
designer bike.
Yeah, it fits you perfectly. So it's just going to require a little bit of teething, but Marquez, good performance there to go up into 5th position as well. Derek says, thanks for the commentary. Pleasure as always. Moto E coming up at 3 o'clock UK time, so in around about 35 minutes. They're their second race and final of the weekend. Look at that. Bagnaia, Megan, putting his hand up to Marc Marquez's dive bomb manoeuvre overtake. So if Bagnaia didn't like that, why did he get a rider's penalty for it last time out? So it's all right for him to do it, but it's not all right for Mark to do it.
I think we've seen that happen somewhere in F1.
Yeah. Well, the safety commission. Oh, look, Mark's back in the chair. I think he'll be happy with 5th place, don't you?
He should be.
More to do tomorrow as well. Onto the grid they come then. Big stoppie for Jorge Martin. We'll now get ready and do the medal ceremony and hear from the top 3 before we sign off and get ready for Moto E. IndyCar is later on this evening. Please do not forget we are on air at 8:30 British Summer Time. Later on tonight as well. Green flag is at 8:45 British Summer Time. Myself, Josh, Synthel on the call with Richie as well. So please do not forget that. The IndyCar race is this evening. You can go onto JBMotorsports YouTube page and you can see all the upcoming live streams for this weekend. Let's take a look at Fabio Quartararo's crash from off-board on a different angle, Megan. Turned in, he's quite lucky not to get collected by one of the Aprilias.
Yeah, he almost got decapitated by one of the Aprilias.
Let's take a listen. So this is him in the braking zone. Turns in. Front jumps away, and he was in the middle of the track. Look, he skated around, he wasn't supposed to stop.
That was very lucky.
And the little French fan there, he's not happy with that one bit. But he will have another go. Quartararo there has got it all to do again tomorrow. He'll still start 13th for the main race tomorrow, so It's not all plain sailing, unfortunately, but Prima Pramac have their first win of the season, and it comes in the sprint race. Can Jorge Martin repeat that fact tomorrow? He likes this circuit. He's won here before, of course, at Le Mans. And Pramac needed it, absolutely needed that. A difficult start to the year, put right now in the French Grand Prix. It's a month break, of course. They're going to be... Well, Mugello went as bad as well as could be expected, actually. That's the first time YouTube got us for things that were wrong, and then we end up on Twitch. And now Twitch has gone funny. Right, just want to update you quickly as well, because it's quite hilarious. Because I shoved that on because everything was going wrong, so I thought, let's play the sprint race again, get ourselves back on track and back coordinated. The Twitch channel has gone down. It has been copyright striked on Twitch, but not by MotoGP. By German football. No joke, German football. So what part of a timing screen is German football? Please do tell me. So we're locked out the account for 48 hours and we can't even appeal it. So that's fine. Twitch is the backup anyway to the YouTube channel in case of things like this happening. So it's just ironic that YouTube's now the backup for that if you're watching there. So yeah. Anyway, once we get back in, the full day of MotoGP testing will be uploaded back onto Twitch anyway, so there's no real problem. Right, we're back on track then. We have riders circulating. So let's get back on schedule. Literally, pink pages have been issued to me up here in the commentary box. For the next hour, 10 minutes, let's go over and talk all things MotoGP from Sepang as we return to them as they wrap up. Boy, oh boy, has it been confusing. Anyway, after that, we'll have a quick update from day 2, and then it's after the flag from Qatar, day 1.
We can hear that interview now. Jack caught up with him a little bit earlier on.
We realized, that we improved. Our let's say our power is clearly better, and the bike is much lighter, which was one of our targets. And also the connection from the engine, it's also improved. The steps we made are positive. We think we know where we have to improve, because in the long run we are not as strong as in the one lap. And this is probably where we have to work on. What we are, our main target for the next test. But in terms of performance, the bike is faster, and now we have to try to make the bike more stable during the race. Well, we always work together with LCR team, and probably this year the connection is a little bit bigger. There's more people involved, and we put more resources, so we have to try to utilize the concessions as much as we can. So if we have one experience like that, like Johan in the other garage, it's good to try to give him some support. But also it's not so easy, to have all the equipments for all the riders at the same time, no? But HRC is doing a big effort for it, and let's see if we can get some benefit out of all this. Professional would not be the word. He's very methodic. He's a guy that don't want to leave anything for later, so he wants to point out all the things that he feels, and his comments are really very clear, good understanding of the bike, even though it's first time for him with a Honda. But yeah, very, very, very promising, and he comes from a bike with a high performance, and now he's understanding this machine, but he has adapted very well to the team, and yeah, we are very pleased of his efforts these days, and yeah, we are happy. We don't have to discover Johan. He's a two-time world champion, and he struggled a lot because probably he was not matching with the bike, no? Now we improve in some areas that for him were important. The connection of the engine and the rider, for him it's better. We have more power, and we will show, or he will be able to show his real potential, no? So no question marks on him, just we try to fix these things and see how it goes. Clearly, we want to get out of the area we were in the past years, which was really not 100% competitive. We are working for it, to go back to a level that it's, let's say, that our riders have the possibility to fight. And this will be the first step. And the second step, of course, is to go back to...
The laptop signal is honestly just so bizarre. It's like it's just not even wanting to work anymore. It is quite bizarre how bad it is actually being today to try and get this all sorted. We were, what, 2 minutes in? 2 minutes, and then he decides, do you know what? I don't actually fancy showing you that today. It's quite pathetic. We are having nothing but issues today, as you can hear the stream coming back. Nothing but issues trying to bring you to this final day. It's always that, isn't it? The last day of testing, everything sort of goes wrong and nobody knows exactly what's going to happen. But anyway, Raul Fernandez has gone fastest on a 1:53.177. Marco Bezzecchi in second. Maverick Vinales has gone into third positions. Really annoying problems with data. Really is annoying as well. To try and get everything sorted. At least the timing screen and that lot is fine, because that's running on a different system. The only problem is coming in from the audio, trying to get it sorted on my end of things, and it's just not wanting to work. It literally has a paddy every single time you go near the thing. So it's not. I don't get it. I just don't. It just won't seem to want to cooperate with everything. The laptop just goes, well, you can't have two browsers open at the same time. So it just goes wrong and just cuts you out completely. Jorge Martin on the push lap as well. He's doing a 27.898 in that sector as well. So he's getting a little bit close. 58.274 as well. So, yeah, not too bad. Keeping that overall speed sector going well. And it's just a question really of how long is going to be too long in this sector. Am I going to have to restart the laptop again in order to get the internet working? I'll tell you what, guys. If you've been with us since Sepang, you know that we have had very few problems. In the first, 3 hours? So, no, 11, 12, 1, 2, the first 2 hours. Nothing but issues. Nothing but technical difficulties. And it is really bizarre. Anyway, Martin coming up to the line. I don't think he's going to spend too much on the Delta run at this point. Just the track's not yet fully dark. It's only 4:37 over there in Qatar. Sunset is around about 5:36-ish. So that's when we'll see everybody start to head out to the circuit, start to have the full power runs. He did move up into fourth place on a 1:53.311. So that's okay. Not that far off the edge. What's the time? 10th off the second. Jack Miller finally circulating. So riders finally getting out there in the daytime, which is great. The track temperature just cooling down a touch as well, getting into the swing of it, and finally just sort of going and breathe to go forward and actually get some order to the chaos that we've been experiencing over the past couple as well. So, yeah, not too bad at all as the action continues to rumble on here. And hopefully we're going to get the timings working shortly. We have just apparently come up with a plan that might get it working on the same system without it having a bit of a paddy attack on us. So we're working on that. But it's just delaying us further and further into the day because we had a timetable to follow in order to get us back on track, and that's not following correctly. So it's annoying for you, it's annoying for me, but at least you can all still see the timing screen, which is what everybody wants and what we all are here to see. Interesting. As they come into it. Alex Marquez and Marc Marquez now level together, separated by 1/10 of a second. Alex on a 1:53.654. Then take a look further down at Marc's 1:53.792. So there's a difference between them. Yep, he is indeed back on the track. So we're going to open an incognito window and log into the MotoGP stuff that we need to, because it should work. because it's a different setup. So I've just got to go over here and type it in. And it's just so frustrating. But anyway, how are you all? You all doing well in the chat? As we get more lap times coming in. Now being told that it's wrong when it's not wrong. And we're in. Hey! No one's going to defeat us today. We're going to be right back where we need to be in this run around. So, fingers crossed it's going to be okay. I just set it to 44p on the streams because you're not seeing the TV pictures, so why does it need to be any different? Okay, shall we finally try one more time to get this working? Because it has been an absolute nightmare. It's working now. Let's rejoin the MotoGP team.
Close the gap ultimately to Ducati. It does feel as if they're making steps in the right direction, Elliot, and noticeable there were the complimentary words that Alberto Puig said regarding Luca Marini. Now, of course, the team manager's going to say nice things about his new signing. That's why he signed him, but we heard him alluding to how methodical, Jack Gorst also mentioned how methodical Luca Marini is, how clear his feedback is, how intelligent he is in terms of analysing what the bike needs and giving the team the correct feedback to try and make those steps. And all of that is exactly why they signed him.
Precisely exactly what you said, Lewis. Exactly why they signed Luca Marini and to the same extent Johan Zarco. Both obviously rode the Ducati last year. Honda need all the data they can collect and info they can get from those two Ducati riders, and already you can sort of sense from what Alberto is saying that especially Luca Marini, who he's working closer with, is saying all the right things. He's working well with the team alongside Joan Mir as well. They're forming a really good partnership. If you're judging by the time sheets, obviously Luca Marini looks like he's not setting the world alight, but he was never going to in the tests. This is for Honda and Luca Marini especially all about getting used to the bike, building on the progress they've made in the shakedown through the Sepang test, and obviously a couple of days left over in Qatar as well. But the positive signs are certainly there. Luca sounding positive. They know which direction they need to take with the bike. He says the turning point for him especially is where they need to improve himself compared to Zarco and Joan Mir especially. So the signs are positive certainly for Marini, and this is exactly what we expected from him. And like you said, exactly why Honda signed him from Ducati, and probably why Marini wanted to go to Honda, to challenge himself to help bring Honda back to the top.
Well, I'm sure Luca Marini has been debriefing with his team to give them all of the feedback they need about his new Repsol Honda RC213V. He also spoke to us. Let's hear what he had to say.
Luca, end of the Sepang test here just about, and it looks really positive on Honda's side. Over the last, 5-6 days on track, just sum up the progress that you've made.
Yeah, the feeling is positive, but still we are far away from the first. We need to improve now. We know very well the direction. Especially these 3 days with all the other riders help us a lot for understand a little bit our potential. Also with new tires in a race simulation. Now we know where we need to work. So let's see in Qatar if we can bring something even better.
And how was the time attack this morning on your side? I know that Joan did a pretty incredible lap with a 57.3. I think you were at 58.0. I presume that was your first time really pushing for a time attack on the bike.
Yeah, exactly. This morning I tried to do my best, but still we need to find a little bit more confidence with the bike, a little bit more turning, especially in the entry phase. Joan is riding well and he made an amazing lap, so good. It's clear that he has one more experience. He knows very well in which way he need to push for make a good lap. Then in the base we are more similar, we are closer, but anyway I think we still have a lot of work to do, because also 57.3 is not enough also this.
Yeah, incredible that it's not enough. For the Qatar test, as you say there are possibly some plans to bring some new parts there. Can you detail on what those are?
Still I don't have all the details, but sure they will bring something interesting. Thank you so much.
Well, we will watch with interest to see what Honda do bring to the Qatar test. And of course, they do have the luxury, as we've already detailed over the first 2 days of this Sepang test. They have the luxury of concessions, of course, this year. So they're able to bring an extra aerodynamic upgrade through the season. Usually you can only use 2 once the season gets underway. Honda and Yamaha will have the option to bring in a third at one stage through the season, and of course they have extra engines as well, and the development of said engines is not frozen, unlike the European manufacturers ahead of them in the order last year, including Ducati, of course. And we've already discussed Enea Bastianini, who looks like he's back on form this year. 3rd quickest today in the 156s, hot on the heels of Pecco Bagnaia and Jorge Martin. So how happy is the Beast with his first test of 2024? Let's find out.
Enea, 3 days done here and some really impressive work by yourself and also the Ducati team. You look like you're back to riding at your best and feeling really good with the bike. How was it from your point of view?
Yeah, from my point of view, also this 3rd day has been so nice. And well, we have worked a lot from the start. Also today we have made a 2-time attack because it was important for me to bring the true speed also in that point. Well, I'm happy because I'm really close to the fast one, to Pecco. I have to work a little bit with the brake in the first part because I'm a little bit aggressive compared to him, but in the paces I'm really satisfied. Also, I have tried the short race of Saturday and was good.
Yeah, I was just about to say about that sprint simulation that you did. It was really, really strong. How did you feel in those later laps as the tyre started to wear down?
Yeah, the tyre haven't worked very, very well. We have some problem also the other Ducati rider, but we have to check this one. A little bit on vibration, but the lap time was good, and we have only to understand this problem, but I think I don't know from what this is coming.
And Bastianini speaking there to Jack Gorst. He was 3rd quickest then at the end of the Sepang test, which is now complete. As you can see there, checkered flag is out. There were 1 or 2 late improvements just in the closing minutes from Marco Bezzecchi, who improved on his lap time today, if not in the test overall. Brad Binder also made a late improvement. Perhaps somebody told him that over the course of today he was not the fastest KTM. That did belong to Pedro Acosta once again until around about 5 minutes ago. But Brad Binder did move back ahead of the rookie that's been making the headlines so far in this Sepang test. So let's take a look then at the overall standings at the end of this first pre-season test. 3 days of Sepang test complete, 2 days of Qatar test to come, and Pecco Bagnaia, the reigning world champion, will head there fastest overall, quickest on a blockbuster 156.6. Jorge Martin 2nd, with Enea Bastianini and Alex Marquez completing a quartet of Ducati riders in the 156s. Alex Marquez, the sole GP23, of course, in that list. Aleix Espargaro, best of the rest in fifth, ahead of Marc Marquez, showing his first signs of time attack pace on the Gresini Ducati to take 6th. From Brad Binder, Fabio Di Gianantonio, the star rookie Pedro Acosta, and Juan Mir. Fabio Quartararo was 11th from Maverick Vinales and Taka Nakagami. Jack Miller 14th. Marco Bezzecchi, as mentioned, did improve late on, but still unable to match the lap time he did yesterday. Alex Rins 16th on his first test of 2024 in Yamaha Blue. Jean Zarco 17th from Miguel Oliveira, the sole Trackhouse rider, of course, out on track in the 2nd and 3rd days with Ralph Fernandez's injury. Luca Marini 19th from Cal Crutchlow, Augusto Fernandez, Lorenzo Savadori and Michele Pirro. Augusto Fernandez desperate for some progress today in the final day of testing in Sepang. It did appear as if he found it. So practice starts.
Yep, thought the internet might go funny again. Yeah, guess what's happened again? Oh, this is becoming a living nightmare. We're trying to fix it, but it's literally like, I think we're gonna have to at this point abandon the Qatar, the Sepang test, because it's just causing too many issues. Like, the laptop just keeps on freezing, and there's nothing I can do about it. So I think for the safety, we're going to abandon that. And what we are now going to do is throw it back to the French Grand Prix itself from last year. So we're going to jump forward in time and go to the French Grand Prix with all of the action for that race. We're trying to find it actually where it is to throw it back to, because it's difficult on the controls. So while we rejig, we'll pass it over to the French Grand Prix, which will take us the rest of the distance we need to be. So we'll cross over in a few seconds, and you'll be listening. And you'll be listening to the French Grand Prix. So let's go over now and listen to the French Grand Prix. It's time for the 1000th MotoGP Grand Prix. Here's your starting grid. It's Pecco Bagnaia on pole position. Alongside him is Marc Marquez and Luca Marini third. Jack Miller's in fourth. Then it's Jorge Martin fifth. Maverick Vinales sixth. Marco Bezzecchi, Alex Marquez, Johan Zarco. Then it's Brad Binder, Aleix Espargaro and Augusto Fernandez. Then Fabio Quartararo going from 13th on the grid. Takiki Nakagami and Fabio Di Giannantonio. Johan Mir, Franco Morbidelli, Alex Rins, Daniel Petrucci, Lorenzo Salvador, and then alongside will be Jonas Folger as well, who's been declared fit after a crash yesterday in the sprint race. The warm-up lap is underway for race number 1000. It's been here since the Isle of Man TT in 1949 all the way to here. Who will make history? Well, someone who's been standing alongside me in the commentary box for 153 Grand Prix of MotoGP, but she doesn't know it's been that long, is Megan Birch. Megan, Bagnaia leads the championship by 23 points now to yesterday's sprint. To Binder on 71, Bezzecchi's on 68, Martin's on 60, Marini's on 54. They all start inside the top 10. Are you looking forward to race 1000?
I certainly hope there'll be a lot of crashing.
That was Moto 2. Red flag came out there.
Could still happen.
That is true, yeah.
I'm currently looking at a cyclone. I am fascinated by tropical storms and hurricanes.
Okay, well, let's have a look. Adam says, hi friends, enjoy the MotoGP race, have a blessed day. You too, my friend. Hello to SHT. It's race time. What's your predictions of the podium in this race? I still think it's going to be Miller winning, Bagnaia second, Marquez third. Mohammed says, I'm ready for the 1000th GP. Someone who is ready is someone who's down in the pit lane for us today is Omi. Hello, Omi. First MotoGP as you're watching live to the sprint yesterday. You looking forward to the race 1000? You've picked your moments to watch them live.
Yeah, I am. Also, please do not curse Miller today, because I think we'll all be mad. And
I think
please don't curse him. Just don't curse him.
I won't curse.
Number one, let's just get that out of the way. Let's just get that out of the way. But yeah, looking forward to this race. I'm hoping for an interesting one. Let's have a good race 1000.
Absolutely. Look at that. 278,805. The biggest MotoGP attendance ever on the historic weekend of GP 1000. The bikes are out of Rakudamon and are lined up on the grid then. So, 27 laps, double the distance we had in the sprint yesterday. Bagnaia versus Marquez. Binder, can he come from 10th again? Can Miller get through from 4th on the grid? What will happen with Johan Zarco? He starts 9th on the grid. The other French hero, Fabio Quartararo, starts 13th. We've done this 999 times. It's time for Grand Prix 1000 with the red flag rescinded. Here we go for the 1000th time. We're under starters' orders. Lights out from Grand Prix 1000. Great start from Marc Marquez. Bagnaia cuts across turn 1. Marc Marquez leads, but here comes from the second row. That's an Aprilia as Jack Miller trying to come through as well on the inside. And now Miller on the KTM taking the lead. He's done it. Marc cuts him off. Marc leads. Marc leads. He's done it. Gets the best getaway. Bagnaia drops from 1st to 5th, Megan, by the time we hit Rakudamon. But it is Marc leading with Miller second and a few going wide there. That's Brad Binder. Binder's had a horrible start. He's dropped down to 18th.
Quartararo certainly had a horrible start. He went right down the order. He's slowly making his way back up the field, though I honestly don't think he's going to last, to be honest.
No jump starts as we enter Garage Vieux for the first time. That was was brilliant from Miller, just cut across the front of the track. Bagnaia, though, had a horrible start. He too cut front the cross of Marc Marquez. It didn't work out for him as he tries to have the attempt down now into the Ox Boots corner as well for the first time. And there's the Aprilia for the back of Maverick Vinales having a bit of a go. Alex Marquez as well trying to get the order. Clean start though. Marc Marquez leads the way on his return to MotoGP racing after 3 races out.
Right, so yeah, the Aprilia really haven't had a great day, have they?
No.
They're just, I mean, Vinales may be in 7th, though, honestly, in terms of this, 7th is like...
It's right back at the
It's
turn 2,
all
yeah.
right down there. You're a corner behind.
Yeah, you are. Marquez leads the opening lap by 3/10 to Miller. Marini 3rd, Bagnaia 4th, Martin 5th, Bezecchi 6th, Vinales 7th, Alex Marquez 8th, Augusto Fernandez 9th, Johan Zarco rounds out the top 10 then as they scream in towards the Dunlop chicane at turns 2 and 3 through the 4th part under the bridge. Maverick Vinales getting the move done on Alex Marquez after a little bit of an attack from him, and now Marquez is going to be on for full attack. Is he back to full health? It's a question we seem to be asking all the time as Nakagami gets up, as well as Marini passing Bagnaia, and Miller taking the lead of the race, but going too deep. Marquez getting the cutback, side by side. Repsol KTM as well on that Honda, and now battling together. Not going to work out. Miller's got the inside line. Listen to the crowd, and he leads, and going straight on. And that's one of the Prima Promax. Is that Jorge Martin, the sprint winner from yesterday? It is. But what a move! And now look, here comes Bagnaia ahead of Marini. They're all attacking Marc Marquez. He's holding them up.
Good day for the Marquez brothers, I guess, because Alex just went into, what is it, 6th?
Really, it's too hot in this box. It's making me like, I can't breathe to get the energy in. As well, it's making me lightheaded.
Breathe.
Yeah, as they come through, I'm just unbuckling my shirt cuffs. That might do something as well to get some oxygen up the arm. Right, Marquez then leads this race from Miller in 2nd as we enter Rakudamon. This is where Marquez dropped it a couple of years ago. Do you remember in mixed conditions when it was a dry race? Then it turned wet. Yeah, and he dropped it as well. Look at that, all setting sector times. Marquez, Miller, Bagnaia, but Vinales with the fastest lap of the race on a 1:32.430. Here comes Jack Attack again on the inside of the chicane, and Miller takes the lead. Marquez can do nothing about that.
Don't look at this one.
Yeah, Jack Miller takes the lead of the race. No, that's behind on this screen, look. Yeah, this is the screen we need to look at. So Miller leads, Marquez 2nd, Bagnaia 3rd at the moment on the timings. As that's very delayed on that screen, isn't it, as they try to cut through. But good start, Megan, and good attack here. Miller leads again. Now can Marquez hold off the attack from Bagnaia and Marini? It's pack racing. We didn't expect this. And you can listen to the full French Grand Prix on the YouTube channel now. Okay, right. Regroup, try again. It hasn't exactly been the easiest couple of hours, has it? I thank everybody for staying with us and listening to us as well. I've had to change my headset. I've been running around absolutely manic. We've fixed the problem. So we've now no longer got it coming from the laptop. We've put it through and it's on the main television feed as well. Megan is standing by and I have pressed the button. So let's go over and listen to Qatar from day one's After the Flag.
And then we go racing. It's the last chance to get ready for the season opener. How ready Aprilia are depends on who you ask. Aleix was optimistic while Maverick was miserable in Malaysia. What's the state of play now with 1 day to go before testing concludes? Ducati appear to have every angle covered, certainly in Malaysia in any case, but the Bologna factory can't afford to rest on its laurels, and they've been quick again so far here today. No danger of resting on any sort of laurels at Honda as they look for a route back towards the front. We'll have a progress report on the new look factory squad. Can Mir and Marini head to the new season optimistic? Yes, so many questions that we're going to try to answer for you over the course of the next couple of nights as the sun sets in Qatar and sets on pre-season testing. A warm welcome to you. And who's going to be joining me is Elliot York. Once again, we will be covering everything that's gone on in Qatar. The final pre-season test is almost halfway completed. Day 1 of 2 has just under half an hour left to run. We'll be bringing you analysis, reaction from out in Losail and here in the studio, hearing from all of the key figures over the course of the next 90 minutes. The live standings will appear any moment now on the left-hand side of your screens, and when you see them appear, it will look rather familiar if you joined us at the Sepang test just over a week and a half ago, because Pecco Bagnaia and Jorge Martin, the two who battled it out for the 2023 World Championship, look like they're all set for a rematch over 21 rounds of 2024. As mentioned, Elliot York is alongside me. We're getting towards that crunch time of pre-season testing, where if anyone's got anything left in their locker or any problems they need to solve, the next 24 hours is when they're going to have to try and solve them.
Yeah, looking forward to this one, Lewis. Great to be back on After the Flag, covering for the test for these guys. Sepang was all about testing the new parts they'd gained over the winter, getting back into the swing of things. But now the Qatar test, 2 days at the Losail International Circuit, is really about sorting things out, getting the setups all correct, and working things out from Sepang that they weren't able to do, and basically just getting ready for round one of the season, because first couple of hours in Qatar especially are not completely useless, but the middle part towards the end of the sessions is where we really see the times coming, as we've seen already today. So yeah, really, really interesting day unfolding, and we've got another one tomorrow, and this is where it all really starts to count.
Yeah, the times were super quick in Sepang a couple of weeks ago. They were under the all-time lap record. They aren't quite there yet in Qatar at the moment, owing to conditions, which we'll discuss with Simon Crafar in just a moment. Although it is a very familiar top two. They can see it on the left-hand side of your screens. Pecco Bagnaia quickest on a 1:52.0. It is an all Ducati top two. And of course, 4 Ducatis in the top 5 with Aleix Espargaro, the sole interloper amongst that quartet of Ducatis. One or two of the patterns that we saw emerging in Sepang have continued in Qatar. Well, let's head across to the Losail International Circuit for the first time tonight. The sun has set in Qatar. Beautiful conditions for MotoGP testing and racing, of course. We get underway under the lights in just over 2 weeks' time. Simon Crafar's there for us. And Simon, it was a little bit of a slow burner this opening day of the Qatar test. Took an awful long time for the lap times to be anything like representative, and conditions had an awful lot to do with that, didn't they?
They did, Lewis. I hitched a ride for the final track inspection. I have to say I was well impressed with the new surface. That's what I wanted to see. But it still took a long time for the times to come good, because to get some rubber down, but secondly, the wind to drop. And that's really only happened in the last hour and a half, maximum 2 hours. And then you can see everybody go to work, so a fair bit of the first day has been lost to getting the track up to speed and the wind to drop off. And really, the teams have been telling me that this last 2 hours, hour and a half, is when they can back-to-back things and get clear information from the riders, not before.
So I mean, obviously a busy 3 days over in Sepang. What are you most looking forward to checking out on day 1 and day 2 here in Qatar? Plenty of things to look out for, but what's your most interesting topics that you're keeping your eye on?
Well, interesting topics. It's always interesting to see who's clicked with their bike, whether it's new bikes or last year's ones, who's, looking confident. But really, I'm in pit lane looking at all of the machinery, what they're doing. And what I've managed to find out is, for example, Ducati have decided on the engine. They are happy with it. The 24 one is confirmed. That's in Malaysia. So they're really back-to-backing the old fairing and, getting up to speed. And they're running just in the last half an hour the new fairing to see what's better. And I know the exhaust is also on that program, so they've got not a lot to confirm, Then KTM is still back-to-backing 2 new specs of engine. Pretty cool to have 2 to choose from, and they're trying to figure out which is the best one. They needed these conditions to come good to do that, and they've got aeros and exhaust stuff to confirm. Then you look at the other European manufacturer, Aprilia, and they told me really they're working on race setup, trying to get their riders comfy, find a setting with that new aero, confirm all that. And the new engine is not coming for Aprilia until race weekend. So, and they said it's not a big change, it's just an upgrade. And Aleix, I think that was Aleix just heading past, one of the factory Aprilias. Aleix said in Sepang that he's hoping for mid-range because he says that's where he thinks the Aprilia is weak against, especially the faster couple of machines out there.
Yeah, that was Maverick Vinales who was just passing you over your shoulder because he has just gone up into 5th place. We'll catch up with you again later on in the show, Simon, but for now, thanks very much for joining us. We'll speak to Simon a little bit later on. And Aprilia is where we will start because, Elliot, they were an interesting case at the end of the Sepang test. If you asked the two riders, you got very different pictures as to what kind of shape Aprilia were in. Aleix Espargaro, who of course has been the captain appointed by the team for so many years, seemed pretty happy with life. Maverick Vinales less so.
Yeah, Aleix said he likes the bike from the very first laps, which is always a great sign. And then Maverick, as we saw quite a lot in Sepang, wasn't very pleased at all. He really struggled to get to grips with the bike. He didn't even want to set a time attack because he wasn't feeling comfortable to do so. Same with Miguel Oliveira, actually, who's also riding a factory Aprilia. So interesting to hear the contrasting statements. Aprilia have seen that the bike is quicker through Aleix's pace and lap time in Sepang. They admitted they maybe made a few mistakes with Maverick setup-wise, not allowing him to really get a feel for the new parts they were trying, mainly with the aero. So interesting, but I think here it's going to be interesting to see what their comments are like because obviously Maverick much higher in the timesheets, Aleix up there as well. So I think there's probably going to be some alignments to be made here in Qatar.
Interesting note there from Simon Crowfowl, wasn't it? That it doesn't appear we're going to see the 2024 Aprilia spec engine until the very first race weekend of the season. While Elliot next to me presented the team presentation just over 24 hours ago, we caught up with all the key personnel at Aprilia to find out what kind of shape they think they're in.
I like the bike from the first lap, from the first lap in the first test. It's true that it's quite different in terms of the dynamic. You ride the bike quite differently. The way you put the bike on the corners, it's different, especially the first part, the entry. But it goes in really on my riding style because it allowed me to rush a lot in the entry of the corner, which I love it.
Aleix proved that the new package is faster than the previous one. On Maverick side, I think also we did a few mistakes from our side and we didn't put him in the right position to test the new parts properly.
The 2024 was, since the start, a good step forward for Aleix, but for Maverick, there is still something to adjust in terms of vehicle setup and in the electronic setup, in particular for the engine braking.
Important thing is to improve the simple things. We know very well that is the start. It's something I'm really focused on because last year it's been a disaster for us, so we need to really focus on that. But still there is time. We need to be ready, especially on the race. So still there is a lot of time, plenty of them. We are trying to stay calm, trying to analyze well, and don't miss anything on the way because we can build a good bike.
I expect a lot from Maverick. He finished the season with the pole position, so the speed is there. I have to start from that point. Obviously, when you have a new bike, you need to rebuild a bit your feeling, but I think Maverick now is ready to win. And I think Aleix is a big pusher, so it's going to be hopefully a strong battle.
I believe in myself. I know the talent I have. I know how fast I can go. It's just to put everything together. Of course, in the last year I've been not really lucky, despite some technical problems or I was not able to have a good package. But you need to keep believing. You never know when your moment gonna come. Of course, if you want that your moment comes, you need to take the lead, and it's what I'm doing.
It's what he's doing, and it's what he's hoping to continue doing in 2024. Maverick Vinales so often so strong through pre-season testing. That certainly wasn't the case, though, in Sepang. Very early days, it looks much more like it here. As mentioned, he's up in 5th at the moment. For Maverick Vinales this year, we've been speaking over the last couple of years with Maverick Vinales that he's trying to learn the Aprilia project. Certainly through 2022, I think that was an excuse that you could certainly put Maverick Vinales' way. He's been at Aprilia now for 2.5 years, effectively, still yet to win a race. and it has become something of a bit of a running joke at times, hasn't it? How happy Maverick Vinales has been at the end of Fridays and even Saturdays. That's never truly translated into a victory. Surely for Maverick and for Aprilia this season, that optimism has got to be translated into tangible results.
Yeah, and that's why I think in Sepang we were disappointed as not Maverick. Well, Maverick fans, he's great to speak to. He's a super nice guy, but we want to see Maverick and Aprilia doing well for the competition more than anything else. And hearing him in the first 3 days in Sepang sounding like he was quite wrong, because we obviously heard that a lot during his Yamaha days. We know how that ended. And like you say, Lewis, he now knows what the Aprilia is about. He knows how to go quick on it. Last year, he blew too hot and cold. Aprilia did in general, to be fair. It wasn't just Maverick, it was Aleix as well. Missed out on a couple of victories, close in Portimao, close in Catalonia, close in Indonesia as well, where he should have won. I think for Maverick, once he gets that win under his belt, if he gets that under his belt, especially in the first few races, and I think we'll start to see him really fly. But it's a massive year for Maverick, because he's got no excuses now to perform on the Aprilia.
Certainly hasn't, and his teammate, of course, has led that Aprilia project for so long. Il Capitano, Aleix Espargaro, who had, in some media reports that we were reading since the Sepang test, had the dreaded R word put his way, that word being retirement. He did say when he signed this 2-year contract extension, which he signed midway through 2022, extending for 23 and 24, that it could be his last contract in MotoGP and his last contract with Aprilia. He's expanded on that in pre-season, that he's going to see in the early races how competitive he is. Certainly the early indications from testing so far is that this is not an Aleix Espargaro that's slowing down.
No, we heard sort of in the early days of his Aprilia reign, when the bike wasn't good, he was suffering a lot of technical issues, not getting good results, that he really thought, you know what, I'm just happier being at home with my family. And of course results came, and now Aleix is, like you say, the captain of the team, the leader of the team, and he's earned that sort of place to be there. But if he's not challenging for podiums and victories in the first half of the season, maybe even earlier, because the call probably has to come earlier than the first half of the season, with just how silly season is now. Bit of a tongue twister. And with riders like Fabio Quartararo, for example, on the market, Jorge Martin as well be looking for a factory ride if the Ducati isn't going to come his way next to Pecco Bagnaia. So it's very interesting to see how Aleix goes, but the bottom line is, if Aleix is quick and challenging for wins, he'll want to carry on, because we know how hungry he is, we know how determined he is. If he's challenging for top 10s, struggling to get into the top 6, or really inconsistent in the first half of the year, then you can understand why Aleix would probably think, yeah, you know what, I've come and achieved what I thought I could achieve. He's got the race winning challenge for a title, and he'll call it a day. But I'm guessing, judging from, I mean, it's super early to say, but I'm guessing, judging from the timesheets and how he's sort of acting in pre-season, that he's not thinking about retirement just yet. No way.
No, and the work ethic appears to be as strong as ever. These are live pictures from the Losail International Circuit, and Aleix Espargaro has been working absolutely tooth and nail to try and get to the bottom of whatever problems he perceives there may be with Aprilia heading into the new season. We saw Miguel Oliveira and Maverick Vinales lapping together in Sepang, trying to get over some of the heat issues they've been having, also trying to understand what the tyre temperature and tyre pressure might be when following another bike. And he's also changed his training regime going into this new season. So Aleix Espargaro leaving no stone unturned to try and close the gap. And as you can see at the moment, he is the next best behind the big two from last season. Of course, Aprilia's concern expands beyond their factory team, not just the Aprilia racing team of Espargaro and Vinales, but also their new American sort of teammates, I guess you can call them, with Miguel Oliveira and Raul Fernandez, who last year ran year-old Aprilias. That's not going to be the case this year, with 2024 spec bikes from the start of the season for Miguel Oliveira, and partway through the season, Raul Fernandez will be joining him on fully up-to-date spec machinery. A lot to be excited about for the new additions to MotoGP from stateside. Now, they had to go at it a rider down in Sepang with Miguel Oliveira on his own, and he himself had recently just recovered from a pretty bad injury. Raul Fernandez sustained one at the Sepang test, which essentially limited him to just 21 laps over the entire test. But he is back out on track, fighting fit here in Qatar, and before he went out on track today, he updated us on his condition.
Honestly, I feel lucky to be here because the recovery was really good. Honestly, I feel much better than what I expected because I have 3 fractures. The normal time to recover that is more or less 4 or 5 weeks be more or less good or ready to come training. In less than 1 week, I start to train with the bicycle, so I improve a lot. I feel the recovery is coming fast. Honestly, I don't feel that I am ready to be at 100% or to be or to do the whole job that we want to do here. But it's important to be here. It's important to take information because we cannot to go directly to the race. So yeah, I feel lucky. But with the bicycle, it was more or less good. That is really important.
Yeah, it certainly is. Good to see Ralph Hernandez back out on track. A line to bring you in terms of injured riders. No Frankie Morbidelli here. If you weren't with us for the Sepang test, Frankie Morbidelli had to miss that after a crash in a private test at Portimao on a superbike. He won't be out on track on the 2024 Spectrum Ducati with Prima Power Racing until the first race of the season in Qatar in a couple of weeks' time. Ralph Hernandez is here, though, and given how limited pre-season lap times or just mileage is in general, how crucial was it for Raul to be past fit to ride here?
Massively, yeah, because to crash out after just 21 laps in Sepang was a disaster, missing pretty much 3 full days
And the crash
of
wasn't
testing.
really his fault.
Yeah, exactly. The way it happened as well, he wasn't really pushing, just sort of not cruising around, but not going for a time attack. Obviously, Pecco crashed just in front of him, and then Raul went down, fractured his hip and pelvis in 3 places, which is a really nasty injury, obviously. You don't need me to tell you that. So for him to be here is, I think he said it himself, he feels lucky to be here. But he's going well so far. We obviously watching the timesheets throughout the day, and he was P1 at one point, and we were a little bit worried about how he would get on. He said himself how crucial these couple of days are in Qatar after losing all the days in Sepang. So good to see Raul sort of fighting fit, really. He's not going to be 100% of course, but these 2 days are absolutely crucial for Raul. He's looked like he's doing a good job out there.
You're doing a good job, and they're going to be bikes that we're going to enjoy looking at. You just caught behind us there a little view of the American flavour to the Trackhouse Racing livery for 2024. He'll be partnered, of course, by Miguel Oliveira, as mentioned, and they've been making headlines off the track, not just with their glittering launch in Los Angeles at the beginning of this month, but they've also brought back one of the paddock's favourite sons, who's now in charge of the whole Trackhouse Racing operation. A man who's won world championships with both Yamaha and Suzuki, and he'll be looking to take Trackhouse to the top of MotoGP. Davide Brivio, welcome to the house.
Really excited because I think it's hopefully, it's going to be a great project, I think. It's an American team, and I think also to the MotoGP we can try to bring some fresh ideas, some new things. This is our target, and also I always like very much the American sport, and I've always been fascinated, so very happy also to have the opportunity to work with the American culture and see how we can mix things, and we can take the best of MotoGP, the best of American for sport. I had the desire to come back to MotoGP one day, and it's where I spent a lot of time, a lot of years, and so then I got a call from Trackhouse, and as I said, American team, American sport is something that I like it.
Knowing what we know about Davide Brivio, he wasn't just going to come back to MotoGP for any old reason. Of course, when he runs teams, they tend to win. So how big a pat on the back is that for Justin Marks and the whole Trackhouse operation, that Davide Brivio is taking them seriously?
Yeah, I mean, super good recruitment from the Trackhouse team. Goes to show how serious they are. Of course, they're serious about it. I mean, how great is it to see Davide Brivio back in MotoGP, backgrounds and in the attire of the Trackhouse Racing team? He said he envisaged himself being back in MotoGP one day. It's good to have him back. He knows where his heart lies. A couple of years out in F1, but I think when Trackhouse come calling, a brand new team, a brand new opportunity, super exciting opportunity as well. A factory bike with Miguel Oliveira, hopefully a factory bike sooner rather than later for Raul as well. It's an opportunity you can't really turn down. So great to see Brivio back. Can't wait to speak to him in Qatar, hopefully.
Yeah, we can't wait to catch up with him at the first Grand Prix of the season. We can now catch up with our tech guru, Jack Gorst, who is out there keeping his beady eye on what is going on in the Lusail pit lane. Now, Jack, we're going to talk in a moment about one of the unsung stars of winter testing so far, but first a more general look at what's been going on up and down the pit lane. You've been keeping your eye very closely on what the teams are running, looking for anything new that might particularly be going on out there. In terms of new stuff, I think you've had to wait a while, haven't you?
Yeah, we have. Waiting was kind of the name of the game today. Nothing really happened. I say nothing. Obviously, there was some track action going on all throughout today, but nothing in terms of the park until approximately like 45 minutes ago, something like that. We have seen some new stuff finally. Mainly the new stuff is with Yamaha. They're probably the ones that have the most new things. We saw a brand new exhaust with them, and also some different rear winglets as well. We know that they've had the kind of box square rear wing, but now they've gone for the dyno wing style. There's actually 3 of them, so they kind of one-upped everyone with going from 2 that Ducati have, and now Yamaha have 3 of them. They did try those before as well, the dyno wings, but again, they only had 2 of them, so they've expanded on that aero package. They've also got a small, tiny little change just down on the fairing behind the downwash duct. We know that the downwash duct kind of funnels the air in and shoots it down under the fairing when they're pranked over high lean angles, but now they've got like a small, tiny little exhaust vent just to let some heat out from around the exhaust and out the back of the radiator there. So obviously they found in Sepang, one of the hottest venues that we go to all year, that perhaps they weren't quite getting enough heat management and letting all that hot air escape out the back of the radiator there. So in terms of the new stuff, that's pretty much a lot of Yamaha. Nothing majorly different, of course. That exhaust is quite a big one. We'll see how that goes. Whether it maybe gives them a little bit more power or makes the engine character a little bit smoother to help them. On Aprilia's side of things, there's not been anything new. We know that from the launch last night, that Romano Bessiano, technical director, was saying that they don't have anything new to bring. They've just worked to find some different solutions internally with the electronics and stuff to help Maverick out. We do know that Maverick has still been testing with the 2023 tail unit on one of his bikes. He's pretty much been doing all of his running today on that kind of mishmash of a 24/23 bike. It's essentially all of the 24 parts, but then with the 23 tail unit. Interestingly, we did see a slight modification to the 24 tail. What they did in that kind of underseat diffuser, they put like kind of a false roof in to decrease the volume of that diffuser, and that you would presume that that would decrease the effect that it has on the bike and how it feels when riding. So perhaps something there that Maverick was asking for, whatever the effect that that underseat diffuser was having, maybe putting a bit too much weight on the rear for what he liked, perhaps he requested a little bit less and they tried it. Interesting as well, just while I've been waiting down here in pit lane to come on air, Miguel Oliveira has also tried that as well, so we'll see if that helps him, because at the minute Miguel seems to be the outlier with those 24 Aprilias, perhaps struggling the most. Ducati, we're actually just outside the Ducati garages now. This is Prima Racing's garage just here. Nothing new, but it did take a long time for them to actually transition onto the 24 parts here. They pretty much did all of their running today with the 2023 stuff. That's everything, all the 23 wings, the side fairings as well, and it was only really, again, in the last 45 minutes that we saw Pecco finally go out on the full 24 aero fairing and package there. So nothing in terms of new parts there, but finally, they've got down some good times. They've gone on to the new stuff for try. Interestingly as well, Bastianini actually just came back into the garage. He walked through the back, and then some minutes later his bike was wheeled around the front here. Didn't look like there was any damage, but he must have had a technical problem out on track somewhere, and that was with his bike with all the 24 aero on it as well. Moving on forwards down to Honda. Honda a bit more of an interesting one. We know that Luca Marini was asking for a fair bit more downforce from his aero. It does seem as though Honda have been able to react to that request, which is fantastic to see. You know that one of the big things that Honda were looking to work on was updating their speed of how they're working with bringing new parts to the table, and they brought some slightly larger front wings for Luca to try, and also that kind of double stacked rear wing is back once again. We very briefly saw it in Sepang, I do say, and then here now all of the riders have had it today, including both of the LCR duo as well. So Honda certainly working on their aero side. And then down at KTM, the last manufacturer on the list, nothing necessarily new. We've seen them kind of work their way through what they have and trying to piece together that 24 bike. We know that that's exactly what the plan was. We saw that Brad and Jack both said that's what their goal was for this test, to just put the final touches on exactly what the 24 bike was going to look like. It seems that they found something they prefer with the air intake as well. They're not using the updated one that they had in Sepang. They're actually kind of using the older one, which is a bit more kind of oval shaped rather than a kind of taller. What's the shape I'm looking for here? I've had a complete mind blank and I've forgotten the shape. Not a square, rectangle, that's it, there we are, a taller rectangle. So they've not used that new one, they've gone with the older one it seems like, but they paired it with the newer side fairings, the one that has that deep channel running down the length of them on each side. So that's, in terms of your parts, that's pretty much it. There's nothing majorly and drastically new. We're still perhaps waiting on one or two more things, but we are late in the day now in testing, so new parts might just be about it for 2024.
Yeah, thanks very much for joining us, Jack. Time is against us. The checker flag is going to come out in a couple of minutes' time, so we'll catch up with you again when you're getting all the reaction later on in the show. But thank you for the moment. We were going to talk with him about Fabio Di Gianantonio, but the checker flag's going to be out shortly, so we'll discuss him later on because he has been one of the stars of winter testing. So far, he's fourth at the moment, and he was right up at the front. He's the fastest of the 2023 spec Ducatis throughout much of the Sepang test. These are live pictures then as Marc Marquez returns to the Gresini box. Marc Marquez currently is in 15th place. There have been some fast times just coming in. Two factory KTMs, by the way, are currently on very rapid laps. Jack Miller was on one before he crashed at turn 6. Brad Binder is currently a quarter of a second up on Bagnaia halfway around the lap. So keep your eyes on the left-hand side of the screens for any improvements from the KTMs. But it is the Ducatis that they're all chasing. Not only the Gresini bikes, but the factory team ultimately. Pecco Bagnaia leads at the moment. That might change, of course, in the next 30 to 45 seconds or so. But I think what will be sending a shiver down the spine, Elliot, of the opposition of Ducati is in previous seasons when Ducati have rolled out a brand new bike, it's taken them quite some time to refine it to the point where it's stronger than their year-old package. It appears as if they got to the root of any problems much quicker this time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the fact that they've already chosen the engine spec, they decided the fairing was much better than the one before, and people like Tardozzi and Borsoi saying the bike is still, already much better than the 2023 package. Tardozzi saying all three riders. We yet to hear, obviously, the thoughts of Franco Morbidelli will be on the 24 bike, hopefully in the Qatar GP. They all like it, which is bad news for everyone else, because everyone else is making steps forward, of course, but Ducati have taken a couple of steps as well, so the gap seems to be still there between them and the rest of the pack, but it's early days and it's testing. We're not really seeing the full story, let's say, but the signs are Ducati have really made a good step with the 24 package.
Yeah, 4 GP24s out there on track and 4 GP23s. One of those has been ridden, of course, by the 8 times world champion Marc Marquez. And Marquez is still in that process where he's trying to adapt from riding the Honda for so many years to the Ducati now. And we're going to take you now back to Sepang for an interesting behind-the-scenes discussion with a 3-time world champion in Pecco Bagnaia, an 8-time world champion in Marc Marquez. So 11 world titles worth of knowledge on that Ducati as they chewed the fat at the end of the Sepang test.
Com'è? Tosta,
Sì, ma
è diverso.
È diverso.
Ti ho visto dietro che la stai guidando come la Honda.
Sì, devo capire. Là aveva 22 giri.
Si vede.
Sì. Ma il giro secolo devo capire come fare. Perché la Honda deve entrare e toccare da molto presto, ma questa è l'inversa.
Questa perché non gira?
Sì, è quello che devo capire ancora. Ma il giro secolo dopo il bacio è più facile.
Sì, perché alla fine è fermo, è stabile.
Stabile, fa e arriva.
Forse è più pesante, però è stabile.
Più pesante no, non lo sento più pesante.
Io quando vedevo la Honda sembrava che fare i cambi era più veloce.
Quando avevamo messo questa unica grande no,
l'ultimo.
Sì.
Fascinating insight, isn't it? The conversation there between Bagnaia and Marc Marquez, still riding it like a Honda. Fascinates me because I have to say, Pecco Bagnaia is a nicer person clearly than I am, because if I was him in his position, I wouldn't be giving Marc Marquez any pointers.
No, neither would I, but I mean, if you're in that situation where they're sort of stood next to each other, you're going to end up chatting, aren't you? You're both world champions, you're both MotoGP riders, now obviously riding pretty much the same bike. Obviously, Pecco's on the factory bike, but Marc has just jumped on a Ducati. So if I was Pecco, I probably would ask him what it's like, how he's feeling. And Mark probably not showing all his cards to Pecco, the reigning world champion. It'd be interesting to see how many times you do see that conversation throughout the year. I don't think too much, because sooner rather than later, we know Bagnaia is going to be up there from the word go, but Marc Marquez is definitely going to be up there as well, and we know how competitive he is, and both of them are. So fascinating insight. I got a great little snippet of info from the cameras there over in Sepang, but I don't think that's going to last too long. But great insight and great to watch.
Yeah, I guess from Pecco Bagnaia's point of view, you might be thinking that will work both ways as the season goes on. Maybe he can pick the brains of Marc Marquez as we go through the season. Alex Marquez, Mark's teammate, of course, at Gresini, said after the Sepang test, I don't think Mark really needs my help or anyone's help. He's already too close and too competitive. Because what we saw at the Sepang test was that Marc Marquez was very, very quick over longer runs. His sprint simulation was kind of in the ballpark. There was a graphic that we put together, which you can find on MotoGP's social media channels, comparing all of the sprint simulations. Fabio Di Giannantonio was the quickest of the lot, but Marc Marquez was certainly in that mix. Over the course of that sort of 10-lap run, he was around about 2 to 3 seconds slower over that 10-lap stint. And really, from Marc Marquez's point of view, it's the time attacks that he's got to work on, which is reflected in these standings, because Pecco Bagnaia was quickest on a 1:52.0 from Jorge Martin, the top two from last year, the top two once again. Next best amongst all those Ducatis were Aleix Espargaro for Aprilia, Brad Binder for KTM, who lifted himself up to 4th in those very latter stages, Fabio Di Giannantonio 5th from Maverick Vinales, Alex Marquez and Enea Bastianini, and a couple of genuine Japanese manufacturers sneaking into the top 10 late on. Joan Zarco and Fabio Quartararo. Marco Bezzecchi was 11th as he shows signs of improvement. Ralph Fernandez, who was top, as Elliot mentioned earlier in the day, fell to 12th ahead of Joan Mir, Jack Miller. Pedro Acosta spent a lot of the day inside the top 10 once again, but he faded in the end to 15th, just ahead of Marc Marquez. Taka Nakagami was 17th from Luca Marini and Alex Rins. Augusto Fernandez, not necessarily the breakthrough that he was hoping for in testing in Qatar. He was in 20th ahead of Miguel Oliveira, Michele Pirro and Cal Crutchlow. And it leads us nicely back onto our Ducati discussion, doesn't it? Because the two riders who really did blaze a trail last year and were the two to beat in Sepang are up at the front once again. It certainly looks as if, at the moment, the Bagnaia-Martin sequel might be in the offing this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's super exciting, obviously, from a fan's perspective. The way the season ended last year, with how sort of Martin's season ended with his crash with Marc Marquez. Not the way he would have wanted that to end, of course, but we saw throughout the day, and hearing from Jack Gorse as well, they only really started to go out on the 2024 Spec Ducati in the last sort of hour, and immediately Pecco was able to sort of go 6 tenths, 7 tenths quicker than anyone. Martin joined him at the top as well, as you can see from the timing screen. So that's a rivalry that was renewed already at the Sepang test. We wondered how long it would take, and it's not taken long. And obviously here in Qatar, it's the same. Pecco a couple of tenths clear at this moment in time, but I think that gap's going to reduce, and we're going to see them two fighting throughout the season.
I guess Pecco Bagnaia's biggest plus point from testing so far this year be that on outright single lap time attack mode, he is as quick, if not quicker, at the moment than Jorge Martin, because it was a running theme, wasn't it, through the second half of last year. Martin had the explosive pace, and he was maximising that to take so many sprint wins in the second half of last year. Bagnaia was doing his best work on a Sunday and over longer runs. He was often sacrificing that Friday practice session and finding himself in Q1 as a result of it, because he was focusing on race preparation. But important for Pecco Bagnaia to be able to qualify as strongly as Martin, because as he found out last year, an awful lot of points can go missing in those sprints, can't they?
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole reason why Martin was able to keep tabs with Pecco for so long. I think 7 out of the last 8 sprints, Martin was on the podium. I think Pecco was only on the podium in a couple of those. But then obviously the roles reversed on Sunday. Pecco was super, super strong on the podium, at least in the last 5 races. I think in the last 7 races, Pecco was on the podium, and Martin couldn't string it together on Sundays. I mean, in Qatar, obviously had the issue with the rear tyre. Didn't work for him in Sepang either, finished off the podium there. But it was an interesting dynamic last year. Martin had the better of him in qualifying and the sprints. Of that, there is no doubt. But then Pecco was able to rebound really, really impressively, actually, from disappointing sprints. You got to say, he was up there in some of them, but Martin blew pretty much everyone out of the water in the sprints. But then Pecco, obviously being a world champion, used his knowledge and experience and then just turned it around on Sunday, where it really, really matters, of course. Like you say, Lewis, you can gain and lose a lot of points in the sprint, but Sunday is where the big points count, and that's where Pecco ultimately won the championship last year.
Yeah, we're only 19 days away from the first Tito sprint, and Luca Marini will be hoping that he starts it a little bit better than he did just there. You've got a good idea there, haven't you, just how much dust there is on the start-finish straight and just in the track in general off the racing line. That start there from Luca Marini was kind of reminiscent of what we saw from Jorge Martin in the Qatar Grand Prix 2.5 months ago. This is the reigning world champion who absolutely aced the start of that Qatar Grand Prix back in mid-November. It really was the bedrock for his eventual second place, although he did lead for so much of that Grand Prix. Let's watch the world champion off the line. Didn't appear to be many great problems there, but Luca Marini certainly getting a little bit squirrely off the line as that Honda was pointing left and right when really he wanted to be going forwards. Here is Marc Marquez, who certainly didn't appear to have had the best of a practice start there either. That's something he'll be looking to get to the bottom of. Maverick Vinales here on screen. So often last year we saw him going backwards off the line. Let's take a look at how he gets that Aprilia off the line. Looked pretty good there, didn't it, for Top Gun? So often last season we saw Maverick Vinales losing places off the line and into turn one at the start of Grand Prix, which caused him to request a magic clutch from Aprilia for 2024 to try and get to the bottom of those woes and enable him to fight with the Ducatis from the front of the field early in races rather than slipping back and having to play catch-up through the race itself. Miguel Oliveira here on screen. Oliveira down in 21st place today. He did 57 laps, and it was interesting, wasn't it, Elliot, that Oliveira was speaking of how he needed to manage his energy reserves over the course of the 3-day test in Sepang, and says he wasn't too concerned by lap times, given that there are no points handed out for testing. So should we take Miguel Oliveira at his word on that we shouldn't be too concerned by seeing him down the order? Because we need to remind ourselves he's going essentially up 2 years in Aprilia spec.
Yeah, it was always going to be a difficult pre-season, I think, for Miguel, because easy to forget, here in November, towards the end of November, he obviously crashed in the sprint through no fault of his own, and injured himself again. So pretty much 2.5 months without riding a MotoGP bike. Okay, the others only did a weekend after in Valencia in the test, but it made a difference. Obviously, Miguel had a terrible year with injuries, luckless in 2023 for Miguel Oliveira. So I think pre-season was always going to be a slow start for Miguel. Obviously, like you say, jumping up to specifications, jumping on a factory Aprilia that's massively different to the 2022 spec with all the new aero bits on it. So yeah, I'm not too surprised to see Oliveira sort of where he is on the timesheets. Interesting to try and hear his interviews at the end of today, especially end of tomorrow as well. Not sure how much of a time attack he will have posted 1.9 seconds off the top in P21, but not too worried at this point for Miguel Oliveira. I think if we go into the Qatar GP on Friday and he's still sort of 2 seconds, 1.5 seconds, or just over a second, depending how close the times are, of course, off the top, then we can sort of maybe start to question, worry a little bit. But I think he's just taking his time to adapt to the new bike. Obviously, new surroundings as well with the new team coming in. Okay, the personnel in the garage is pretty much the same, but getting used to the new sort of management as well is going to take some time. But no reason to really worry, I think, for now, but it's going to be interesting to see where he is tomorrow.
Just got a glimpse there of two of the more distinctive liveries on the 2024 MotoGP grid, because some team presentations have taken place since we last spoke to you at the Sepang test. We saw the very easy to spot Pertamina Enduro VR46 Ducati there of Fabio Di Gianantonio. We also there saw the LCR Castrol livery of Johan Zarco, and to echo the comments of our broadcast partner Matt Burt earlier on today on Twitter, I think we all hope that Johan Zarco is competitive this season, because we want to see more of that bike, don't we?
Oh, beautiful, isn't it? I think 99 Colin Edwards World Superbike S livery with the number 5 on it as well. Absolutely stunning livery. We've seen the Castrol livery, of course, in fits and starts with LCR. Some races they did run it, but that's a proper throwback, a Castrol livery. I think we can all agree that's an absolutely stunning livery that we're going to see throughout the season. So yeah, hopefully Zarco goes well on it. We can see it on our screens more often than not. But yeah, a stunning livery. I think probably the best. I don't know if you agree on the grid this year.
Well, it's up there. It's up there. Definitely, because we still have one livery yet to see, Pramac Racing. Don't forget, you can see their team presentation live with us next week. That's on Wednesday of next week, as they get a bit of a spotlight at the Bahrain Sakir International Circuit ahead of the opening round of the Formula One season next week. Let's return to our Ducati discussion then, and we've of course discussed Pecco Bagnaia. Let's now talk about the Pramac Racing team then, and Jorge Martin and Frankie Morbidelli. We'll be hearing from Frankie in a moment, incidentally, of course, who's not testing here. But from Jorge Martin's point of view, so many questions, of course, around his end to 2023, missing out on the championship, and could he back that up and convert that into a sustained title challenge once again in 2024? All of the indications that we're seeing so far with one day of testing to go is that the answers are resounding yes.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the Valencia test was always going to be massively difficult for Martin, coming off such a huge disappointment in Valencia on the Sunday. Had a couple of crashes in the test as well. We're all thinking he's obviously leaving the winter after such a great year. To end it on such a low would have been massively disappointing, of course, for Jorge Martin. But to come back after the winter break, obviously a couple of months at home would have done him the world of good, to forget about the negatives, how the season ended, focus on the positives. And we know what Jorge Martin's like. He backs himself to the hills. He'll be super, super confident that he'll be able to challenge and win the title this year. So no surprises to see him at the top of the timesheets, and even more so to get onto the new bike. And okay, first couple of days in Sepang, we were wondering if he was really getting on with it, because Pekka and Anea were sounding a lot more confident. But at the end of the third day, Jorge was like, I know this bike. I've decided that the fairing is, I can feel the potential in it. I'm going quicker on it. So it's, full steam ahead for Martin. It's just about getting the setup now. Borsoi said the same.
Yeah, you'd be hard-pressed to bet against Jorge Martin on the opening Tito sprint of the season. Saturday, March the 9th, back at the Losail International Circuit, just over 2.5 weeks from now, where he will be joined by his regular teammate for 2024, Frankie Morbidelli. You'll have noticed in that little package you saw there, the 51 of Michele Pirro, who's replacing Frankie Morbidelli at this Qatar test. On doctor's advice, Morbidelli not out on track in Qatar, still recovering from the injury sustained in a private test on a superbike at Portimao. Well, fortunately for us and for you, Frankie Morbidelli did make the trip to Qatar because he was taking part in the pre-season filming, which will form part of the new MotoGP intro and all of the various graphics that you'll see through the season. And in amongst all of that, he took some time to speak to us.
The accident was pretty particular. It was in and out lap. I don't remember a lot, but for sure, two of the main guys that I need to thank to be here are Mark and Alex. They intervened while I was down and unconscious, and they did the right things while I was down on track unconscious. And I need to thank them. The doctors said that it'd be pretty dangerous to hit the head again right now, so we need to wait some more time. I'm gonna miss five days of tests, which are very important to build up with the new crew, with the new bike for sure, especially when everything is new. But anyway, I have the chance to be here. I have the chance to work anyway with the team, stay in the pit box with the team, talk with my crew.
You need to see other riders on track and understand where we are, understand what we have to prepare for the race. Because if you are on track, you can talk with your guys. You can create a good atmosphere for start of the season. And he's fit. It's okay, of course, but we have to wait a few weeks more. Let's see where he can be at the first race, but for sure it's a really tough and hard start of the season. Anyway, we are ready for that. We know it will be difficult, but anyway, we are here to help him.
Sincerely, looking at Sepang test, the new Ducati and the Ducati in general worked super well, very well, so I'm very pleased to see that, and I'm very looking forward to jump on it as soon as possible.
Yeah, Frankie Morbidelli going into the new season with no laps under his belt on the GP24 Ducati. And in terms of any expectations, Elliot, that we can set for Frankie going into the season, I guess we can't really set any. We've got to just give him time to learn the bike, because the first lap that he sets on that GP24 will be in free practice 1 at Losail in just over 2 weeks.
Yeah, disaster for Franco, obviously moving from Yamaha to Ducati, brand new bike to get used to. I mean, the only positive you can really think of for Franco is one, he's able to be here in Qatar at the test to get used to the surroundings, talk to the team, see what the factory riders are doing and Jorge Martin's doing. But the main positive is the bike is fast and better than the 2023 package. So, yeah, he's just got to get used to the bike at the Qatar GP. I think the first sort of 2-3 GPs, Morbidelli's just going to have to get used to the bike, used to the surroundings.
Essentially public test sessions.
Get up to speed, exactly. Use the races as just testing sessions. Obviously, practice is practice anyway. But yeah, a disastrous start for the season. Good to see he is relatively okay, of course, after a massive crash over in Portimao when he was on the superbike. But yeah, difficult start for the season for Franco. Hopefully he can get up to speed quick.
Don't expect too much too soon then from Frankie Morbidelli, but we hope he can get up to speed as the season goes on. We're going to head back to the Losail International Circuit now and catch up once again with Simon Crafar, because we're going to discuss one of the manufacturers that Frankie Morbidelli left behind. Of course, he departed Yamaha at the end of last season. We're going to discuss the Japanese manufacturers collectively, Simon. We know you're down at LCR Honda. Of course, we were following their progress closely, both Yamaha and Honda in Sepang, to see if they had closed the gap and got to the bottom of some of their problems and started to make their way out of the slump that they are in. What are the impressions you're getting from Qatar in terms of where they're at?
Yeah, good question. My impression is that, if you want to hear about Yamaha first, that Yamaha have confirmed the engine that they used in Sepang, and then they are now running through the aero stuff that they've got. We've seen a new exhaust. It's another one of those big, long exhaust, kind of like you can hear. It sounds like it looks. It's like the old Yamaha engine sound down a drain pipe, you know, and it looks like this massive drain pipe coming out there. The top speed is really good here. So engine and possibly exhaust, other things they're working on are working. I think both Fabio, I watched Fabio and Johann Zarco just behind me have a bit of a time attack at the end, and they improved, but they're still not quite there. You know, it's just in the top 10, which is not the magic first two rows yet. So Fabio's not going to be happy until he gets in there. I think they're also working on grip, both of those manufacturers, because I saw them shortening swing arms and basically, I think, looking for it. That's a general way of looking for mechanical grip, you know, playing with swing arm length. It helps turning as well. But yeah, so I think Yamaha, confirmed engine, they're working on aero and trying to find some more speed with exhaust and things. Honda, just behind me, there's some good news coming out of Honda in that they really like the engine in Sepang. They're using it here again, and I've heard playing with things on the engine. I'm not sure what, I couldn't find out what, but to try and improve and trying to see, it could be stacks, you know, on the inlets, could be exhaust parts. I'm really not sure what it is, but they're trying to fine-tune that new engine spec that gives a better, faster engine, but a better torque delivery, like smoother, so you don't break that rear grip. And the good news is they came with new aero, new wings here, and they worked. That's what Johan did the time attack on, and also his teammate Taka Nakagami. The other Honda factory Repsol team have that new aero on as well. So Honda are making some progress.
We saw in Sepang's side that sort of they were having opposite problems. Yamaha struggling on the one-lap pace, Honda more happy with the one-lap pace and more disappointed with the long-run pace. Do you feel like that's changed here in Qatar, or do you still see it as that's sort of the issues they're working on?
I believe that's still the issues they're working on. Yamaha, definitely, one-lap pace. I mean, Fabio had a bit of a time attack, but it's not what we know Fabio can do, and that is, you know, front row or second row, and he's still not managing to do that. But it's early days. Like I said at the beginning of the show, that there's really only been the last 3 hours, 2.5 hours of good usable time. So I think we're going to see people during the day tomorrow. There'll be more good usable track now that the rubber's down, and we'll really see the ones that are having success float to the top. I think it's really too early to say. But the general problems, I mean, they will be the same. You know what I mean? Like, meaning Honda, rear grip, and a little bit of stopping. They struggled with in Sepang, and Fabio, rear grip, and that one lap pace. So I believe they're still working on those things.
Well, thanks very much for the moment, Simon. We'll catch up with you again later on in the show. And just to pick up on Simon's point there around Fabio Quartararo, he was 10th today, just under 0.6 of a second off the outright pace. Although, if you want to look at it glass half full, a couple of tenths would have put him up in 5th place. So, still plenty to work on from Fabio Quartararo's point of view, but Yamaha haven't got to the bottom of their single lap woes just yet. Well, one of the big stories of the Sepang test a couple of weeks ago was the rookie, the Moto2 world champion, in many eyes, the future of MotoGP. Pedro Acosta was in the top 10 throughout the 3 days of Sepang, winning admirers everywhere he goes, and many of them will be joining him on the grid for the first race of the season, because we did a straw poll up and down the paddock, and many of the very best of MotoGP had plenty of good things to say about Pedro Acosta.
Pedro's talent is amazing. I mean, since he arrived in the championship, he's doing extraordinary things. And when you see him riding, the lines he's taking, it's not rookie lines. It's unbelievable how fast he learns. So obviously, it's going to be one to watch during the season.
With the potential he demonstrates right now, will fight for the top position, for the top 10 for sure.
He's an amazing rider. He will do a great job this season, and it's difficult to predict something, but for sure I guess he will be in the top 10 at the end of the year.
It was clear already in Valencia. He went really fast, really quickly, and he looked really good. So I'm sure he's going to be strong this season.
It's impressive. I already checked his lap time and what he did on the test, and he has adapted super quick to the bike, and it will be also good for us to have him strong like this and get his reference for all the team to improve.
Pedro will be one of the guys this season. I mean, he will be fast. Many riders, as for example Quartararo or Bagnaia, arrive, and already in the first season they achieve a good results, pole positions and podiums. So yeah, he will do. I mean, his career at the moment has been very successful. So have everything to be a big name in MotoGP.
The MotoGP riders believe the hype, and while the spotlight's on Pedro Acosta as he steps up to the Premier class, he's not the first rider to electrify the grid early on. Marc Marquez made an immediate impression in his first test in Sepang in 2013, finishing as the 4th fastest rider, and going on to make history by taking the World Championship in his rookie year. Pecco Bagnaia did even better in his first test back in 2019, also in Sepang. The Italian finished 2nd fastest, just a fraction of a second behind compatriot Danilo Petrucci. However, he struggled to adapt once the season got underway in earnest. Fabio Quartararo made his debut in 2019 as well, but was unable to match his fellow rookie Bagnaia, registering the 16th fastest lap. And Jorge Martin appeared on the scene 2 years later in Qatar. The Spaniard was the 14th on the timesheets. 4 reference points for Pedro Acosta as he looks to make his mark in his maiden season. But will he be able to emulate his new rivals on the track?
Good question posed by Connor Doherty there. It's a question we're going to try and answer then. Pedro Acosta was the sole rookie in MotoGP this season, but he's going to produce plenty of fireworks, we think, this year. As mentioned earlier, he was in the top 10 throughout the first pre-season test in Sepang, although of course he did have the benefit of the shakedown leading up to that to get him up to speed. As Connor pointed out there, testing performance is no guarantee of strong performances over the course of the season, so we'll have to wait and see whether Pedro Acosta can back that up. We'll discuss him in a moment because we can head live now to the Losail International Circuit and catch up with one of the other Pira Mobility Group riders, and one of those ahead of Pedro Acosta today. Jack Miller was 14th. We can now hear his thoughts at the end of day one.
Yeah, here with Jack Miller. A difficult day today, Jack, for everyone with the track conditions. How was it for the first few hours while things were cleaning up?
I didn't mind. I think, yeah, everybody was in the same boat this afternoon. You know, we had to get out there and clean the track. Conditions weren't ideal. Front tyre, I mean, 5 laps and it had a massive graining, massive groaning on the right hand side. Everyone that I saw come in, and including myself. So, but it's just one of those. Conditions got to be pretty good there towards the end of the test. The bike's working well. Had a little go at a time attack there at the end. Had a slight fall at turn 6, nothing major. Just come in, and as I downshifted, she sort of started vibrating, and I committed to it anyway and dumped it. But I was able to pick the bike up. She was a bit twisted, but I was still able to put a lap together. I mean, I wasn't going to go back to the box with 2 new tyres in it, so we managed to put a lap together with a little bit bent handlebars. But bike's working well here. I'm very, very happy with, first and foremost, how the aero worked today in those tricky sort of windy conditions. It's pretty exposed around here, so to have that sort of ticked off the list is good. And just sort of going over what we found out in Malaysia. So no, I'm really happy with the direction of the bike. We're not too far away, and I reckon we got a little bit more in the pocket.
Obviously, only one more day to go tomorrow in terms of testing. It looked like everything was fairly settled today. No major changes to the bike. How ready do you feel already with just one day to go?
Yeah, we're ready. I think so. Like I said, Malaysia was a lot more hectic than here. Here's pretty settled. We've made most of the decisions, and now it's just about making sure the decisions we made are the correct ones, and not sort of second guessing ourselves. So it's hopefully in a perfect world the bike should stay the same, and we don't have to be ripping this out, ripping that out. But no, pretty happy with the base package today, and also the electronic upgrades that we've had have been a massive boost to the performance for sure around here, over not only on the used tyre but also in time attack mode as well.
Cheers, Jack.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks to the pair of Jacks there. Gorst asking the questions, Miller answering them. And if I think back to last year in pre-season testing, we were asking questions of KTM, just what sort of shape are they in? Jack Miller then went out on the very first day of the first Grand Prix weekend in Portimao and broke the lap record. Everything sounds a lot more settled. Jack Miller used that word himself around KTM. So if KTM are telling us they're happy, we should be sitting pretty comfortably that they feel they're in good shape.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, judging from the timesheets alone, only Binder really up at the sharp end. But as I said, it's only testing. You can only read so much into the lap times. Miller there sounded really, really happy. We know how much things KTM brought to Sepang. They always do bring a load of stuff for the riders to try, work through. So setting a lap time in Sepang was obviously doable, but not really their priority. Whereas here, they've sort of got what they needed from Sepang. Now they're trying to iron it out, get the direction, focus on that. But from what Miller was saying, he's really, really pleased, which is great to see for Miller fans, KTM fans, and MotoGP in general, because we want to see all the riders up there fighting at the front. So good news regarding Miller.
Yeah, Miller was 14th, although as he pointed out there, that wasn't necessarily representative of his day. He did have that crash at turn 6 on his fastest lap of the day overall, and as he pointed out, he set his fastest lap of the day on a rather bent KTM in the end. The rider that they're all trying to catch, of course, is the reigning world champion Pecco Bagnaia. Bagnaia set a 152.0 over the course of today. Not quite able to break into the 51s, which of course is where the all-time lap record is. Luca Marini set a 151.7 on his way to the all-time lap record, which was the pole position lap at the Losail International Circuit when we went there for the Grand Prix back in November. Bagnaia, will be hearing from him in just a moment. Here is the world champion then heading out on track for one of his exploratory runs over the start of the day. And as we heard from both Jack Gorst and Simon Crafar at the Losail Circuit over the course of the day, it took an awful long time for Ducati to put their full 2024 spec aero on the bike before they came to the end of the day. The conditions were somewhat representative, and they did so. I have to say, there was a collective sigh amongst us where Pecco Bagnaia suddenly unleashed that 152.0 midway through the day. The field have closed up, of course, but Bagnaia appears to have the speed in his pocket whenever he needs it.
Yeah, no disrespect to Pecco, obviously, but when it was like Ralph Fernandez and the Aprilias at the top, we were getting a little bit giddy in the office here in Barcelona, thinking, okay, here we go, Ducati aren't P1 and P2. Obviously, they've ended the day at the top of the timesheets. It's pretty close up there, isn't it? I mean, Aleix only a couple of tenths off, Binder as well, just under 3 tenths off. So Other manufacturers, mainly KTM and Aprilia, of course, like it was last year, are in the ballpark, but he's got the number one on the front of his bike. Pecco, again, heading into the season, super strong, stronger than he was last year as well, remember. So he's going to take some beating, is Pecco.
Well, we'll be hearing from the reigning world champion shortly, but first let's hear from the man that he succeeded as MotoGP world champion. We can hear now from the 2021 MotoGP world champion Fabio Quartararo, who finished today inside the top 10. Let's hear from him now with Jack.
Fabio, in the top 10 at the end of the day, obviously today was slightly tricky with the track conditions at the end, but by the end of the day, how were the track conditions out there?
No, basically it was great condition of the track, especially the first hour was tricky, but I think we finished with really good track conditions, and we have to improve quite a lot in the same area as Sepang, but let's say tomorrow we will have an intense day.
We saw some different parts on the bike today, some different aero on the rear with the kind of dyno wings, as we like to call them, but also a different exhaust. Is that looking at helping with the power delivery and increasing in that area?
Yeah, I mean, it's really important for us to find the way of making the bike more smooth and find the grip, especially on the time attack. That is the way where we are losing a lot. The pace is always not too bad, but I feel that we are making some step forwards. We are making some big change on the bike, and hopefully we can find a way really soon.
Obviously only one more day to go tomorrow in testing, Fabio. As you say that you're still looking for kind of that next big step. Do you feel you're very close to achieving it, and is it possible tomorrow?
No, we are not close. We are not close to achieve it, but I think that we have to be calm. We have still a lot of work to do. I'm really motivated. I try to stay calm. The team is working a lot, so I don't know when, but this is going to be the most important part of the bike that we have to find, is that rear grip, especially for one lap.
Thank you, Fabio.
Thank you.
So a dose of realism there from Fabio Quartararo. Doesn't think they're close to solving their single lap problems. Doesn't appear to be too concerned, does he, with their overall race rhythm and race pace, although there's very little you can do with that if you're qualifying on the 4th and 5th row of the grid. It almost feels like a race against time, doesn't it? Can Yamaha get to the bottom of their problems or prove that they can before Fabio Quartararo is tempted by a manufacturer elsewhere? One thing that I pointed out or picked up in his interview there, he talked about Yamaha making big changes, and they've obviously made big changes to bring those dyno wings to the bike very quickly. That is the kind of work that Yamaha can convince Fabio Quartararo to stay with. It's the fast, quick work to try and solve the problems, because essentially that's what led to a lot of Fabio's frustration, that they were taking an awful long time to actually bring anything to the bike to improve it.
For sure, yeah. I think the main difference between this year and last year is Fabio came into 2023 having just missed out on the title, having won the title the season before. Expectations were understandably very high to go and try and win the title again. Immediately became clear that that wasn't going to be the case. Last year, it was qualifying that sort of ruined Yamaha and Fabio's year, because race pace wise, as he was saying there, they're sort of in the ballpark, okay, not where they really want to be, but it's the one lap pace where he's now 6/10 off in P10. That's not going to cut it. Big changes, of course, at Yamaha. They've had a couple of new people come into the setup. Fabio has already said how happy he is with that, which is good to see from the Yamaha camp, but it's all about results on the track. They know they're not going to come soon or quickly in the first sort of 4 or 5 races. So it's going to be interesting to see if tomorrow they can make a step in the qualifying pace, because that's where it's going to ultimately cost Fabio at the moment. So interesting to keep an eye on Fabio for tomorrow, that's for sure.
Yeah, Massimo Bartolini, the new technical director there, one of those key personnel that you referred to. Well, as promised, we can hear from the reigning world champion now as we head back to the Losail International Circuit. Here's the rider they're all trying to catch, and nobody could today. Here's the pace setter, Pecco Bagnaia with Jack.
Pecco, yeah, P1 on the timesheets today. Pretty good lap by all means in the end, a 52.0. Just tell us how it was from your side in the garage.
Happy overall. We managed to do a really good job with everything. Happy also because I did the same lap time as last year in qualifying without putting the soft tires. So for sure the track in the last part of the day was quite fast, but I think we increased the potential of our level bike and performance. So happy. I tried getting the fairing and went well. So I think still have some doubts in some areas, but we have time tomorrow to still work. And very happy also for the power delivery that I think we improved the feeling compared to Malaysia. So overall, happy. And tomorrow will be important to do another step, but we have to be happy about today.
You mentioned those doubts in some areas. Can you detail exactly where those areas are?
Yeah, it's quite stable, but when you have to enter with brakes, it's a bit worse. So if we can adapt the setting to that, I think 100% we will go with it, but in case we will decide before Qatar.
I believe at the end of the day as well, we saw you on track just behind Jorge Martin, of course, your title rival last year. Did you manage to watch his lap and see how he was riding with the 24 bike?
It's difficult in the test to understand how many laps the guy in front of you have on the tires, but it was important for me to understand the gearbox if it was good, because I did all the day without a slipstream and I was needing one. So I had the luck to follow Jorge, and we tried if our gearbox was okay. So was the only reason. Also because I think in a test it's useless to follow someone.
And what's the plan for tomorrow, Pecco?
For tomorrow, hoping to have a good condition from the start without wind or less wind, because today was quite heavy at the start. But for sure, we will have to continue the same way we finished, with the power delivery to do maybe another step.
Thank you, Pecco.
Grazie.
Thanks to Pecco Bagnaia and to Jack Gorst asking the questions. Very little seems to be concerning Pecco Bagnaia, even the small issues don't appear to be slowing him down too much. So HMS Pecco seems to be sailing pretty serenely towards the first round of the season. Let's try and return back to a topic we were taking a Jimmy Anderson style run up trying to discuss earlier on, which was Pedro Acosta, the rookie heading into the new season. And Pecco Bagnaia was one of the rookies actually that we referred to from history in terms of trying to work out what kind of expectations we can really put at Pedro Acosta's door this year. Simon Crayfar has spoken to us over these after the flag shows in pre-season, and he's reluctant to put too much pressure on Pedro. I have to say, I don't think pressure is something that Pedro Acosta particularly suffers from.
No, he doesn't at all. I mean, I'm personally buzzing to see what he can do. I didn't expect him to be this quick. I knew he'd be good because the way he's risen up the ranks, winning the Moto3 title at the first go, having a good year. He wouldn't say it was a good year in Moto2, but it was a good rookie year in Moto2, and obviously winning the title last year in dominant fashion. We expected him to be good, but to be this good, this quick, and sounding as he does, super mature, just level-headed, not getting caught up in all the hype surrounding him, because it would be very easy for him to do that. Everyone's talking about how quick he's going. He's just keeping it nice and cool and calm and collected. Okay, down the timesheets today, but not really going to take any notice of that. Pedro Acosta is undoubtedly such a fascinating guy to watch on track, so quick. And like I said, just the way he speaks in interviews, he's just so mature for his age. He's keeping his feet on the ground, not getting caught up in the hype, as I say, and looking at him on track as we are doing now. And as the riders say, especially Aleix, I think, who was following him for a bit, the lines he was taking in Sepang, where it's a track that he's only been to a couple of times before that as well.
Looks like a seasoned veteran, doesn't he?
Yeah, literally. Looks like he's been riding the bike for years, and it's only, the 6th day on the bike, maybe? 7th day? So, I mean, Pedro Acosta, there's not much more we can really say to hype him up. I'm personally super excited. I understand Simon not wanting to pile the pressure on him. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just, as a MotoGP fan at the end of the day, I'm really excited to see what he can do, because he's going to be a menace this year.
Yeah, as I say, I don't think Pedro's bothered. I think he relishes that expectation. I think he would be much happier if we were talking about him than not. Pedro Acosta was down the order, as Elliot mentioned, say 15th, but he was within a second of the outright pace. And of course, his team manager for 2024, of course, the man in charge now, although of course many see it as Hervé Poncheral's team. It's Nico Guyon who is the team manager now at the Red Bull Tech 3 Gas team, to try and get their new name for 2024 right. Of course, today wasn't necessarily the most productive day for the field in general. Conditions weren't particularly favourable, but Nico Guyon gave us an idea of what we can expect from them tomorrow.
With Pedro, regarding that it will be his first GP in the Premier Class in a couple of weeks, are you working with a specific target, like working something specific with him, or it's a bit of a work overall?
Not especially for sure. The main job is to clarify the fairing situation. I think most of our competitors are in the same situation. We need to define clearly the bike for this season, and of course it's going to be the first race for Pedro, so we'll simulate a qualifying so that he'll be ready, and we also plan to make a full race simulation so that he will understand how evaluate the tires through a full race. So that's going to be the main two things to do tomorrow in the last day of test.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we look forward to updating you this time tomorrow. We'll bring you the final after the flag of pre-season testing on just how that full race simulation from Pedro Acosta went before, of course, his full MotoGP debut comes in a couple of weeks' time. Let's hear now from, as mentioned earlier on, one of the unsung stars of winter testing so far. Fabio Gianantonio is waiting for us, and we'll wait a few more moments before we join him. He's just doing his duties in Italian first before we speak to him in English, which gives us an opportunity actually to talk about Digia very quickly, because he'll be joining us very shortly. Of the four riders on GP23s, he looks comfortably the strongest, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think him and Alex Marquez, especially, of course, Alex Marquez into the 156 club in Sepang, but Digia has really settled in well at VR46. Of course, a new team coming from Bucassini, hopping onto the 23 bike. I mean, compared to Bezzecchi,
Hi everyone, sorry, welcome back to the MotoGP test. Had a small issue as well with it that we're being sorted out, but we're back for the MotoGP testing and day 2 here at Qatar. So 3 hours to go in this session. Pleasure to have you all here as well. Hopefully you can all filter back in and come watch us for the end of this MotoGP test. The final day here of pre-season testing, the full day also will be uploaded back on to the YouTube site at the end of it. Just a load of technical difficulties today, like you absolutely wouldn't believe. But hopefully everyone can start filtering back through, and we'll put the timings back on and return to our programming.
Tire for the race, and we've been super fast with a lot of laps on the tires, so that's a good sign for us. But for sure we miss some feeling on the front that we have to fix for tomorrow, and also for...
Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to leave the MotoGP testing and we're going to leave our timings on. But what we're going to do is we're going to go over to the Australian Grand Prix of MotoGP from last year. A cracking race that transpired as well, because it was just nothing but high drama throughout. 27 laps was the distance. It all took place on the Saturday, not the Sunday. And on the call was myself and Adam Lemridge as well for that night race, as Megan was unavailable to join in. So let's go over now and join over with all the action from Australia. Hello everybody, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are in the world, and welcome to the Australian Grand Prix for MotoGP. We've had to move it forward, I'm afraid, due to weather tomorrow. In fact, everything tomorrow has moved forward an hour as well, which means the MotoGP, the Moto3 race now starts at midnight British summer time. The Moto2 race at 1:30, and the Tissot Sprint now at 3:15 as well. So everything's been moved up an hour. But the main event, the Australian Grand Prix here at Phillip Island, moved forward by 24 hours. This is the main Grand Prix, 27 laps ahead of us, and everybody out here going for glory. 21 riders in total. Alongside me in the commentary box is Adam Lemridge. Good morning, Adam. It's just gone midnight. Oh, it's just coming up to midnight, actually. It's 11:59 where you are. About to be a Saturday race. and everything looking a bit chaotic. But at least the rain has kept off. A few bits of wind out there, but pleasure to have you in the commentary box for MotoGP. Good morning.
Thanks, Josh, and good day to everybody watching. This is like a heavyweight title fight. Jorge Martin versus Pecco Bagnaia, and Brad Binder is in the middle on the front row. And can't think of a better place to be than here at a legendary track like Phillip Island. With so much history on two wheels and on four, folks, this race is going to be good, so strap in and hold tight.
Martin on pole position. Bagnaia starts the two championship protagonists as well. We talked in qualifying. Who do you think is going to be? It's on now. I meant to be in the commentary box, question mark, says Megan. Has Megan forgotten that she doesn't actually need to be here? I'm going to reply to Megan. Let's throw it over to TNT Sports then and get all set trackside with Susie Perry.
And Francesco Bagnaia, Aleix Espargaro from the second race, Johan Zarco and Fabio Di Gianantonio. Got to put his name in the mix after what we saw last weekend. You know, it's not a given, is it? And by the way, Marc Marquez is going off the third row in seventh. Of course, he's fantastic around this circuit. You know, we've seen victories from him, and he's been kind of in and out of form as we look at the man, the championship leader. What is he thinking at the moment? Francesco Bagnaia leading by 18 points. Let's just take a break and listen to the anthem.
Yeah, I'm not doing that because otherwise we'll get thingy. So we're going to skip ahead. We're going to be showing a couple of races for the remainder of the day as well. Back to Susie.
A few opting towards the medium front, but maybe only one or two. The big question is about the rear tyre. So the medium is the safe one. We heard from Johan Zarco that he thinks it's a bit of a risk to go for the soft. At the moment, there's two riders leaning towards the soft rear, Paul Espargaro and this man, Jorge Martin. I think the comments from Johan Zarco about Jorge going to try and make a run for it at the start probably lends it to a soft rear tyre. Go out there, try and get the gap in and manage it towards the end. We've seen it work for Marc Marquez last year. He could not spin the bike so much, roll the throttle, be a little bit precise and temper your aggression. This man doesn't temper his aggression too often, but we like what we've seen from Jorge Martin so far this weekend. So it could be a tyre battle that wins this race.
Ooh, thank you, Michael. Raised eyebrows here. Jorge Martin, a man with a plan, perhaps.
There's a lot of different ways he could be considering this race, you know. Basically, starting on the front row, good starter. Might want to try and disappear, use those early laps of everybody else trying to, you know, get a feel for their hard tyres. He might actually be able to break them early and let them battle it out alone, which will create a little bit of panic in Pecco, and then that could create another mistake. So there's a lot of different ways you can attack this race, and if he's going for that option, going, well, I've got to make a difference somewhere, and he might be trying to just, you know, make that stand out and see what happens.
And he is somebody that can manage a tyre well.
And from the front, you can really choose how you manage it. When you're further back in the pack, a lot of people say they like to save tyres back in the pack, but in a track like this where slipstream isn't gaining you that much, you're actually going to be working your tyres a lot more being behind everyone. So I would say being out in front, controlling how much you're spinning, he might actually be able to make that soft tyre work.
I suppose ideally not having to make any overtakes as well.
That is a big benefit, not having to twist the throttle that bit harder. You know, it's not a difficult track to overtake on, but if you've got somebody with a heap of grip, especially at the start, like I said, he could get that gap and it'll create a bit of frustration behind and make people panic and try and, you know, latch onto him basically and maybe step out of their comfort zone.
Well, this makes it quite interesting, doesn't it? They keep flip-flopping between Pecco Bagnaia and Jorge Martin. Will Pecco know what Jorge's doing? Will he know what tyre he's going for at this stage?
I mean, I think everybody knows there, but... Often, you know, we sort of threw people dummies as well in the past and pretended like we were going for one tyre and switched at the last minute. Another thing we used to do was we liked doing it here because the Bridgestones would warm up quickly straight away from a new tyre. But when you did a lap, say your warm-up lap, and then let it cool down again on the grid and went, it always took 2-3 laps to warm up. It was always very slippery and slick. So basically what we did is on the grid, we threw a brand new tyre on, absolutely slick. We didn't even give it a chance to scrub it in on the warm-up lap and the sighting lap. and then I could go out, start of the race, bang, because I knew all the practice sessions, it would light up and it come alive a lot quicker than a tyre that you'd only done 2 laps on, but gone through a slight temperature change. So there's a lot to think about. And that was the race I think I pulled 2 seconds on Jorge in the first lap, because he was confident, like, Casey's going to have to take his time to warm the tyre up, and I was gone. So by that time, then I can just relax the whole race.
Little bit of head scratching, little bit of head games going on the grid, do you think?
Yeah, possibly. I want to see if they are throwing a dummy out there for them, or once we see them go around on this warm-up lap and we get the proper tyre allocation at the end. But it's a big gamble to play. Maybe he feels like his tyre consumption isn't as high as the other Ducati riders because he's smaller, he's lighter, but his aggressive nature, how he gets into the throttle, how he turns the bike, it'll take a bit of managing. So yeah, it is a roll of the dice, and maybe one that he's confident to play today.
Unless he's not going to play it at all, and that was a dummy, who knows, because he was good on the medium on Friday. But what about Brad Binder from the front row, Michael, and what was the atmosphere like out there?
Yeah, it seemed actually quite it looked like Jack was a bit tense. Obviously a lot of media hype around at the home GP. Brad looked quite relaxed. I've got a feeling about Brad. We always talk about Brad being a Sunday man. He's a good Saturday man too with the sprint. So I think he's got the bike working well, seems confident. It is going to be about getting the start and being in the mix, letting the race settle down after 2 or 3 laps. I don't know if anyone's going to drop the hammer. Maybe Jorge Martin.
Yeah, I think Jorge's the only one that would probably consider it. Like I said, he's playing several different games. Nobody really knows. It's either throwing a dummy. He wants to maybe put the hammer down at the beginning, create that gap, maybe create a little panic in Pecco, and we'll see.
Here we go then, everybody. Stand by for action in the World Championship. Hard front, soft rear for Martin. Hard front, medium rear for Binder and Bagnaia on the front row. It's the Premier Class race for the first time on a Saturday since 2014 at the TT Assen. It's Martin versus Bagnaia. Stand by for Phillip Island and the 2023 Australian Grand Prix to light up and get going. Just avoiding any other problems for the rest of the day. So we'll hear it back in a second. Yeah, so if you're listening, we will lose YouTube access. If you want to watch the F1 testing, it'll be live on JBMotorsports 2. The link for all that is in the YouTube description. So yeah, we'll lose that test, but we'll be back for race 1. And I think that's a win-win, personally, as well. So we'll hopefully have everything back shortly. And for the next 3 hours, we're just going to be playing the MotoGP races from our commentary as well. And as soon as the session's over, we will go off air and round out the day. Who knew day 2 would be such a problem? Hey, it really has been quite difficult. And you know what? It would have been fine if one interview didn't play and it got claimed by another YouTube bot from a German football league. Anyway, let's hand back over. MotoGP's Australian Grand Prix. Let's enjoy that classic race. Clement weather means that the main Grand Prix action moves from Sunday to Saturday in place of the Tissot Sprint. 27 laps around Phillip Island for the Australian Grand Prix. Jorge Martin on pole position. Brad Binder lines up alongside him in second. Pecco Bagnaia starts third. And it's Aleix Espargaro, Johan Zarco and Fabio Di Giannantonio. Marc Marquez is 7th, Jack Miller 8th, Maverick Vinales 9th. Marco Bezzecchi starts 10th, Paul Espargaro is 11th, and Leo Bascini in 12th. Alex Marquez 13th, Raul Fernandez 14th, Johan Mir 15th, Fabio Quartararo 16th, Augusto Fernandez 17th, Luca Marini is 18th, Miguel Oliveira 19th, Franco Morbidelli is 20th, and Takiki Nakagami 21st on the running order. Now Alex Rins, he's backed out of the weekend after the practice sessions. Alongside me in the coverage box is Adam Lemage. Adam, away they go on the parade lap. It's cool conditions out there, not as bad as what we saw at the end of qualifying. Everyone's looking to go for a hard front option, but Australia is a difficult track. It looks like tomorrow is going to be the main problem with rain and everything moving around with the schedule. Today, looks good. 18 points in the championship. Main Grand Prix action. Oh, this is going to be a great race.
Gosh, it sure is. And we're at a track that is known in Australian history and MotoGP history. So, I mean, you think about the names that have ridden here, especially from Australia, Casey Stoner and Mick Doohan, and they have corners named after them. So this I've said it and I say it again. It's like this is like a heavyweight title fight in the sport of professional boxing. Jorge Martin versus Pecco Bagnaia. Two riders go in, only one goes out. Who takes the points lead after Phillip Island? We're about to find out.
And if we don't get the two-slot sprint, this could be even more important. An old-fashioned race on the Saturday as well. First time since 2014 gearing up. On board with now Maverick Vinales. It's a short lap here. They're already back at the grid. 27 laps ahead of us, of course. As you can see, it's a 2.76 mile circuit. That's 4.46 kilometers. 5 right-hand corners, 7 left-hand corners. Longest straight, 960 meters. That's the run from the last corner down to turn 1. It's the fastest first corner on the track as well. We often see accidents here. Binder in the middle. Best ever qualifying in the Premier class. Martin on pole position once again. Bagnaia starting from third. Ducati's had the whole shot device, but the KTM is the best starter. Green flag at the back. Here we go then. It's Grand Prix action on a Saturday here at Phillip Island for the Australian Grand Prix. Eyes to the lights. Martin versus Bagnaia for the World Championship. Lights on. Action in Australia. Great start from Malaysia Spargo. Bagnaia once again bogs down. Jack Miller goes through, and already Binder's going to go with Jorge Martin in towards turn 1. Martin gets on the brakes late. He leads to the first corner. We see Marc Marquez dropping back. Fabio Quartararo has had a terrible start. He's down into 21st position already. Miller's up into 4th place. He's got that KTM launch right. Fabio Di Giannantonio in 5th, but Bagnaia holds on for 3rd position. He's under attack from Jack Miller. Alicia Spargo coming cruise, and that is, I believe, that's Paul Spargo having an attack with Marc Marquez. Good start as they come in towards Stoner hairpin. Marc's going to get a little bit forced out here on the inside line. 3 wide. Di Giannantonio going through. That's Zarco getting in there. Alex Marquez getting set up. 3 wide coming into it. Mark's up the order. Zarco getting dropped back. Vinales dropped back. Good start. No jump start. Martin leads though, Adam. Great getaway.
Jorge Martin, he did what he needed to do, and he got off to a lead. And how about Jack Miller in front of his home country folks in 4th? Nice to see. Actually, he's only one spot away from a podium, so you know he wants to do good here on home soil.
And Miller is through on Bagnaia. Miller is up into 3rd position. He's on the hard front, medium rear compound tyre. Got a great launch down at Lukey Heights. He goes through on the inside line, and now we're going to see Fabio Di Giannantonio try and get the outside line as well. Di Giannantonio running with Bagnaia, who's going to use that slipstream with the Ducati, pulls the inside line down towards turn number 1, and now it's 1, 2, 3 wide. Mark's on the inside of Di Giannantonio. Bagnaia's back ahead. Di Giannantonio's going to keep it around the outside line, just sort of slot in with Marc Marquez. It's proper pack racing through turns 1 and 2. Really tight stuff. And Marc's going to go on the inside of all of them as they come through turn 2 and 3. Di Giannantonio up into about 5th position. Bagnaia's back to 3rd, and it's getting quite hard to tell, but this is getting quite close. I swear Bagnaia's not in 3rd position. He is in 3rd position, and Di Giannantonio is about to be in 4th, as by the time we get down to turn 6 and Stoner hairpin, Miller gets forced out again. Through goes Marc Marquez. But Martin's just checked out with Binder. They've already pulled out 1.1 seconds, and Bagnaia doesn't need to be in this fight, Adam, and he's getting stuck in the traffic.
Yeah, if Pecco Bagnaia isn't in place, he does not want to be. He wants to be in clean air right now, but he can't, and he wants to go. He wants to find a way to get around Brad Binder and go contend for the win. But Jorge Martin and Brad Binder have said, gone, see ya, goodbye.
SHG's pointing out as well, championship fight is getting spicy as ever. Zarco finding a qualifying run after struggles. Di Giannantonio another great performance. Massive struggle from the Monster Energy Yamaha. And he then said, Quartararo drops right to the back. Bad getaway for him. Bezecchi drops to 13th place. Martin and Binder, 6 tenths between them and the line. And then they've pulled out 1.5 now as Fabio Di Giannantonio, riding for his MotoGP career, tries to send it up the inside at turn 1. On Bagnaia, he gets the door shut. There's options open for Di Giannantonio. He wants to wait until he's made a name for himself, and he's doing it now. He's getting ahead of the world champion. He's up to 3rd position, and Bagnaia getting caught in traffic. Here comes Marc Marquez. So the top 2 checked out, and right now Bagnaia only leads the title by 6 points. This is why Bagnaia needs as many as possible with the sprint race tomorrow in what could be wet weather conditions. That's not where he operates best. And Mark's been forced out. Mark's been forced out by Zarco and now by Jack Miller. So Miller's come back through. Mark's down to 7th position. So again, I don't think we've seen this pack racing for a long time, Philippine. They're all sort of just bunched up together from 3rd back, and it's just going to be literally an opportunistic move. I thought you can't overtake at this track.
Yeah, but they're proving us wrong, Josh. And I mean, Jorge Martin he's checked out. I don't see anyone catching him unless something happens, and Brad Binder. So I think we're in a fight for the last spot I'm putting him.
Yeah, Binder's now a 2nd behind Martin. So Martin, as you said, just gone with it. You said that back in qualifying he was going to take off, and he's done so. Marc Marquez right on the back of Jack Miller as we go on the straight now once again. 960 metres, as I said earlier on. He's going to get a great toe on the inside of Jack Miller. Can he get alongside him in towards turn 1? Brakes so late down to 3rd gear. No, can't find the inside line. Carrying so much speed to the first corner. I'm surprised no one's gone down yet. I really am, actually. I thought we were going to see at least 2 to 3 down on the track at the start of the race. Everyone's made it through. Quadraro dropped back. And now, Marquez really bouncing his motorcycle around on this track right now. I'm just having a look. Raul Fernandez, medium front soft rear. As Marquez on the inside of Jack Miller, turn 6 at Stoner, gets it through. Nice on the inside line. So medium front soft rear for Raul Fernandez, medium for Mia and Morbidelli. Everybody else is hard front soft rear bar Marc Marquez, who's got hard front soft rear. Everyone else is hard front medium rear on that run. So they've gone conservative for this 27 laps. Michelin did say don't use the soft rear tyre, it is likely to fail. So who's gone and done it? Marc Marquez and Raul Fernandez, the two who often crash in when they put that on. But now we're seeing as well, Bagnaia is dropping back because now he's under pressure from Zarco. So it's actually Bagnaia who's causing the train Adam. And this is great news for Martin in the championship, because if Martin drops further back, he gets more points in the championship. Right now, I think the gap is like 5.
Yeah. Try and Pedro Bagnaia, he does not want to be in this position. He started on the front row, and he wants to be in clean air, but he can't. He has riders all around him, and he's seeing his championship rival take off, and that's not what Pecco wants to see. He wants to be up there with Jorge Martin, but he can't get there right now.
Struggling again, Marc Marquez has passed Johan Zarco. Now he's going to have a go on Bagnaia. It wouldn't be funny if Marquez took Bagnaia out of the race. That would be hilarious for these two.
Yeah.
The two have crashed the most this season. Take each other out for a change. Mark's, as I said, the crash count stands at 2 this weekend. Last time Bagnaia failed to finish was India about 3 weeks ago. Martin still at the front, holding it back. Well, longer than that, actually. About a month ago now was that, because we've had Japan. Then we had Indonesia. Now we're here in Australia. Next weekend, I think we're in Thailand. I can't remember where we are. We've got so many. We just got to rattle through at the end of it.
I believe next time out, MotoGP is in Thailand, Josh.
Excellent. I know the calendar just. I know we haven't visited Qatar yet as well. That's coming up. Riders are not looking forward to that one, apparently. After watching Formula 1, I do not blame them one bit.
I'll agree.
Martin's gone for soft rear, I've just noticed, actually, Adam. So he's got hard front soft rear, so he's going to be one risking it. Watch out for Martin later on in the race. Zarco's trying to
Remember what happened? It's called Remember What Happened Last Time at Indonesia, Josh. Jorge Martin he threw it away.
Just dropped it. I was looking at the top of the picture, and commentators cursed him as well, actually, last time out, as I said Martin, all it would take for him to lose out in this championship league now would be a red flag and a restart, or he'll go down as an accident. And 30 seconds later, he crashed out of the race. So that was my fault. 1.7 the gap now between Martin and Binder, as Marquez desperately now trying to get back through on Zarco, who's gone deep at turn 6 at the Stoner hairpin. Marquez back through on the inside line. Zarco has the traction though. to go back, drift it wide again. Marquez slips back through on the inside line at turn 8. This is what we like at this part of the track. It offers up overtaking opportunity. Zarco's going to get nothing back. Zarco right, and that's why Marquez wants to ride Ducati next year, isn't it, Adam? He does not like the Honda has no power out the corner. That Ducati munched him up and spat him out before it was even known what had happened.
Yep. Next year, Marc Marquez is on a Ducati, and he's going to be one. He may, and he can't wait to get on that bike in 2024. He wants to put the season behind him and start off scratch. And I think next year Marc Marquez is going to be a championship contender. He's with a different team on a Ducati, and I think next year Marc Marquez is a rider you don't want to mess with.
Absolutely, he's going to be right up there. Everyone says it's not going to be when Marquez wins again, it's going to be how long until Marquez wins again. What round he's going to do it, as he's been passed now by Aleix Espargaro at turn 2 and 3. Gets himself back on the inside line, coming down towards Stoner. So he's back ahead, Aleix still on the attack of him. You don't want to go side by side with this part of the track. It's very dangerous through 5, into the hairpin at 6. Aleix lifts off. They've had contact here before, these two. A couple of years ago, they ran into each other at the hairpin mark, getting forced out by Aleix. It's all civil as we go through. So Martin leads, 1.7 the gap to Binder. Then it's Di Giannantonio in third. Gap of already 1.5 then to Bagnaia, who's now holding up the rest of the field, which is something I never thought I'd say. Di Giannantonio, who was without a ride in MotoGP next year. He's been offered rides in Moto2 with several teams, been offered rides as well in World Superbikes. He says, I'm not accepting any offer until I know my dream of MotoGP won't happen next year. So I think he might getting a few eyebrows raised with a couple of teams. There's, 3 spaces left next year? Di Giannantonio should find it. We're hearing if Oliveira goes to Repsol, then he'll be a shoo-in at the Crypto Data RNF squad. So I think Di Giannantonio, I think it's been treated unfairly because he's a very quick rider. He's coming to his own.
He is. Yeah, Fabio Giannantonio is a good rider. He's with a good team, and he wants to stay in MotoGP, and I can't blame him.
Who wouldn't? It's a great championship. It's a great series. It's a great atmosphere that they try and build again. Franco Morbidelli and Fabio Quartararo, as SHG is pointing out, they are down in 19th and 20th places. So the Monster Yamaha's worst weekend so far this season to be second to last. Nakagami on the LCR Honda down in 21st. SHG's pointed out as well, Fabio Di Giannantonio rapid of late. Yep, I completely agree with you. Luca Marini up to 16th place, passing Augusto Fernandez as well. So there's a few changes on the timing screens there. Aleix was fastest first sectors. He goes after Marquez. We're riding with him now. A few dark clouds above, but all looks okay. As they ride it through the top of Leaky Heights, down in towards turn 10. And Mark just taking a bit conservative, actually, looking through. So now the race stands to quieten down, Adam, and with 20 laps to go. I don't think everybody's going to like the fact that it's Bagnaia holding them all up, because it's wasting the goodness of these tyres. And Mark on softs, rears, wanted to launch quicker, and he's been held up.
I'm surprised Pecco isn't up there with Jorge Martin right now, and he's holding up a lot of riders. That's something I never thought I would hear from you, Josh.
Yeah.
The world champion holding up a train. That's shocking. That's very, very shocking.
I haven't had a replay of the start yet, because I said it in the commentary. It was a great launch from Martin using the Ducati whole sort of drives. Binder went with him, and then I said Bagnaia he just did not get going. Bagnaia looked like he choked almost. He got swamped.
Yeah.
And then as soon as the whole shot device sort of came up and the bike went to return to normal, he got the power down of that Ducati engine. But I want to have a look, because it looked like he choked. He was under pressure from Zarco and Mark and Aleix. So I want to see that again. Hopefully we will get that replay coming up soon, and we can describe it in better form. It's lap 9 of 27. 19 laps to go. As we look at, there is Pecco Bagnaia. Championship now 6 points for Bagnaia, 359, and Martin 353. So Martin's doing all he can. And if it's roles reversed tomorrow for the sprint race, if it happens, Martin will take the lead of the championship by 2 points. It's getting tense now. Martin's already crossed the line. He's 4.8 seconds back. That's the gap between Martin and Bagnaia. That is unheard of. It's so bizarre.
And we actually have a comment in the YouTube chat saying, is this a sprint or the full GP? This is the full GP. Sprint race will be tomorrow if they can get it in because of rain coming into Phillip Island. So this is the full Australian Grand Prix you are watching.
Yep, they've moved the schedule around, as Adam said. Tomorrow is the sprint, today is the Grand Prix, just so that we get maximum points. Because there's a lot of rain and wind in tomorrow, as Adam says. So, yep, schedule moved. You're watching the full Australian Grand Prix. 27 laps in total, not the 13 for the sprint. That's tomorrow, which is delighting me and Adam because it means we get to go to bed earlier. 3 hours earlier, actually, than what we do today. So it's all good. To come through. Aleix just having a few issues there at the mid-corner, coming through at the top of Lukey Heights. Sunshine for the first time in a couple of hours at Don's Phillip Island. As Zarco just gets it late on the brakes, switches back up. Pecco in 4th position. He's 1 second back to Di Giannantonio, so I don't get it. Hard front, medium rear. Don't forget, well, I suppose Bagnaia surprised us in qualifying. He had to go through Q1. He got it through with a top time, really strong top time as well, with Mark in 2nd. And he impressed us with 3rd in quality. Race pace just not there, is it? And I think we're seeing that. He's dropping back about a second a lap now.
That is a shock. A shock to me, you, Josh, and I think everybody watching this. No one expected this from the championship leader. But we all know in motorsports, anything can happen on any given day. So, if I'm Pecco right now, I just have a clean race and then worry about the sprint tomorrow if it happens.
Yellow flag. I think Mia's crashed. Johan Mia's dropped down. Mia's crashed out. Rider okay according to our time screen, but. Johan Mir has crashed out of the Australian Grand Prix. There he is, back on the bike. Might be able to get it restarted. Oh, this we see a replay of. Down at turn 6. Oh, it's contact with Luca Marini, and he gets forced out wide and just drops it at the exit. That was not Mir's fault. That was Marini sort of throwing it on the inside, and that's forced out Johan Mir. I think that might be a long lap penalty, I think, for Johan Mir there. So for Luca Marini, sorry. It was very bad to just sort of lunge on the inside and go, okay, make that work. Spinned up. 2.5 seconds, Adam. This is great for Martin. Just takes off. He was reminding me a lot of Marc Marquez in his, in his heyday. I say heyday, but he could come back. But 2019 Mark, where he just hit the front and that was it, he was gone. And I was saying how boring MotoGP is. It's under investigation by the stewards, Marini and Mir. So that probably is a long lap coming for coincidentally at turn 6 as well. But Martin looking impressive. He needs to be on the main bike as Marquez under attack from Miller and attacking Aleix Espargaro. Has Aleix passed him? Yeah, Aleix has passed him. And Mir's in the pits, out of the race. Mir's out of the race. But,
Jorge Martinez in another zip code.
He's actually at Albert Park, Melbourne, doing the Grand Prix on the street course. We're all just here.
He could. I'll say he's at the Gold Coast, or even say he's at Bathurst.
Oh, imagine MotoGP at Bathurst. That'd be terrifying. That's equally terrifying as Miller throws it on his home Grand Prix. Jack Miller throws up the inside of turn 10 on Marc Marquez. Gets that move. Nicely done as they attack back through. Lap 12 of 27, 16 to go. Approaching the half distance. That'll be lap 14 with 14 to go. And Martin just controlling it. He's now starting to save his tyres, but he's 3 seconds faster. Is Miller going to go through on the inside of Aleix Espargaro at turn 1? Aleix running in a little deep, and through goes Miller for 6th position. Disappointing to see Marc Marquez actually dropping down to 8th position, but Alex Marquez making up to 9th after starting P12.
That's good for Alex. But Jorge Martin, I mean, I call him Mr. Sprint Race. You might as well call him Mr. Main Race today.
Absolutely. He's doing Augusto. Why is Augusto? Yeah, Augusto's down. Augusto Fernandez, our star from Q1, who it looked like he was going to go through, started 14th on the grid. He's gone out of the race. Doesn't even know what he's done there. So let's have a look. It's into Stoner at turn 6. Trail breaks in. Oh, that's a weird snap. I reckon the front locked there. The way that went down, that's a brake lock, yeah. So that's unfortunate. 2 out then. Down to 19. That is annoying. Super annoying. Halfway there. It's lap 14 and 27. As we just noticed something's happened with our timing screens here. So let's get that sorted, because look, the timing tower has disappeared on us for some reason. Let's get that sorted. There we go. Weren't seeing the proper lap counter. That's because of it's all been set up for the sprint race, not for this main race. There we go. Let's get that sorted. As they attack back through. That's look at that. Back 9 now into attack from Zarco over. To be fair, Zarco's gap is 3.3 seconds to Miller, who's in a little battle with Aleix Espargaro, Alex Marquez, who's up. Alex has passed Mark, so Mark's down to 9th now in that little train. And Bagnaia, who was actually faster than those two in front of him. And Binder's dropped back. So now it's a battle for second. Binder, D'Antonio, Bagnaia, Zarco. That little train. And if Martin decides to crash out, it's going to be a very tasty lead for the race all of a sudden. But Martin's 3.4 seconds ahead as they come over Lukey Heights once again to turn 10. Oh, this is impressive stuff. Really impressive. It's a Ducati 1-3-4-5 KTM in second. How Binder's holding on in that, I don't know, but that's just testament. We've seen that all year, Binder, having that style of run and holding it together. 13 left.
I've been impressed with Brad Binder after he started his starting in the middle of the front row. He's held it in second. I mean, I am surprised he hasn't gotten challenged yet.
Aleix has passed Alex Marquez again. Alex did get back ahead of him in the last corner, but Aleix gone back through for 7th. Mark's now closing on the back of Alex Marquez, of course. And Aleix Espargaro up to 7th. Bagnaia still P4 in this little train. This is getting a very... It's not quiet, but it's an unusual race. They've split up. We don't usually see this. It's reminding me more of a Moto2 race. They've all split up into different packs, and that's not what the simulations were predicting. Of course, the sprint race usually delivers us with more action, so maybe that's better that tomorrow we'll have a bit more all going out for the action of the race, and the sprint will be the highlight. If it's a wet race, it's going to be even more insane. 13 laps, so basically we're into that now. We're effectively into a sprint now with 15 of the 27 complete, 13 to go. We're into that sprint procedure. As Bagnaia's under attack from Zarco, Binder's under attack from D'Antonio. So this is the battle 2-3, and then 4-5. And look at that, Martin across that. What's the gap now as he pulls across the line? What's 3.5? It's still 3.5 across the line. Now it's 3.4, so they've pulled a little bit. As Zarco looks to the inside line at turn 1. Bagnaia trails in, keeps it with the speed. And Binder's looking a bit more vulnerable now to D'Antonio. Can Fabio D'Antonio get his best ever result in MotoGP, a 2nd place? He's right on the back. He's looking feisty. Zarco's right behind Bagnaia as well as we come through 4 and 5. D'Antonio's going to go for the movement to turn 6. You can feel it coming. He's going to look on the inside line. No, shuts the door, does Binder. D'Antonio has to stay patient, but this is great from Fabi. He's closing him in, hounding the pressure. Binder's an old horde at this. He will keep it, but Fabio Di Giannantonio running for his career. He's got nothing to lose at all. Not in a title fight, nothing. So he can just go all hell's bells and gets through. And he's closed massively. 2/10 on that last lap.
I think Fabio is going to get around Brad Binder, for a second. And I think Jorge Martin is checked out. I think right now he's just riding victory laps on me. Once he got the jump, it was gone. See ya, goodbye. And I think our predictions are going to come true, Josh.
Yeah.
Jorge Martin. And then tomorrow, if the sprint race happens, we're in for a doozy. I can't wait for Valencia.
I can't. Such a great end to the season we're going to have. Di Giannantonio is faster than Jorge Martin on the last 3 laps by 2, sometimes 3/10 of a second. So this is now getting strong. Di Giannantonio's on a hard front, medium rear. Martin, hard front, soft rear. And I wonder, Di Giannantonio's got a great run coming down in towards turn 6 at Stoner. No. Binder's going to keep it in. Holds that inside tight line. Di Giannantonio needs to pass Brad Binder now if he wants a shot at Martin. If he wants to go after that win, he knows Martin will jump out of the way for the title. He's thinking long term. Di Giannantonio might get his first ever win here. Reminder to all of you watching on Twitch and YouTube, this is the full Australian Grand Prix. It's not the sprint race. If it was the sprint, you'll see at the top, it'll say SR. This is the full Australian Grand Prix that you are witnessing as they come into Lukey Heights. Such an impressive run now. Trying to keep an eye out on everything. Look at the photographers. It's proper old school circuit this. The photographer's so close to the track. No protection or anything. And it's amazing the amount of access you get here. I love this track. And I know supercars come here a lot liking it as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Because, like I said, this track is
he's going for it.
is rider's favorite, and
Di Giannantonio tries. Oh no! I thought he might have had it then to turn 1. Didn't get through. I would love it if Formula 1 came here. I was thinking that early on in qualifying. F1 here would be amazing.
Yeah. I could see that over Albert Park, Josh.
Alternate. Di Giannantonio's got a great run here on the inside line at turn 6. Binder's going to go a little bit deep, and he's gone a little bit too deep. Di Giannantonio trying to get through. Bagnaya's on attack from Zarco at the same time, so it's all happening now. Marquez is closing in on the back as well of Aleix. They've sort of dropped back as well into 8th and 9th position. But this is looking fantastic now. Battle for the podium places is the place to be here for the Australian Grand Prix as they attack and fly through once more. 10 to go, about to become 9. And it's Martin leading by 3.2 seconds to Binder and Di Giannantonio. Oh, Binder nearly lost it coming out of turn 10. Proper had to correct himself. Knee jumped and everything. That's not what he needs to be doing. As they come into the pit lane, Di Giannantonio hunting him, looking left, looking right. It's going to get a great exit. Look at the tyre. It's completely rubbing away from Binder. And Di Giannantonio got so much more slipstream down to turn 1. And he's through. Yes. Di Giannantonio up into 2nd position. And Aleix has passed Alex and Mark. So that is Di Giannantonio up to 2nd. Now, Adam, he's got 9 laps to close in 3.3 seconds. Does Di Giannantonio take a maiden win? The Grenesci team think he can do it. I think he just might stand a chance. He was faster across the distance.
Yeah. Getting to Jorge Martin is one thing, Josh. But we all know passing him is another.
Like the Murray. As they come through. Binder's going to stay with the back of Di Giannantonio as much as he possibly can. Bagnaia still ahead of Zarco. This battle for 2nd now, a 4-way fight. Zarco needs to get past Bagnaia. Championship points are losing out here. Still impressive. I'm looking at the sector times. Sector 1, Di Giannantonio's 2... Okay, so Di Giannantonio's 2/10 down on Martin on this lap. That's only because he's passed Binder. He's lost that toe. He'll find it on the next lap. with better traction. So they'll still get it, but 3.5 seconds the gap between Martin and D'Antonio. Is that going to improve as we come out the last corner? What's the gap across the line? Has D'Antonio managed to cut that gap? Yes, he has. 3.2. It's starting to close. Mapping 3 for Binder, but now D'Antonio's got in the groove of him being out on his own, and he can set off and try and charge Jorge Martin. So we'll keep an eye on that gap. It needs to be, of course, closing at a rate of maybe, I think at this point, 0.5 per lap. That's a big ask at him, half a second per lap at this track. But he's got tyres that can do it. Hard front, medium rear for D'Antonio. Martin, as we keep saying, hard front, soft rears. That soft's degrading. We saw from Binder. And there's the mistake from D'Antonio, a little bit too deep into turn 6. So maybe not.
I have been so surprised with Fabio D'Antonio. He wants to stay in MotoGP, and he is proving it here today, Josh, that he is meant for this premier class, and I hope he gets a ride in 2024. He deserves it.
He's certainly showcasing why he needs to be on the grid next year. I'd hire him. Great rider.
I'd hire him too.
As Alex Marquez, his teammate, down in 7th position at the moment. Of course, riding injured, still damaged ribs for Alex Marquez. Across the line then, we're watching the Martinator. Jorge Martin across the line. And the gap is 2.8 seconds as there's a flicker of lightning up in the commentary box from the UK Storm. The light just flickered. Hopefully anybody saw that, but I don't believe what I've just seen, Adam. D'Antonio has actually pulled that gap down by about 9/10 on that last lap. That was insane. Was it? Yeah, look at that, 4/10 on that last lap alone. D'Antonio's closing him in. Didn't expect to see this at all as we look at, this is Martin. Has he made a mistake? I think, Doctor's dangle mid-corner. I don't know if that's a mistake or not for Martin to get it out there. That's at turn 4. But D'Antonio is going to bring them in. Oh, this is getting good now. 5-way fight for the race win lining up here for the Australian Grand Prix. Can D'Antonio do it? Look, there's Martin. And D'Antonio, he is dragging everybody with him. 2.6 seconds the gap. And Martin's starting to look a bit wiggly coming into turn 10. That soft tyre is going to start degrading. So maybe it's early gain and losing it right at the end. Was it short-term gain, long-term pain for Martin seems to be on the cards.
I don't know if Jorge Martin can hold this lead, Josh.
2.4.
I don't know.
It's 2.4. It is 2.4. Zarco's passed Bagnaia. Zarco's passed Bagnaia into 1. That's even better for the championship. That is even better. Gap down to 4 points. Binder's on the attack from D'Antonio. Gap 2.6. So Bagnaia leads the title by 4 points. Alex Marquez passes Aleix Espargaro for 6th. This Australian Grand Prix is coming alive, and I think you're right. I don't think Martin can hold off from D'Antonio. All this lot, to be fair. Oh, it's so tense now. One mistake, and you're literally just down.
Nope.
I'm not seeing anything from Binder. I was just looking at Binder going through that part of the track. He's not attacking D'Antonio. It's almost like he's trying to follow him, isn't he? He's using him as a toe to close that gap in. 2.7 now the gap. Replay. Zarco passed Bagnaia on the green. I think Zarco might be asked to give that place back to Bagnaia. He passed him off track. Yeah, look, they know it. They've said it. Ducati have pointed it.
Yep.
As a motorsport fan, it looked fine to me because it closes down the gap in the championship for tomorrow in the sprint race. That's all I'm saying. Gap across the line, 2.4 seconds. 2.426. 2.452. Come on. What is this race got there? 5 to go. Gap now a second in the last 2 laps. It's what it needed to be done. Oh, this is tight. Binder's all over the place. Can't work out if he's trying to pass D'Antonio or just tow with him, because Binder never had the pace to catch up here. He's going to go for it on the inside line. That's a bad decision from Binder, if you ask me. That's going to be contact if they're not careful, and that forces out D'Antonio. That's a bad move from Binder. That's a reckless move. He's not thinking clearly because he's gone too early on the lunge there. Should have let D'Antonio tow him around with the pace. Binder never had that pace. And now Martin's going to close up. That's a bad mistake in my books, Adam.
Yes, I'll agree with you, Josh. I wouldn't have done that if I was Brad Binder, but he wants to win, and I think he'll do whatever it takes to get it done for the KTM.
Now the gap is 2.4. It was 2.3. Now it's 2.4. Now it's rising again. Binder should not have done that. We'll wait to see if it was, as Adam says, he wants to win, if he can close the gap. But can Binder be the pace setter, the tower of this group? Cross the line, the gap 2.1 seconds now. Martin's starting to lose it. 4 laps to go of the Australian Grand Prix. Do we see Martin lose that 2 seconds in the next 4 laps? And this is the battle. That's Bezecchi, Miller, Aleix Espargaro and Alex Marquez. Battle 6, 7, 8 and 9 closing up, and Aleix going through on Alex. Great little swap around going on here for crucial points. Bezecchi, of course, 4th in the World Championship. He was, 3rd in the Championship. He's still up there as a Championship contender, and he's stuck at the back of this. Started 9th, still 9th. Hasn't improved on where he started at all. Oh, so
If I'm Jorge Martin, if I'm Jorge Martin, Josh, I ride my own pace, and I don't even look behind me. I just go and do what I need to do, because, like you said, one slip from Jorge Martin, game over. And we seen that last time out in Indonesia, and we don't need that 2 races in a row, but that gap is coming down, Josh.
Yep, it was 1.9, now it's 2.079. But that's only because Binder, D'Antonio, Zarco and Bagnaia had a little fight coming through Lukey Heights. So Binder needs to pull that gap down. He needs to be really close. 3 to go. Gap is closing. We might be on for a grandstand finish here for MotoGP. What's the gap? 1.8 across the line, as now we see D'Antonio under attack from Zarco in towards turn 1. Zarco's going to go for the lunge, and D'Antonio's dropped back into 4th position. So that is not what we needed to see. D'Antonio's not happy because now Bagnaia's going to be right on him as well. You drop in the toe. Binder's cost them all here. And I think it's not good from Binder, because he's not closing in. He might get lucky and get a race win, but he's dropped the toe and dropped everybody. And look at that, Miller, closing up, as we see Bagnaia trying to go around the outside of D'Antonio, not working at turn 6. But the gap is closing at him, 1.5 now. Martin really starting to struggle with those tyres. This is looking strong.
Ooh. Yeah. You want a photo finish? I think we're going to get it.
I wish I didn't cut pictures there, because we saw Bagnaia had a little look on D'Antonio, and there was a little bit of a bike wobble from Fabio. There is Martin into Lukey Heights at turn 10 and closing down rapidly. 1.4 seconds the gap now. So it has closed. Let's have a replay of Martin. Oh, and that medium front, that hard front is destroyed. The soft rear tyre is hanging on by a thread. So warm there, Adam. I'm surprised at this, actually. Can he last another, 2 laps to go? Oh.
I don't know, Josh. I do not know. He's gonna have to. If he wants to close down the championship, he's just gonna have to go for it.
Wow, look at the gaps.
What's he getting there, Josh? 1.2 seconds.
Look at the gaps. Martin to Binder, 131.2, 130.8, 5 tenths, 5 tenths. Binder's about 5 to 6 tenths faster, a lap faster than Martin. And this entire group is, as here comes Fabio Di Giannantonio, it's 3 wide into turn 6. Zarco's going for second. Binder gets checked up, and through goes Di Giannantonio. Can he get through on the pair of them for second position? Yes, he can. Di Giannantonio takes second. Zarco comes back at turn 7, tries to keep it on the inside line, and there's a big cheer. It's a Prima Pramac 1-2, and that's what Zarco needed to do. He needed to protect, and through goes Bagnaia. Bagnaia takes third position. Di Giannantonio is going to try and fight back. The gap now back to 6 points in the championship, but Zarco in second. That was crucial to protect his teammate Martin. Had to get ahead, and he's done so. Gap now less than a second, Adam. Less than a second.
Zarco can get there, but does he want to pass his teammate? That's the question, and we're gonna find out like soon. Like, what flag, Josh? And game on down under.
Oh, it's 4-10. Zarco could claim his first ever win in MotoGP, and look at this. There's that Miller. No, it's Binder. It's the other one. Last lap the call. Binder closing in on the back of Di Giannantonio. Bezecchi's past Aleix Espargaro. Binder's been dropped right to the back of this little train now. Zarco, will he actually pass his teammate? Will he follow team orders? The gap is a tenth of a second. Is Zarco about to win his first ever race in MotoGP? He's getting so close for it. Martin's soft rear tyre gamble hasn't worked. Zarco's never won in MotoGP. Bagnaia's right there. Bagnaia's going for it. Zarco's going for it. Zarco takes the lead. He touches. Bagnaia versus Zarco. And who's leading? Zarco leads. Bagnaia is second. Martin third. I don't believe it. Martin's down to third. Bagnaia's second. Zarco leads in Australia, Adam. That was not part of the plan. Team orders have not worked.
Zarco is I think Zarco is going to win his first career MotoGP race, Josh. And
Martin's dropped to 5th. Martin's, look at that, he's got look, Di Giannantonio's got past him. Martin's down to 4th. The gap is increasing. Can Bagnaia steal something in the championship? It's all going wrong for Jorge Martin. Once again, the gap now is 25 points in the standings. It's only improved by 1. It's the last corner. Binder's going to go for it for the first time in a long career. He's had to wait for it. He's been in and out of MotoGP, but Johan Zarco exits the last corner, and for the first time is a MotoGP winner. Zarco wins down under the Australian Grand Prix. Bagnaia is second, Di Giannantonio is third, 4th for Binder, Martin drops to 5th. It's the other Prima Pramac. It all goes wrong on the last lap. Martin drops back to 5th. Zarco, for the first time ever, is a MotoGP winner, and he's had to wait since 2017 on a Tech 3 Yamaha. He's come through on Ducati. Zarco wins for the first ever time, and the Frenchman is delighted. I am so happy for him, but at what cost to the world title? That is not going to be happy for Martin.
Jorge Martin's going to be kicking himself after this, Josh. He wrong tire selection, wrong tires, and it cost him. It cost him big time.
Fellow Frenchman Fabio Quartararo congratulates the Spaniard Maverick Vinales, congratulates him. As we see from Carabalmo through on Twitch chat, Zarco stood up Binder and made him lose positions. Binder drops to 4th, Martin to 5th. Zarco wins. Here it is again, look. Martin had no traction. Zarco went for it on the inside line. Look at that. He runs in wide, and then look at that. Bagnaia just sort of goes, okay, I'll go on the inside line. Zarco takes the lead, and Martin just completely out of it, Adam. That was great stuff, but that's not team orders.
That's not team orders. That's called, you want to win your first ever race, and you'll do whatever it takes, and Zarco did it.
The first ever race win for Johan Zarco. Amazing race, says Treble on the Twitch chat. It really was. It was a slow burner, but the last lap decider from 1st to 5th for Martin across the line. Binder just got him. And a first ever race win for Johan Zarco in such a long career. I am so happy for him. I am so happy. He has gone through so much in MotoGP. He has deserved that race win. It's been a long, long time coming. Bagnaia second, Di Giannantonio third. Sean SHT says, after what it looked like, Martin is the biggest favourite to win. Zarco took it at the line. The French fans have made their way over. Zarco goes to talk to them and say congratulations. Do you know that, yes, there's going to be controversy in the team orders. Yes, there's going to be annoyance. But no one can deny Zarco thoroughly deserves his first ever win. Is he going to do the backflip? Is he? Yes, he is!
Yes.
Perfectly executed. A backflip for Johan Zarco. Haven't seen that since his Moto2 days. Fantastic. First ever win, and it comes on a Saturday. And look at Martin. Doesn't know what to do. As you said, the wrong tyre choice, Adam. Wow. Look at that.
27.
He's lost
Back
points.
with Martin.
The gap coming in was, what, 16? He's lost 11 points in this race after leading it. Bagnaia can't believe his luck. He's turned a bad weekend around, and from what looked like a bad race, he's turned it around for second. He's the luckiest man in MotoGP, Bagnaia.
Sure is. Sure is. Jorge Martin. Man, you feel for him, Josh. You feel for Jorge Martin. He had the win. Unfortunately, it was the wrong tire selection. Said it cost him, and it cost him big time.
And Fabio Di Giannantonio finishes in third place. That is such an important podium for a rider who doesn't have a ride next year. He's put himself on the map. His best ever finish was last time out in Indonesia with fourth. He's bettered that here in Australia with third. First ever podium in the Premier class. And it's a Ducati 1, 2, 3. And it's 3 different manufacturers of Ducati. Prima Pramac, Ducati Lenovo and Guinessi. 1, 2, 3. What a race. And we've got the sprint tomorrow, Adam, as well. If it actually happens, if it's a wet race, Martin needs to win it. But that's only going to take the gap. Well, it's not going to do that much, is it? 12 points available for a win. So, Martin knows he's lost out a lot today. The second race in a row, Bagnaia managed to extend his championship lead further from Martin, says SHT. And Zarco didn't finish in the previous 2 races. Today he took his first ever MotoGP win. Martin, I don't know if he looks okay, doesn't he? Let's have a look at it. This is into turn 6 at Stoner. Zarco's through, Bagnaia went through, and I saw a shake of the head there. Martin knew it was done.
Yeah.
He was watching it there as well. Johan Zarco, a first ever win in MotoGP. 158 races, finally a winner. Started on the Yamaha Tech 3 team so long ago. That team has become the Crypto Data RNF team, which now runs Aprilia. Because, of course, Tech 3 became the Petronas Yamaha. The Petronas Yamaha became the Crypto Data RNF team with Aprilia bikes. Such a long race. I wonder what Julia's going to say about this, actually, on the Grid Network show later. First win for...
I got no idea.
Can't wait,
All I know is that, I can say, Vive les Français for Jorge Zarco.
Nicely put. Nicely put.
Thank you.
Treble says, I think this win is going to unlock his potential as a rider. I really hope so, because Zarco deserves it. He's such a lovely bloke, such a great rider. And finally, he's got that first win under his belt. 158 races. Another bolt of lightning hits the commentary box with the power grid here, with all the storms in the UK. If you just saw the flash of light. Well, Grand Prix done. They've moved it. Now, of course, we will go sprinting tomorrow. And all the action coming up. Formula 1 goes sprinting today. For all of it. It's going to be our day of action. We'll have the sprint shootout, so we'll have some F1 Academy races as well. We'll also have, basically we'll go off air for the F1 sprint, straight to the Moto3 race. Like bang, bang. It's going to be that type of morning, and then we'll all collapse at around about 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning and go, and breathe. Because it's 6 o'clock now in the UK. I have not slept at all. We had, what was it, 2.5, well, we had 3 hours between it.
Yes.
Not
Yes.
a wink of sleep. Let's hear though, Simon Quayfar, down with TNT.
First podium in the Premier class for Fabio Di Gianantonio.
Fabio Di Gianantonio on the podium in MotoGP. Tell us your feelings, Fabio.
Well, I still have to recover from it because, you know, I gave my 200%. I was thinking that could be a good race because the pace was great all the weekend, but honestly I didn't expect this performance. The start was incredible, maybe the best start of my life. And then I was there, I was trying to control the rear, but it was not easy. But then, wow, what a last lap! Battling with the best in the game is something incredible. So yeah, I'm super proud.
Huge congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done to Fabio Di Gianantonio. Should be so proud of himself today. Spoke to him before the weekend, and as you said, he is such a good guy. He is thoughtful, intelligent, honest as well, wears his heart on his sleeve. And I love the fact he says, I'm not signing. I've had options have fallen by the wayside that I've had. I'm not signing until I know the door is closed on MotoGP. And it's because he knew this was locked up in there.
Yeah, absolutely. And it could be probably the best decision of his career not to have panicked and signed.
What about the roller coaster this man has been on in the last 2 Grand Prix? From nowhere, he now leads by 27 points.
Pecco, what a clever ride. People thinking you were in trouble early on and you were managing it so smooth, beautiful. How do you feel about that one?
I was seeing that that the guys at the front were pushing, maybe too much, and because I was there, my rear tire was spinning already a lot, so I just tried to be calm all the race. I was knowing that was very long, and finally I was seeing that we were catching Martin, Jorge. Then Joan in the last part of the race were very strong, was very strong, so I just tried to follow him. When he passed, when he overtook Martina, just tried to use his overtake to be at the front, and was perfect. So very happy. Was another very difficult weekend from the start, but we managed to improve a lot. We worked a lot with the medium, and finally, be on the podium is fantastic, and we gained another points.
Big congratulations.
He put the hard yards in on that medium. When we saw Martin spending so much time on the soft, you're thinking, is that an error? Well, it proved not to be today. This was the move that he made. What an instinctive, reactive move it is from Pecco.
That was gorgeous. Honestly, what a move. Like you said, but that was a move from a world champion who's been having a tough weekend, but he dragged 25 points out of the race on Sunday last weekend, and he's just dragged 20 out there. Could those be the decisive points that make a huge difference in this championship? I mean, that lead's growing.
Yeah, 27 now between himself and Martin. He was behind in the championship just 1 week ago on Saturday back in Lombok, and he's extended it to over a Grand Prix race win. We've got more to come. Let's not forget, it's just Saturday. This was the Grand Prix. We've still got a sprint which will be even more chaotic, but Johan Zarco, hats off to the Frenchman. He's finally done it. A MotoGP winner at last.
Joan, myself, and literally millions of others are so happy you're a MotoGP winner. Give us your thoughts.
It's making a good feeling. It's hard to believe, but at least this first one race has been pretty good. I had a good start and I had to fight at the beginning. Then I've been quite fast, and behind Pecco, I was sure that he will not lose the gap with the guys in front. Martin is totally went away. So I was trying to save the rear tire as well as possible, because I know that normally on the last few laps I can handle well this rear tire, and I was seeing that the tire was moving, but I could have something more. And then I tried to attack when we are at this group, and was almost a surprise to see Martin totally dropping down. So I say something is possible, and so I tried to overtake as well as possible, and I was quite okay. So and at the end, I really tried to pick up the bike to have the best drive as possible, and cross the line in first position. After so many races trying to do it, it's really high emotion. So I need to swallow it, to take it well and enjoy tonight, because I don't want to cry at the moment, but I think it will come soon.
Huge congratulations.
Let's hand it back over to Susie Perry.
Mon Dieu, mon Dieu, mon Dieu. It's been a long time coming. How gorgeous was it to see the flipping Frenchman, though, backflip off that fence. We thought it was never going to happen. The rain has just started to fall here in the paddock. My goodness me, they were lucky with the timing of that. What an incredible race. It's forever drama on the island, Casey.
It always throws something in the mix, and you know, they got very lucky to get through without any rain, but it ended up being a fantastic call. I know that Martin, you know, really pulled out and stringed the field out a little bit, which I was very proud to see, doing exactly what I suppose was in his head, and maybe put pressure on the other riders to make mistakes. But unfortunately, yeah, whether he didn't manage it well enough in that middle part of the race. I already saw him spinning quite early on, with probably 10, 12 laps to go. And I honestly didn't think he'd hold on then. So he tried as best he could, but I think the fact that Zarco got into P2 and Zarco had pace that the others didn't, I think if Brad stayed in second, they weren't going to catch him. But I think Zarco getting into P2, he had that extra pace to just drag him up in you know, half, 3/4 of a lap, and unfortunately that's what did him.
Yeah, let's have a look at Zarco in action. Splendid form today. I mean, he did everything right, didn't he?
Yeah, he was decisive when he needed to be. I didn't expect him to dive down the inside of Brad, knowing how late Brad is in the brakes. He picks Binder up a little bit here, gives an opportunity for Digia and Pecco to take advantage, but that was decisive. As Casey said, even the half a lap that Zarco was at the front, he dragged him ever closer to Jorge Martin. So that move was what won the race for Zarco at the end of the day. But his ability to claw back that gap, and what I was watching from the overhead camera, he's so smooth, so patient around the racetrack, fast through the middle of the corner, but not hammering his tyres. He said picking it up, making sure he was upright, really using every strength he had today. And so happy to see the backflip. If you went another 4 races, then he moved on to the Honda, it might never come, but now he's a MotoGP race winner.
Yeah, well, that last lap was absolutely sensational, wasn't it, Casey? It was a classic at the island. Let's relive some of those moments here as it unfolded in front of our eyes.
Yeah, it was fantastic. I mean, we saw actually Zarco, as soon as he made that move on Pecco, then I was quite sure that he was going to end up P2 in that race. He had something the rest didn't. When you have that just set up and that feeling, that confidence of patience, I suppose, early in the race to really save your tyres. And he clearly had grip around here. And at the end, especially the last sort of 5 laps, it's so critical to make sure you look after them and have something for the end. And he clearly had something nobody else did.
Yeah, see, even the drive grip he has up the hill, this move from Digi through the hay shed. But look at the lead Zarco's pulling here. Confidence, grip. He judged it just right. When I spoke to him on the grid, he was calculating a completely different approach from his teammate, but he knew Jorge was going to run, and in the end, his call was the smart one. He made it work, and just to cross the line as a victor in such comfortable fashion. It's weird how the championship has flipped. So halfway through the race, it was going to go down to like 4 points, and now it's 27. So yeah, what an amazing race for the championship.
Yeah, it really is. It's incredible for the championship. Not for Jorge Martin. It was a bold, brave move to go for the soft tyre. Was there anything that he could have done? You know, Casey, you said he perhaps mismanaged the tyre a little. How did you feel about that, Michael?
Yeah, I agree with Casey, actually. I think there was a point in the race where you need to ride it like a wet weather tyre when it overheats. You need to short shift up a couple of gears, really be patient. It feels like you're going slow, but you're actually bringing the temperature down. So I think it was almost an element of panic mid-race, and you called it, you seen him sliding about 10 laps to go.
Yeah, it was. I actually messaged someone with 10 laps to go and said he's going to finish P5, and you know, with 4 laps to go, I thought I was completely wrong. And then yeah, it came down to the last lap, and I was like, oh wow, it's actually going to happen. I thought he'd changed something, because I'd been watching him. He was careful to a certain degree in the beginning, and then sort of when he pulled out from that 2.5 to 3.5 seconds, he took too big a chunks, in my opinion. Some of those laps, and you're going to take a lot out of your tyres, so you really do need to just feather that thing around here and look after it at a certain point, because you need to get that spin rate down to really help the tyre just you'd be surprised you can get an extra 4 or 5 laps out of that thing if you just took it easy for a few laps.
Yeah, I mean, those tyres literally fell off Siberia cliff, didn't they? When you watch tyres, they really, really went. He's the guy's watching the last lap and reliving what they've just done out there, because it must be a strange feeling to see it when you've, obviously had a different POV throughout.
Well, they weren't expecting to be in those sort of positions because, Jorge was out in front, and as far out as he was, I guarantee none of them were thinking about the win. They were all like, okay, let's try and get the best position we can out of the group that we're fighting. And it wasn't until probably, with 4 or 5 laps to go that it really started to become a realistic, option for them. And that's why they sort of, each one of them who had learnt behind the person in front. So Fabio Di Giannantonio learnt behind Brad, got in front. Then Brad felt like he had a little bit more pace, learnt from behind him, got in front. And then Zarco had been learning from all of them and went to the front and went through and took the win.
Glorious victory for him. We just saw the trophies as they were backstage, as it is behind the podium. Davide Tardozzi got to be happy with that. A brilliant race today for Pecco Bagnaia. That was a championship ride. And let's hand over to Gav to celebrate this podium.
And I think it will be a happy podium, Susie. I know most people on the podium are generally happy, but they've all got their reasons to be beaming with smiles today. Manuel Poggiali down there, he's no stranger to the podium here, a race winner back in the 125 days, as Paolo Campinotti steps up there. Of course, the owner of Pramac.
Onto the podium, Fabio Di Giannantonio. Very good performance from him here as well. I think Adam, he looks quite happy, and I think Bagnaia's looked into it, but I really hope Prima Pramac and Jorge Martin don't have a go at Zarco, because there was nothing wrong there, in my opinion.
No, nothing wrong. Roy Martin just got the tire flexing raw, and it cost him the win, and Johan Zarco is now a MotoGP winner.
The Jack Brabham Trophy, it's the only ones that are the same in Formula 1 and MotoGP, the only 2 trophies that remain the same. The steering wheel gets presented. 3rd place, his first ever podium, and a kiss of the trophy for Fabio Di Giannantonio. Fingers crossed it is the first of many, and he still gets his shot in MotoGP. He's proved now he's a podium sitter. Pecco Bagnaia finishes in 2nd position. Jorge Vegas, the FIM president, presents that trophy to him, gives it a kiss. But the main race win has to come from Johan Zarco. For the first ever time, Johan Zarco is a MotoGP winner on a Saturday as well. And in his honour, we will hear the French national anthem for the first time. And what a race that was, the Australian Grand Prix for MotoGP. Certainly delivered quite a lot of the excitement that we needed in the latter half of the season. Of course, that amazing championship going down to the last round of the season. Now, hello, welcome back. So, what a day it's been, eh? Let's just say a quick hello, actually, up here in the box. Hang on, that's the wrong thing. Where's that button? See, everything's gone wrong now up here in the comms box. There we are. Hi. What a day it's been. Now, I've spoken with Dorna. Apparently, it's a rogue bot, and that's why there was no midday report yesterday. They got hit with the same thing. So, it isn't anybody's fault. What's happened today. It's been a rogue bot. It's just unlucky that it's hit me twice on 2 different platforms, Twitch and YouTube. So apologies for what today has been, but thank you everybody for sticking with us and watching the test. It really does mean a lot, because it has been absolutely just madness what's been going on today. Just an update for you. We will lose YouTube live streaming from tomorrow. So all of the F1 testing coverage is shifting to live coverage on JB Motorsports 2. The link is pinned in the YouTube chat. So all the testing for F1 will be live there tomorrow. Day 3 will also air live on Twitch when we get that back, and every session will be uploaded to this JB Motorsports main channel going forward as well from day 1 onwards. And then NASCAR is on JB Motorsports 2 and on USRN and on Twitch as well. And then everything's back to normal for the F1 next weekend. So that's a big thumbs up as well. Fabio Quartararo, 11th fastest at the moment, just done a 152.193 as well, the fastest lap that he's done in the segment as well. So that's just a little update for you about what's been happening today with all the YouTube mess around that's been going on. We'll stay on for the next 90 minutes, but we have next up on the list, because we can't now use any of our systems that we've got. All our data that we had prepared got thrown out the window with technical difficulties. So we've literally had to scrabble around to get information needed in order to give some form of background audio. I know not everybody likes it, but sometimes it is needed to have that possibility. I can't see the desktop. I just realised. But we have... I can't actually get to the desktop. What's going on here? Something's happened in the favourites bits, which isn't all that great. Hang on a minute. There we go. So, next up here on JBMotorsports, did Oliveira crash? No, Oliveira stopped with a technical difficulty. So, it wasn't anything to do with that. It was a technical difficulty for Miguel Oliveira that cost him a little bit of issues out on the side of the track. He stopped to the track at turn 13. But what we're going to do now is head over to round 8 of the MotoGP season, the Dutch Grand Prix, the Dutch TT. It was another fantastic battle of a race. Alongside myself in the commentary box, making her debut at the time, was Julia Chusovic. Let's join over now for the MotoGP Dutch Grand Prix in the last 90 minutes of the final day of testing. MotoGP is about to get underway then here for the TT Assen, and the fantastic 8th round of the World Championship is about to get underway. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to one of the most famous circuits on the calendar. Alongside me in the commentary box is Julia Chusovic as well. Did I get better that time? You taught us yesterday. Is it better?
It is better.
Fantastic. Here we go then. The national anthem is... Yeah, the national anthem, that didn't exist because that also got thinged a while ago. So I'll hop back in. Back live. This is JB talking live, and I'll shut up when the audio starts playing again. So, yeah, it's been a busy day. Hopefully everyone's enjoying it. Thanks to everyone for hopping back on when we got the live stream back up. The full day, by the way, is going to be uploaded right after we finished. So the whole 7 hours is going to be uploaded to YouTube again, so you can watch the whole day once more. And then if we get part 1 back, which I've been told we will, which is great news, we will change it back. And look at that! Bagnaia, 150.952. The sun has set here at Losail. We're into the 90 minutes to go. Now this, even though we can't read much in testing, this is really going to be the push time. So sit back, enjoy, relax, and enjoy the Dutch TT. First Grand Prix coming onto it as well. Delighted to have you with us. It's going to be a fun race as well. There's a lot of anticipation in terms of what we saw in the sprint race yesterday. Bezzecchi on pole position again. He's on for a perfect weekend. Fastest in every session we've had so far. Could he do a Grand Slam at a track where usually it's chaos and unpredictability, the name of the game?
It looks like that. I think he definitely can't make a Grand Slam here. It looks like he has a better pace than Pecco Bagnaia, who's also set to be his main rival in the race. But definitely Bezzecchi is motivated, determined to make this Grand Slam and to win and to gain more points on Pecco Bagnaia in the championship standings. Of course, I think the most important news this morning, we don't have Marc Marquez on the grid for this race. For another Grand Prix, he pulled out because his injuries from the German Grand Prix were just too much for him. He woke up in a lot of pain in his ribs and he decided to pull out. So if we're going to see him back again in Honda, it's going to be the British Grand Prix in Silverstone.
And that's a big question as well, if he is going to be back on the Honda. So there's a lot of rumours circulating around that he's moving teams. We discussed yesterday possibility of, I said Ducati, you said KTM. Looks like you might be winning that. His manager this morning was spotted by one of the TV companies as well, coming out of KTM's area. And we discussed actually in, I can't remember if it was in Moto3, I think it was Moto3, wasn't it, that we said, is it going to be that he goes to the factory KTM team? He's going to go to another. You said Husqvarna could be coming up. It's all a mess in the silly season.
Yeah, definitely. It's all a mess, but we also have to say that they talked today with both Mark, the media at the circuit in us, and both the media talked with Mark, and they talked with Alberto Puig, so the Honda team manager. And Mark said that he is set for the decision for the next year. It looks like it, but he doesn't want to make a decision now or before he makes a comeback when he's fully fit, because he now thinks he's really clouded by emotions. So I think for his decision, we will have to wait after his comeback in Silverstone, presumably. And Alberto Puig said that this is like a famous quote. I think it showed up even during some Moto2 race. It was that Honda doesn't want to keep the people in the team that are not happy within the team. So I think we just have to wait for that decision of Mark's, if he's gonna stay, if he's gonna leave and break the contract. Technically, he has a contract for the next season, so we'll have to just wait and see about that. But as you said, KTM is an option, but it's hard to imagine at what team, at what role, if it's gonna be a role for next year or the season after next season, you know. And we have to also discuss the fact that RNF Aprilia looks unhappy with Raul Fernandez, and this may be another place on the grid going free for next year, because we had this famous duo at KTM Tech 3, Raul Fernandez and Remy Gardner. Remy Gardner moved to GRT Yamaha in World SBK, and he's really happy now. I talked to him, I had an interview with him just being translated into Polish. He's happy there, and Raul Fernandez managed to get himself a place on MotoGP grid, but in another team, in RNF Aprilia. But he's been injured, and his performance doesn't look really good. So I've heard that the team is unhappy with him, just like Gorsini is starting to be unhappy with Fabio Di Giannantonio.
It's a lot, isn't it, to go forward? Everyone unhappy with everybody. It's been a difficult weekend. In the pit lane for us for this one as well, we've got Josh T and Omi. Omi, you've been with us throughout the day so far. Interesting Moto2 race. Won't spoil it. We encourage you to go see it. But what are you looking forward to here today?
I'm just hoping that we get another great race, because Moto3 was good, Moto2 was good, so hoping that MotoGP will also deliver. And we all go and get to enjoy we all go and get to enjoy a good day after all of the action, because it ends pretty early, only MotoGP today. So hoping that we get a good race to end our racing weekend.
Hope so. I'm breathing in pure hot air now. It's really bad in the commentary box. Josh T in the pits for us as well. Formula E was great. Moto3 was great. Moto3 was great. Moto2 was great. MotoGP should follow the pattern of being great as well.
Yeah, well, hopefully it does, and an absolutely incredible Moto2 race. I won't say who won it, but all I will say is that the rider who did win it, I have been following through Super Bikes and the Sport Series as well. Absolutely incredible. I'm so happy for him as we're getting ready for the MotoGP race.
Here we go then. Hard front, medium rear for Bezzecchi, Bagnaia and Marini. Stand back then. One more race before a 5-week break. Aren't we nice as well? Will we end on a classic or will we end on a whimper? Time to find out. Round 8 of the Moto3. Let's see. Round 8 of the MotoGP World Championship is about to get underway. Yeah, I was clearly very much in the spirit. We had 2 great races, of course, earlier on that day for MotoGP, so it was very much up there. JB back live at the moment. Look at that. Ducati 1-2 at the moment. Aprilia still getting in there. Times now beginning to fall. Riders apparently are going to head out onto the circuit, so it's all eyes to what is going to be an absolutely fantastic end to this MotoGP test. I really can't wait to see. So, sit back. Enjoy the Dutch Grand Prix, and it was a classic race as well. We're giving you the good classics where we can have it as well. Yeah, some of it's old commentary, some of it is live, and it's really difficult. You know when I'm live because I've been talking to you like hello, live. But now let's hand back over to coverage of the Dutch Grand Prix from the 2023 season. A classic race as well. Live timing will continue from day 2 here of the Qatar test. And it's been a hell of a day. I'll talk to you before the session ends. Enjoy the race. One more race then before a 5-week break, exactly how we like to see it. Hello everybody, welcome to the Dutch TT. MotoGP's premier class of racing now gets to go at one of its oldest circuits. Been racing here since the 1920s as well. So much on the line. Yesterday we had a sprint race back on the Saturday for the first time. A race on the Saturday here since 2017. And boy oh boy are we ready for this one. Bezzecchi, Bagnaia, Marini the front row the same as yesterday. Quartararo, Binder and Aleix Espargaro row 2. Vinales, Zarco, Alex Marquez. Then it's Martin in 10th position alongside Oliveira and Miller. Di Giannantonio, Nakagami, Morbidelli, Raul Fernandez, Bastianini, Salvadori, Bradl, Augusto Fernandez, Aiki Nukino and Jonas Folger, the 22. Marc Marquez not racing. He's withdrawn from this round of the championship after exacerbating his injuries he sustained at the German Grand Prix. Alongside me in the commentary box is Julia Trusevic as well. Julia, welcome up for your first Grand Prix. We had the sprint yesterday. Everything went nuts, and now we've got to do it for 26 laps today. Double the distance, where we've had so many different winners over the years. 18 Marc Marquez, Vinales in 19, Quartararo 21, and 22 all went down as well for Bagnaia. What are you anticipating here for this one?
Oh, definitely. After the great races we've seen in Moto3 and Moto2 classes, I definitely would anticipate a really interesting and action-packed race, to be honest, because that's what we expect from us, and I think it's one of the tracks, one of the oldest tracks, and one of the tracks that always delivers great racing. I think that's what we want to see, because the sprint yesterday was great. We had a lot of fun watching it, I think all of us, even though in the end Bezzecchi pulled off. It wasn't such a big gap, and he did fight with other riders, and we had fun. We've seen Bagnaia trying to go after him, fighting with other riders as well, trying to run away from Brad Binder and Fabio Quartararo. So I do hope, and we have some flowers on the track again, I do hope we're gonna see a full action-packed race, even though it's longer than the sprint, of course, half more distance. I hope we're gonna see a lot of fights. I think Bezzecchi is the most one to win that race, but of course, all hands down on Bagnaia. We'll see how Marini will start today, because he didn't have a good start yesterday, but today may be better. And we'll see if Fabio Quartararo is able to get a podium again.
Hopefully our TV picture's stabilised for you in a few seconds' time as well. Internet's there we go. Ready for you as well. It's just the internet getting a little bit laggy. There's Bagnaia watching on. We're all set then. Round 8 of the MotoGP World Championship. Green flag at the back. 5-week break coming up. This race more crucial than ever. It's the Dutch TT with 5 red lights activated. Lights out in Assen. It's a good start from the Marini. Look at that from Bezzecchi. He's been
great start from Bagnaia. Wow.
Bagnaia's got the lead. It's a turn.
Bagnaia had the best start.
Binder's takes in the lead.
Binder. Oh my God! What a great ride by Binder. What a great start. Even better than yesterday.
Binder.
Amazing stuff.
I said watch out for that KTM. I said it's got a great launch and it's done so. Bang! Binder leads. Bagnaia second. Bezzecchi in third. Oh, it's all getting a bit up in the tight. A little bit different, isn't it, coming through? Now look at this. Bagnaia with the attack.
Wow. And Fabio Quartararo really fell off, you know? Where's Fabio Quartararo? Oh my God, he's in 11th place.
Oh, poor start. He's down to 12th. Zarco's passed him. And Augusto Fernandez has dropped all the way down to 21st.
Alex Marquez. Taka Nakagami is 9th. Miller is 8th. Fabio Quartararo totally had some problems at the start. He's behind both Cramax right now. And it's Binder leading, and it's Bagnaia in 2nd and Bezzecchi in 3rd. And it's Espargaro in 4th.
And already Bastianini passing Zarco, and Quartararo's up into 12th position. Martin up to 11th. So Zarco's dropping back even further as they zoom around. There is Fabio Quartararo. He was 4th yesterday, promoted to 3rd, and he's struggling.
Look who is in the 6th place.
Oliveira. on that gravel.
Yeah, this is Oliveira completely using the opportunity, and he's now in the 6th place. What a great position for Oliveira, the runner in Aprilia.
First lap completed then here at the Dutch TT. Binder leads, Bagnaia, Bezecchi, and we've got a crasher. Someone's down at the marshals running at the back. Is that Jonas Folger? The yellow flag is out. Oh, crasher turn 1! Is that Jack Miller? It is! Jack Miller bins it in turn 1! Oh, and he kicks out as well the exit curb of one of the fairings. No jump starts, but out of the race.
Absolutely awful weekend for Jack Miller when his teammate has been doing better and he's now leading the race. Jack Miller had worse position and he now crashed out.
Look at Bagnaia as we come through. Russian hook at turn 6. He's going to look on the inside into turn 7. No, Binder's defending that line well. So KTM left in this race.
Really close.
I think the marshals are running out. I'm just being told in my ears they were running out because there was some sort of flare that was burning the grass around the exit of the last corner. So they've just put it out, I believe. We'll double check that when we get back TV pictures in that section. But yellow sector 1, out goes Miller. That's the last time I pick him for a race win. But this is looking to be a crucial start at the moment as Bagnaia, right in the back, but here comes Marco Bezecchi. So we've got a 3-way fight for the race win between 3 different teams and 2 different manufacturers. Yellow flag is in, and this race is already going crazy. Bagnaia looking to the inside line, coming through Rushkin hook into... No, not going to work this time, Julia. He has to back out of it.
He's looking for the opportunity. Oh, now he's gonna look for opportunity, definitely. Bagnaia is really, really close to Binder, even though great start by Binder, but in the end, the pace is looking better for Bagnaia. Bezecchi is still really close to them, even though there is a little gap between him and Bagnaia, but it may be quickly adjusted during the race. And then there's also another group that is opened by Aleix Espargaro, then Luca Marini, and Maverick Vinales is up a place. So this is gonna be really interesting, but we'll see for how long Binder can hold on.
Miller giving away. Let's take a look what happened. He's going to drop the front, isn't he, Julia?
Yeah, definitely. It's Jorge Martin's view.
Yeah, just lost it at the front. That's really annoying, really unfortunate. And that was Bagnaia. Wow, 1:34.051 is last lap, but the best lap here is a 1:32.5 as he's got a run on the inside coming into turn 8. Yeah, he's got it.
Yeah.
Huge.
He's got it. There's a yellow flag. There is a yellow flag in sector 1, in sector 2 and 3.
No, it's Zarco. It's both.
It's Fabio Quartararo. Fabio Quartararo's down.
And Zarco. There's a, oh my word, we'll have to have a red flag.
Oh my god.
Oh, he's up. Oh, Quartararo
Fabio
was injured.
Quartararo, okay, finally.
Well, where's
Hero's up.
Yeah.
Fortunately. He's lying, but he's conscious, you can see. I think there is a lot of pain in his hand. But fortunately, he's not laying down, he's conscious. Zarco is standing on his feet and helping him. So let's hope that they both are okay, and probably later on, and they are both okay, we're gonna see the replay.
No sign of the red flag. No, they're reluctant to throw it, but they might have to. Don't forget, Quartararo's got a boot on his left foot. So Zarco out as well. As now we see Vinales up the inside of Luca Marini for 5th position. Vinales takes it. Yellow flag is still out. No sign of those reds as Martin passes Nakagami.
Let's take a look at Vinales' pace, because now he's the fastest rider on the track at that moment.
Oh, he's having to be helped away.
Oh.
Don't like that.
I think it may be his leg. It may be his injured leg, unfortunately.
Let's take a look at the set on the screen with the yellow flag still out there in sector 2. There's your gap screens with Bagnaia on 2/10 ahead of everybody else. Followed then by Binder, Bezecchi, Aleix Espargaro, Vinales, as you said, 1:33.638. He's the fastest rider on the track. They're coming through the yellow zone now. And remember, guys, you've got to lift the throttle. You can't go flat out. Oh, huge accident!
Oh, my God!
Is that Maverick? It is! Vinales! He's
crashed! It is Maverick!
Oh, Maverick! Another huge
Hopefully
accident!
It looks like he's okay, fortunately, but what happened there? It looks like he was in the corner on the full speed.
It's the gravel, and he's going to turn in and lose the front. They're going to have to, I think they're going to have to red flag this to clear the track up. They can't, that's a fast part of the track. They can't see the gravel everywhere. We're going to have to go back to the main, well, it's green at the moment, with yellow's out in sectors 2 and 3, but I can see a safety concern here that they're going to stop the race, because that gravel, it's large gravel at this track as well. It's like a Portimao, and the riders hate it, absolutely hate it.
Yeah, it looks like maybe a little safety concern. We also don't know what exactly happened to Zarco and to Fabio. How they're accident looked like, and hopefully, I just hope that there are no extra fluids on the track, considering that big crash where it looked really bad, considering how Fabio for Qatar is hard and how their bikes are destroyed. Even though Zarco is okay, Fabio's walking out with the help of the marshals, we've seen their crushed bikes, and hopefully there are no extra fluids on the track. That probably would be even more concerning and more, they would be all able to make Vinales crash even more than the gravel, because it would just, if the track is slicky, then Vinales could have just be caught up in that, and he just then goes down. There is no way to save it.
Yeah, I don't like that. Even Bagnaia had to adjust his exit curb there. There's gravel in the most dangerous part of the track. There's also shards of carbon fibre in that part. That's where the yellows are as well. I would be very surprised if we don't get a neutralisation because of the way the gravel is on the track.
Because let's be honest, I don't think we can have a yellow flag in these two sectors during the whole race. We have still 22 laps to go. It's a little too much. And we also want to say we already see the top three pulling away a little bit from the Aleix Espargaro in the 4th place. And then Aleix Espargaro is kind of riding solo at the moment because Marini is losing the pace to him. Also Martin and Oliveira and Alex Marquez.
Marini!
Oh, and here is Martin for Marini.
Oh, it's not Marini who's crashed then. He's just made a mistake at the last chicane. I thought Marini had got an accident because he dropped.
And the rest of the guys. Marini really lost a lot. And during that weekend, he really doesn't look as good as his teammate, who's now the fastest rider on the track. Bezzecchi just is fastest rider on the track right now, and probably really running to catch up with Brad Binder and Pecco Bagnaia.
Yeah, even Simon Patterson said there's a load of debris on the track where Vinales crashed from the Zarco, Quartararo crashed. So that part of the circuit now getting very much littered as we're in it again. We've gone green, so yellow flags rescinded. As we see Alex Marquez up the inside of Miguel Oliveira for 6th position. He's got through. Now, have they managed to clear a line? Oh, they're just taken away. This is a replay of Marini. Final check. Is that Martin not giving him enough room, giving him a bit of a check-up? How do you read that one?
Let's take a look. I think I need to say that Martin had a lot of confidence, and it was risky to come in and get the position. But I can say that, fortunately, this move ended well for both of them. Marini probably will be a little angry about that and annoyed because, that was pretty dangerous and he was pushed a little. But I don't think it was nothing that really deserves the stewards' concern.
Just let you know, Julie, on Discord, in case you didn't, if you click the footage, it'll go full screen for you. If you haven't just seen it, if you click the thing, it goes full screen.
Yeah. I was trying to do that, but then the coverage is bugging for me and it's not moving at all. So I think I prefer to stay on that. I will survive, don't worry.
If you survive, you survive. Let's get that fixed. It's because of the heat. It's literally boiling the computers alive up here in the box. Coming through. I do not like it. I'm very much looking forward to getting out of the commentary box. It's this big light that's above me. It's massively radiating the heat. It's a 50 something. It's a very expensive bulb that's in as well. It's an LED.
Let's take a look at Bezzecchi, who's really getting closer to Binder. Binder lost.
Bastianini's crashed
out. And there's yellow flag in sector 1.
Bastianini's crashed. Rider okay according to the time screen, but Bastianini's crashed out of the race as Bezzecchi goes a little bit wide. Don't go down. Gravel seems to have been dissipated.
He's losing race to Binder.
Fire! Look, the engine's gone. It's leaking fuel. So he's crashed.
Let's take a look.
Yeah.
He just... The front went down.
Nice.
And what happens? Maybe something happened to the engine afterwards. Maybe it's also the heat, but it's the front that let him down. And Bezzecchi made a mistake, lost some ground to Binder. Hopefully, with Zarco, he's totally fine. And then, now, I think we're going to see the replay. Yes, Zarco.
And he's on the outside. Quartararo's on the inside. So Quartararo loses it and takes Zarco out, who was stuck around the outside.
Yeah.
Let's see it on board again.
Yes, they're fighting. And that's now on board with Fabio.
Oh.
He lost it and down with him.
I must say, respect for Zarco for helping Fabio. That is brilliant. Yeah.
Definitely.
Is it lagging? Yes, it is. I'm seeing it lagging. Is anyone else lagging on TV pictures? I'll hit it with
a
a
little
hammer.
bit.
Yeah, I'll hit it with a hammer.
It's not that bad that we don't see what's going on, so I think it's gonna be okay. And now, okay, Binder lost some ground on Pecco Bagnaia. Pecco Bagnaia is definitely pulling in front, even though it's not that big of a gap, but I think it's gonna be growing in the next lap. And we don't see Bezzecchi now, but after his mistakes, he really started to fall away from the top group, so hopefully he'll be able to regain a little bit of time so we could see the fight for the win. But for now, there is Bagnaia and Binder definitely the only ones up for it.
Fernandez has been given a track limits warning as well. I don't know where that ping's coming from on Discord. It's coming, I think, from that. It's coming from somewhere. I'm just going to mute everything. Quartararo has been taken to the medical centre for a
Probably
checkup.
PSGL chat.
Yeah.
Just wrote in that.
Ah, right, okay. I need to turn that off. Nakagami track limits warning. Quartararo has been taken to the medical centre, so it's all going off now. Can Brad Binder, Luca Noah track limits warning as well. Can Binder get past Bagnaia, the two who were sort of swapping over the sprint race victories earlier on in the season, now closing in the gaps once more as Di Antonio gets past Ralph Fernandez and Franco Morbidelli. So Morbidelli goes down to 12th. Not many points coming on the board here, and we are getting closer and closer to a best race lap.
Yeah, Bezzecchi is the fastest, and he's getting closer and closer to the lead-in too, probably using up the fact that Binder is really finding hard to get to Bagnaia. And we also could see how Bagnaia pulled away from Binder when we had any longer straight, but then how Binder was able to get closer to him in the first corner. So definitely he has to look for an advantage to Pecco Bagnaia in the corners, and this will be the chance to regain the lead for him.
Always makes me chuckle to saw Marco Bezzecchi's hair getting blown around in the wind as well, because he doesn't have the fishnet sort of stocking over his head that he has to keep it all in as Oliveira's passed Nakagami.
There was one rider who had, there was one rider who had it, and he's Maverick, hopefully he's okay. It was Darren Binder, and he always wears a cap that hides his hair. And also, I need to say, I had a similar feeling when I always seen Maria Herrera race in the Moto E stuff. She has quite a long braid, definitely shorter than my hair, but she has a braid and she never hides it under her helmet or under her suit. So it's always, if you see some braid going up out of the helmet and flying off, it's definitely Maria Herrera.
Always helpful to find out who she is as well. First time I saw Maria in a moto race, it was, I think, first time I watched Moto 3, because I've been watching Moto 3 for donkey's years now, but Moto 3 I always used to tune in out. I remember watching a race in Malaysia, I think 2016, waiting for the main Grand Prix, and she fell off at the last corner and was just lying there. And I was like, oh my God, that's ridiculous. So why haven't they stopped the race? And then they stopped it and helped her out. But she had a high side and it whacked the top of her head as well. So that was a scary one back then. But she's been around the paddock for ages as well. Now she's in the Moto E class, isn't she, at the moment, if I remember correctly?
Yeah, she is, and she's also in the Spanish Championship, and this is interesting stuff considering that Dorna and World SBK now figured out to make a Women World Championship in motorcycling that's supposed to run next to World SBK, and we'll see if who's gonna go there. I wrote a piece about that right now.
Here's the start then. Great launch. Look at that. You know, just 4 wide further back, and that's Quartararo and Morbidelli getting involved.
Yes.
Then it all sort of Constantina's again. Quartararo got forced out wide.
Let's take a look. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. This was definitely a dangerous move, but fortunately, Aleix Espargaro was able to hold on, and he even, he didn't get a better advantage out of that because he got in front of Marini. Yellow flag again.
It's gone, disappeared, but
it's gone now.
Is it Ralph Fernandez? He's dropped down massively in that third. Yeah,
it
is.
No.
Yeah, Ralph Fernandez.
I think it's Fernandez. We were discussing at the beginning how Aprilia Ernef is unhappy with him, and it looks like it's another race that didn't go well for him.
Yeah, it's getting really bad, isn't it? You said about they looked like they were going to change Ralph Fernandez over, possibly for the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. Augusto Fernandez also, I think he's doing okay at the gas. It's Raul who's a bit of a a difficult one, but both in their
Yeah,
first
Augusto
season.
is doing better. Yeah, as a rookie, he's doing better definitely than Ralph Fernandez. And Fernandez is not a rookie anymore. Let's say about
true,
that.
yeah.
He was a rookie last year with Remy Gardner in KTM. Remy Gardner's moved towards SBK. Ralph Fernandez managed to get a rally to MotoGP to stay, but to be honest, Remy Gardner looks definitely better in World Superbikes than Ralph stay in MotoGP.
My fan is now blowing hot air at me, so this is going incredibly well. Commentary box, by the way, update for you. Temperatures just hit 40, so change of clothes required post-race. I should not have worn checkered and checkered shorts. I've matched the outfit today. And I thought it's a nice opportunity to do so.
Definitely. I'm really sorry for you, Josh. I think my temperature is around 20 something, 25, and yeah. I didn't, as I said before, I didn't turn the AC on because it's so loud. I wasn't gonna survive, and I chose, I think, a better clothes affair than you.
I know, I'm literally going to be coming to the next race at Silverstone when it's middle of the summer, boiling hot weather. I think I might just commentate. I might put a television outside, commentate from a swimming pool. Just get one of those paddling pool blow-ups and just commentate in that, and I'll be nice and cool throughout the race as well. Might electrocute myself to death, though.
I would love to go to
I'll get that
wireless. Oh, let's take a look at Miguel Oliveira here. Oh, a little white. Yeah.
Oh, hello. Has he gone through the gravel?
He is of the track. Oh.
No.
This is really on the border of the gravel trap.
Ramshook, isn't it? The 15. He's gone white. Oh, hello. That's Morbidelli passing. That's Miguel Oliveira passing Morbidelli for 10th position. Yeah. Couldn't quite tell if it was Morbidelli or not.
Yeah, he lost a lot of positions because of that runoff.
Well, we're approaching halfway in the race for this one, and we've got a more interesting Grand Prix formed up as well. Battle of, I think, 3 separate groups coming in, which is just how we like it. Brad Binder 1:33.097. He's now got the new fastest lap, and he's chasing down Bagnaia. Just a 10th between them. Interestingly enough, if we take a look at the battle screen, this is what I like to see. Look, we've got Bagnaia, hard front, medium rear. We knew he was going to do that from the warm-up this morning. But Binder's hard front, soft rear. And with these increasing track temperatures, that's a really bold strategy for him to go for a soft rear.
That's definitely bold from Binder, but for now, especially you have in the second half of the race, so we'll see how it's gonna go for him in the second part when his tire may start to drop. You can see that's what I was saying 2 laps ago, how he can get closer to Bagnaia in the first turn especially, and he's getting closer and it's not working for him. This tire is definitely working for him, the temperature is working for him, and this is really impressive how he's able to stay close to Bagnaia so he can use the advantage later on to try and go closer to attack. And here is Miguel Oliveira retiring, I'm afraid.
Oliveira.
Alright, it's long.
That's a surprise.
Long lap penalty.
Nakagami, track limits excursion.
Oh.
So Nakagami getting that.
Sorry,
Oliveira's just passed Franco Morbidelli, and that lap is told to come into the pit lane.
And now he's retiring.
Yeah. A bit of lag going on at the moment with our laptop, so
it's interesting to know what happened to Oliveira, to be honest. And here is the only contracted Honda riding here and getting a long lap penalty while being in top 10. Oh, that's a shame for Honda. Oh my god.
Brado's doing quite good. He's 13th at the moment, so at least the Brado's got some points as well. Luca Noah's 11th. I think Luca Noah, I've got to say it, you know him from the World Superbikes as well, but Luca Noah, I think my star of the day, he's up to 11th place at the moment. That's impressive.
Yeah. I just saw that Iker Lecuona is in 12th place. I know him for a long time, for World Superbikes. We met a lot of times. We seen each other not a whole 3 weeks ago in Misano, and I am super happy and impressed with him. Let's take a look at what happened here. Oh, Binder was really close to Bagnaia here. So I think the opportunity of Binder overtaking Bagnaia may be coming really close to him, and as we're talking about Iker Lecuona, he definitely was super happy to be back in MotoGP in Jerez, replacing Marc Marquez, and then I think Honda was pleased with him, so they got him to do it again, and now in Assen for Joan Mir. And to be honest, I gotta say, Iker Lecuona was one of the riders dropped by tech-free KTM after 1 year only.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at Nakagami for a second, and he's doing a long lap penalty.
Did he do it
If
right?
he went way okay.
Oh, he just got it right, didn't he? Long lap penalty has been completed.
Really tiny on the border, but I think he did okay. But so Iker Lecuona was really dropped hard by a MotoGP paddock. Really, I think everyone agreed at that time, treated really badly by a MotoGP paddock.
Massively, yeah.
When he was just dropped in the middle of FP4 in Austria. That's when he found out. And I talked to him a week later, and he was absolutely devastated for this news. And then he had a ride in Honda in World Superbikes, and he is now, I think, one of the most cheerful person in the paddock, and he's happy to be back on a MotoGP bike. But he also still, of course, loves World Superbikes. And now he is here on the screen. He's being shown. Great ride by him. He's been on this bike just 2 times in his life. This is the second time in his life that he's on his bike. Something happened for him.
Yeah, I think we've put the commentator's curse on him. He's dropped down to 16th and he's punching the bike. I think it's given up. I think the bike has actually given up on him. I think he's got a problem, and he's into the pit lane. Oh, I think Luca Noah is at a big issue.
Yeah, maybe he may have a problem.
And he's in the pits.
That would be a big shame, but still. Yeah, he's coming into the pits, but big congratulations to Iker Lecuona still for what he was able to do on this bike when he is on it for a second time. Big shame. I hope it wasn't our commentator's curse. Please don't tell him that, because he would punch me in the head for that.
I was going to say, don't tell him, and don't let him see the commentary that we were talking about him and then he retires. Oh, Ike, look at that. I'm so disappointed.
Yeah, I'm not gonna tell him that. No. And here's my favorite shot ever in Assen. Final chicane in slow motion, a little wheelie from Pecco Bagnaia. I love footage from this chicane. If I was able to tattoo a video, I would tattoo that one.
It's a great final corner on this great circuit. 1923, first race here. Same as Monaco was 1922, wasn't it? So we were a year earlier.
Yeah, but definitely. It's another bad, awful race for Honda. If the bike gave up on Iker Lecuona, who was able to do a miracle with it, to be honest, but he is on that bike for a second time in his life, fighting for the points and fighting for a top 10, and the bike just gave up on him. Big shame for Iker Lecuona, and another bad sign. What is going on with Honda?
And this is Bradle going to get passed now by Augusto Fernandez.
And that's Bradle.
Not going to work. That is his, and he had the Kalex chassis as well, so that's the brand new bike for Luca Noah. They used Joan Mir's chassis for him that they had at the French Grand Prix, which did get destroyed, but still they rebuilt it.
Yeah, definitely. I think, as we said, big shame, but also big respect for him, because sitting on a Repsol Honda bike, as we know, this bike is almost unrideable for a second time in his life, coming from Honda and World SBK, different bikes, slower bike. MotoGP has carbon brakes. World SBK do not have carbon brakes. They have normal brakes. Completely different bike. After 2 years at World SBK, he's doing a miracle. I hope we did not curse him. I'm not gonna tell him what I said.
No, and don't repeat it on the Grid Network show later as well, because I presume you've just got the script as well emailed through, because I got mine emailed.
But I have to tell you all. But I need to tell you guys, if you want to see Iker Lecuona, write in. Tune in next week for World SBK at Donington Park. So, and if you can, go there, because Iker Lecuona is gonna be singing at a charity concert. You gotta see that.
I want to see it. I'm going to get someone to record it, and I'm going to ask someone there to put it on Twitter. I'm sure they will put it on Twitter. But if you find it, Julie, I'll send it over to us as well.
I don't know if they're gonna put. Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna put the whole one. But if you know someone, comment, please record this for us. I'm gonna torture Iker with that for the rest of my life.
Bagnaia leads by 0.7 of a second. Bindu and Bezecchi are locked in. He's going for it. He's on the inside.
He's through.
That was a good.
He can hold on to the corner. No, he's what? Yeah, he hold on. I was thinking if he's gonna go wide, you know.
Is Binder going to try a little switch back? No. That was a great move from Marco Bezzecchi, and he moves up. But now, this is what we were seeing. Oh, hello, Binder's coming back at him.
Oh.
No. Slow it down.
Yeah, so Bezzecchi was able not to go. Oh, he's really close. He's gonna attack. No, he's a little too far away. I think he's looking for the opportunity to attack, but he's able to stay close to Bezzecchi. Bezzecchi, great move, very well done by Bezzecchi.
Keep fingers crossed that this is going to be a smooth end, but Bagnaia is going to move 35 points ahead in the championship going into the summer break. Remember, Quartararo once had a lead of over 80 points, and Bagnaia closed that down in the second half of the season. We say it's a second half, but it's 8 races. The second half, it's 12 races.
But
I thought you were going to go on.
yeah, we need to say that definitely. Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt you. I'm sorry. I was just gonna say that this fight between them definitely favors both Bagnaia, who's running off, and both Aleix, who's getting closer.
This is getting fun. Now, Binder, remember, soft rear tyre. Bezzecchi, medium rear tyre. Everyone on the field, bar Nakagami and Jonas Folger with the medium front soft rear combo that they've got on. That was the risky call I said in warm-up that could possibly happen. That has turned out to happen. Alex Marquez has just been given a track limits warning as well, so a little bit on the nose. But so far, this race is providing us to be entertaining. I like this. Like it. Very good. Oh, look, that's... is that Zarco's bike back already in the pit lane? Yes, oh, CCTV. Let's take a look at this. So there's Zarco. He's going to come on the outside. And this is going to be the accident in full. Oh, I think Zarco and Quartararo's bike ran over Quartararo. And look, he was holding his leg. Zarco, though, immediately seeing it, went straight to help. Go on, Juliet.
Yeah, I think so, to be honest. I think it really looked tough. I'm still surprised the race wasn't stopped, to be honest, because those bikes were lying in the gravel. If someone went down again in that same place when Fabio and Jean was still in, and also the marshals, that could have been bad.
I keep saying, if you don't want to stop the race, I think MotoGP should have like a full course yellow system, or like the virtual safety car that can all slow down, and then we don't have to have a safety car like we do in British Superbikes, and just World Superbikes have a safety car. I think it does, doesn't it?
We do have a safety car, but at the same time, it's also a medical car. So just like in MotoGP, we don't have a typical neutralization of F1 points. It's just something that happens only in motorcycle, happens in endurance racing. The safety car is a typical feature for car racing because it will be really hard to get. Oh my god, it's Fabio Di Gianantonio that we are just discussing. Another horrible race for him. Hopefully he's alright.
I think that's down at turn 5. Yes, it is. The front's going to dip away. It's a third rider in shot. Here he is on entry. Dip to weight. Downhill, that part. Yeah, go on. Really bad situation flying now as they come in. So yellow flags down first sector. 8 to go in this bizarre Dutch Grand Prix. If you're just joining us, welcome. We've got Bagnaia leading by 1.3 seconds to Bezzecchi. Don't say it's a normal race. Believe me, it's been anything but normal. It has been quite a good race. And anything can happen in the next half of the season as they continue to push. Gap now, 1.451 seconds. But that yellow flag has now been retrieved from turn 5. So all racing can resume. I like the CCTV footage. I've never seen that before. Let's have a quick wrap up with our pit reporters. Oh, go on.
Yeah, me too.
Go on then. Josh T, what have you made of the race so far?
Well, it's been a bit of a chaotic one, hasn't it? It's there's been a lot of action, but that was really interesting to see with the CCTV footage because we see that normally with like WEC and the Le Mans 24, but I've never seen that with MotoGP before.
I've never had. Omi, what are you making of it so far?
Yeah, it's had a lot of crashes, but yeah, it's been very chaotic. So a good race it is delivering, but let's hope we get more action, but a tiny bit less crashing.
I just saw your tweet, Julia, that just flashed up on the tag that you put out as well. I don't think it was your fault, but You've gone through everything in the commentary box this weekend as well, so definitely you've now done your first commentator's curse. You're one of us now. No longer written journalist, broadcast journalist now.
You know, it's like I can tell you one thing as long as I know he's not checking the tags, so
perfect.
It's gonna be alright for me. I'm not gonna say him. I mean, okay, there was one person that could tell him I said that, but I think they're not gonna do it for me because they like me.
We'll be fine. Although, next time you're in the paddock, or you might just get an email saying, "Did you curse me?" on a watch-along commentary. Might happen. Oh, Bagnaia just made a mistake. Bagnaia made a mistake through turn 1. He drifted out wide and nearly touched the curb, so he had to sort of lift the throttle up a little bit. So, little issue there for Pecco.
Yeah, but I don't think it's gonna compromise his lead too much, to be honest.
Oh, it's lost him 3/10.
Yeah, it lost him 3/10, but I think I would love to see Bezzecchi and Binder again, because that was. I think. Thank you. We see them now. And yeah, but still leading. Another group is Bezzecchi and Binder, so let's see. But I think Alish is closer to Binder than he is to Bezzecchi, so this graphics we see on the left side is not really correct.
Yeah, it's very off.
Yeah, definitely, because it should be, if we want to show the gaps, I think it should be now Pecco Bagnaia, his gap, Bezzecchi, his gap, and then Binder and Aleix Espargaro together, because they're definitely closer to each other. And Aleix Espargaro is closing on Binder, so now it depends if this is a case or Brad Binder's choice of a tire.
Oh, that could be it, couldn't it? Because that soft, I thought, would degrade over this distance, but it's kept together quite well. Yeah. Oh, there was the fire just on the inside there. Do you see it? The burnt grass. That's where it was on the entrance to turn 18.
I didn't see it, to be honest, but I've seen flares being thrown up on that part of the track, so definitely could be it. I don't know, to be honest, I didn't see what was the tire choice of Aleix Espargaro, to be honest. I don't know if you know.
Aleix Espargaro, hard front, medium rear, according to the driver, according to the timings.
Definitely, it may be a better choice for him for a longer run, because I think the soft tire would be a perfect choice for Brad Binder for a sprint race. I think what he chose yesterday, don't I?
Yes, he did.
And that's what he chose, and that was good for him until he crossed the track one time too much, and then he got a penalty. But yeah, definitely looks like Aleix Espargaro is feeling better. But we'll see if he'll be able to get close to Binder and overtake him in the span of 5 laps, or if Brad Binder, like an expert in holding on, he'll be able to hold on to that third place like he held on to his win in Austria in 21 when it was raining and he stayed on slicks. And I was sitting on that corner 10 at that race, and I've seen him almost getting a high sight on the last corner of the last lap when crossing the line on the slicks.
I didn't know you were there.
I was there. That was one of the greatest races I've seen, and I was there. And believe me, we all on the grandstand at the last turn were absolutely amazed by what Brad Binder did. I was sitting next to Rouse's span, next to Marquez's span. Everyone was just pleased with what Brad Binder did.
Me and Megan were going nuts in the commentary box as well. It went from being a boring race to suddenly turned up to 11 in the last 3 laps with that rain. And we couldn't believe Binder on slicks. Long lap penalty, Alex Marquez.
Oh, yeah, this is penalty for Marquez. Definitely, that race was definitely crazy. It's kind of a race that I missed, but to be honest, I still think that Brad Binder was really brave, because the rest guys of the podiums were the ones who changed the bike.
Yeah.
So, in that race, I think if Marc Marquez was able to hold on that first turn when he fell, he would have been second.
Yeah, Marc, again, that was when it all sort of began, wasn't it? We couldn't believe that Marc Marquez had crashed out of a race. It just seemed unnatural to think that from him. Now, unfortunately, it's become a bit of a regular with the way that bike is and how difficult it is to control it. He'll be back, hopefully, at the British Grand Prix with 5 weeks now. They get 2 weeks mandatory that they can go and have a little bit of a break, but 5 weeks' time to repair the Honda factories could be quite good. Alex Marquez has completed his long lap penalty. 4 to go, and Bagnaia looks to be a shoo-in for another win this year, and his 15th MotoGP win is on the cards.
I need to quote Simon Patterson now, who's checked the result, and he's saying that this is the seventh Sunday in a row for Repsol Honda without points.
Ooh.
Yeah, and this is something really excruciating because this is not really completely a fault of the riders. John Muir is injured. Marc Marquez cannot do anything with this bike without falling off it. Also part of his fault in being really aggressive but partially the bike. And then there's Iker Lecuona, who's done this bike for a second time in his life going for the points. And his bike just gave up on him.
You sent me a meme this morning that made us all finish shocked. It's a true fact. I've looked at it. Marc Marquez has not finished a race in 245 days. He's not finished a race. That's insanity. Absolute insanity.
Absolutely.
3 to go. By the way, we've just hit over 2,000 viewers for this one. As Blender Julio says trophy with a big smiley face. QT says Binder 33 with the emoji and the South African flags are wonderful. Adam says tell bed Josh is awake. I did get awake yet. I only had 3 hours sleep, mind. 3 or 4, can't remember. Then we get Adam Lember saying, hi Josh and Julia, have an awesome day and enjoy, my friends. Nice to have you on the commentary again yesterday, Adam. And hopefully be back with us for a few races time. We're into the final 3.
Let's take a look at Jorge Martin right now because he is... I think actually he dropped off a little bit now, but for a second ago he was closer.
He is a bit
down. He is closer to Aleix Espargaro and Brad Binder, so it looks, to be honest, like Brad Binder because of his pace and the fact that, kind of like Fabio yesterday, he said that he was faster than Brad Binder but didn't have an opportunity to overtake him. It's kind of looking like that for Aleix Espargaro. He's faster than him but he's not able to overtake him, and then there's also Jorge Martin getting closer to them.
I think with Aleix got that broken winglet though, hasn't he? So he's keeping that amazingly together to be in the pack racing. I would just reach over and pull it off and throw it away.
Yeah, I think many would do the same, but really impressive stuff by Binder to be able to hold on with that tire, because this is the tire that I think should really give up on him. So it may be the fact of the KTM bike being ready to really save that tire for a longer period of time, and that would make this bike really, really great at that part.
I'm just looking at the track temperatures. 48 degree track temperature. Air temperature is at 30 degrees. 33% humidity. 10 km/h wind speed as well. So it is huge. Absolutely huge at the moment, the track temperature. And it is getting hotter as well.
Definitely. And don't you think that now the group is also looking to be closer than to Bezzecchi and to Bagnaia?
Only 1 second between Bagnaia and Bezzecchi. It's like Bezzecchi's woken up for the last 2 laps. We're on to the last lap shortly.
It's hard to say, to be honest, because there's also the group is also, you see, a little bit closer to Bezzecchi.
Yeah.
So it looks like both him and Bagnaia are not going at that fast as before, but it's a last lap of the race, so I think they may just hold on because this gap looks smaller on TV. Always looks smaller on TV than this on live track. It's the same in MotoGP World SBK. When you sit on the track like we did in Media Center, and we've seen the gap on the straight in Misano, it's always looking better and bigger in live than on the TV, and then you can see how big that gap is.
There is Binder, there's Aleix with that winglet now going upright as well, like a handbrake on a child's bicycle. He's somehow holding on. Can Jorge Martin find a way through? I don't think so, but Aleix is still flying through. Bagnaia's, I think, lifting slightly. He's now a second. The gap at the moment, it's just holding it together as we take a look, as we're coming out into turn 9 at De Bult. It's getting tense.
Bagnaia's gap is definitely too much from anyone. Bezzecchi as well, I think he's gonna hold on definitely. Even though this gap began, it's a little smaller than a few laps ago, so definitely they're going slower than before. And you see now that Binder, I think, is pulling away more from Aleix than Aleix from Jorge, so it looks like me already may know. Apologies, this is a final 3 corners left.
Here we go.
Final sector.
Gets it out the last corner. Pecco Bagnaia goes goes into the summer break with a 34-point lead and wins the Dutch Grand Prix. Bezzecchi doesn't get the perfect weekend. He won the sprint, finishes second. Binder holds off brilliantly for third on the alternate strategy. Aleix is fourth and Martin in fifth. What a race.
Amazing job. Amazing race by Binder, to be honest, to be able to hold on that soft tires and hold off Aleix Espargaro and Jorge Martin, who got closer to him. Amazing stuff. So we have two Ducatis and finally a different bike on the podium, and it's Brad Binder from South Africa. But once again, this weekend we're gonna hear an Italian anthem, and that's something we are definitely used to.
Looks up to the sky. He's absolutely dominated.
Really strong race by
Martin as well. Well done to him after fighting back from a poor qualifying, both in the sprint and here. Do it all again. He's still second in the championship, but 35 points back now. 36 points back, I believe, now is Bezzecchi. And let's take a look at that last corner. Did Martin go for it? What happened? Did he touch the grid? Oh, he did go for it. Right round the outside. It was a photo finish. Who got it? Oh, it's the Aprilia. Aleix by 0.009. 9,000.
Wow.
9,000. Oh. Well, what a day of racing. I think that's one of the best days of racing we've had in a long time, where every race has been a cracker. Formula E, brilliant this morning. Moto E yesterday was great. Moto 2, Moto 3, MotoGP, they've all delivered strong racing. I think that's a good way, Julie, to go into the summer break. Oh, Binder's been demoted one position. It's happened again. Exceeding track limits.
Oh my God! It's also track limits again.
And it's Aleix Espargaro.
I cannot.
Who'll pick up?
Aleix Espargaro on the podium. It's Aprilia back on the podium, and in Assen. Oh my God!
What on earth? Exceeding track limits on the last lap, and now look, he knows. He's seen it. Aleix knows, and now Aprilia knows. It's party time.
Back on the podium. Oh my God! And once again, big disappointment for KTM guys and for Brad Binder. Oh, that must feel terrible.
Why does this keep happening? The stewards are getting a bit too much. I bet it was like not even touching it this time, but the stewards are just a bit petty. Oh my word!
It's hard to say. I think we haven't seen any replay in confirmation right now. Hard to say. Because yesterday it was. Oh, let's take a look.
Oh, it's the same. It's the same corner. It's the same corner as yesterday. And he just touches
and it was again him just crossing a curb. He just went straight for the curb instead of a little oval, so he could avoid the curb. It happened again.
Exactly.
The same corner, the same thing.
How many times? That's the identical reason why it happened yesterday. Brendan O'Connor says, thank you, Josh. Thank you, Julia. Akio says, okay. Massa says, good. QT says, well done to Binder on braving with that rear soft in such harsh track temperatures. Let's go, Binder. I agree with that. That should have been a podium for Brad. That's harsh.
Yeah.
Let's take a look on board.
That should have been.
Did he touch it?
Again.
Yeah, this time he touched the
I
green.
think. Yeah, even more than yesterday. It was millimeters. Now he definitely went for the green. It's even more. I think it's clearer than yesterday.
If I was Freddie Spencer, I would run, because I don't think you're going to be wanting to meet Brad Binder at the airport later.
And Jack Miller.
Yeah, Jack Miller. Yes, good point.
Who has a real beef with the stewards.
I think Gabe and Carl Crutchlow after where was it? A couple of years ago. What was it?
Yeah,
Kota, yeah.
Carl Crutchlow was not having fun with the stewards, and considering that he's the best friends with Jack Miller, that is kind of expected.
Yeah, the troublesome duo as well that are back together soon, because I think Cal might be doing a wild card at some point this year with Yamaha on a bike, or maybe they'll get rid of Franco Morbidelli or Colorado, I don't know. Colorado, we haven't heard from him, has he? He's been taken to the medical centre. That's a shame.
Yeah. Another good run by Pecco Bagnaia. You just have to give it that. Still, we still both think that Bagnaia and Bezzecchi are the biggest contenders for the championship victory. But Jorge Martin was able to save that weekend, and he's still in second in the championship. So for Jorge Martin, we'll just have to see how he will be able to do from Silverstone on, and he will be able to hold on to Bezzecchi and Bagnaia, because Bezzecchi and Bagnaia are consistent, and they're holding on to the podiums. Martin had a bad qualifying, and now he finished on top 10, but if he still continue to finish behind Bezzecchi, at some point he's gonna lose that second place in the championship, and then we're gonna have a killer fight between Bezzecchi and Bagnaia.
Bring it on. Second half of the year as Bezzecchi jumps into his team.
Unfortunately, we have to wait 5 weeks now. Oh, I would love to go to Silverstone. I would love to.
We'll have to put it on your bucket list. It's a fantastic place to go, Silverstone. Especially now that...
I have to put it on my bucket list, but you know, my first target on the bucket list is having money.
That's true. I think I'm the same on that one as well. Journalists, freelance especially, like us, not a lot. Get whatever you can. One thing is, just remember the British Grand Prix, everyone. It's no longer at the national pit straight. We're going to be using the wing. We used it back in 2011 and 2012, but we are back at the wing for MotoGP's new start line position. So that's a long run into Abbey, then into Farm Curve and into Village and the Loop. So that's going to be really tight opening sector. But I don't know how I feel about that, to be fair, because Club Corner is quite sharp exit. I would actually like MotoGP to stay at the national start line for Silverstone, because the last corner between Rins and Marquez, Rins and Marquez, Lorenzo Marquez, Rossi as well. It's just some great last corners, and it's moving to the wing. So great place to be, but oh well, we kept it there for another 10 years at least, but now we go back there. I like it. I don't know. It's going to be easy for me to remember the corner.
Also, considering that we are heading into the summer break and the calendar, let me tell you that this weekend, which is interesting to be honest, this weekend the tickets for the Indian Grand Prix are now available to purchase. But also the fact is that we don't have any confirmation of the safety checks and homologation checks at the track in India. So that is really interesting. Or the facilities for the media, for the riders, and for the teams. So this is kind of interesting, but to be honest, hopefully that the race in India will take place normally. The tickets are available to purchase, because India, let's be honest, India is a true nation of motorbikes, just like Indonesia.
We tried Formula 1 there for a couple of years. It did not work at all. So, hands down.
It didn't, but motorbikes definitely would work. India, let's listen to Aleix.
It's delight for Aleix
In a race, a lot of people struggled to stay on. Yeah. You went forward, and with a damaged bike. What do you think of that?
Yeah, on the start, I did best start of my career, and then I had a contact thing with Marini. I tried to avoid it, but on the last part I touched, and every right corner I had small strange feeling, like a lot of shaking, and it was difficult really to stay on the bike. It was very hot. The lap times were super slow, but it was difficult even to stay. It was not possible for me to overtake Brad, but I want to stay behind to push him to make a mistake, and finally it pays off. I would like to dedicate this race to my personal team. This is for Joan, Albert, Robert, my wife Laura, and my kids. I have the best team ever. Has been not easy the first part of the season, but we remain together. So this is for all of them. Thank you. I love you.
Congratulations.
Wow. And there's the winglet that's snapped in half. And this is how it happened, I think. At lap 1, battle with Luca Marini. So
yes.
Oh, he tapped on the rear tyre of Marini. My God, that's a whiskers, literally. Let's get the thoughts then of Josh. Actually, never mind, because I've just been told in my ear that we're going to hear immediately from Marco Bezzecchi, who is in second position in this race. And there again is Binder's cut across the line one more time. Just on the green this time around. Okay, Marco Bezzecchi finishes in second. A perfect weekend. Just lost out. Topped every session bar the Grand Prix, but still finishes second. A huge haul of points, and it is his 5th career podium in MotoGP. He's talking now down in the pen to Simon Crafar as we look at Aleix unexpectedly hugging family and team members. There's still a race on. Oh, yeah, so here's Marco Bezzecchi.
So Marco Bezzecchi, winner in the sprint race, but not to be in the Grand Prix.
Marco,
Second
what a
again.
fantastic weekend. Back on the podium today. Tell us about your race.
Yeah, I'm very happy because unfortunately in the start I had a contact. Thank you guys. I had a contact with some riders I don't know who, and I lost time. And then when I was behind Brad, he was very strong in braking, so I spent many laps to pass him. And then Pecco was already too far. But anyway, I'm very happy because this weekend really we worked in the better way that we could, and the fans were amazing. I love this place, so thank you very much to everybody.
Huge congratulations.
Huge cheer from the crowd there as well. Marco jumps over to go see them, actually. I'll tell you one thing, Giulio, as well. Do you reckon that we're going to see a great run? Oh, and I just had a confirmation of a message I've got to say later. Do you reckon we're going to see... Look, the respect between these two is obvious, as he now cheers in front of the fans. I hope it stays a friendly rivalry, don't you?
I do hope. I know that always the kind of villain-enemy rivalry, it's really, really entertaining to some fans. But I need to say that I've always been a fan of rather a friendly approach, if it's of course possible, because for example between Valentino Rossi and Marc Marquez, it wasn't just possible for them to have a friendly approach, but for example like Bagnaia and Quartararo, now I hope we're gonna see that.
Here is Bagnaia with Simon.
Again, when a weekend starts off tough, you show why you are carrying the #1 plate, turn it around and win on Sunday.
It's fantastic. Wasn't easy because behind were pushing a lot and I was trying to open the gap, but I just managed to open the last laps, and finally I was briefing more because I was quite on the limit. But first of all, I love this track. I love this crowd, and it's fantastic. So thank you all, and dear Assen, you are fantastic. So thank you.
Congratulations.
Okay, let's hand over to Susie Perry.
Another fan of the Assen circuit then, Pecco Bagnaia. What a happy summer break he's going to have, Sylvain.
Yeah, I mean, such domination. This was a great race. He made the race a little bit dull for us, but you got to appreciate the talent. You got to appreciate the precision and the way he just goes with his racing. You know, he's got such control of that Ducati, such control of his space. And on that track today, they demonstrated again with 50-degree track temperature, a lot of spinning, very difficult race to manage as well on the physical side of things. And Pecco Bagnaia just made no mistakes again. He was just clinical, really efficient on his bike, managed the gaps. I mean, what can you say? It's the world champion. He's the favorite for this year, and he keeps proving it to us every weekend.
Yeah, making overtakes where the Ducati previously wouldn't have made overtakes into the Steckenval. Direction change, high speed. He's making the bike turn, but it is Pecco at one with a fantastic machine, accelerating off the corners where no one can touch him. I thought Bezzecchi might have had something for him in the middle part of the race, but he made that one mistake up into the Ruskin hook. The front sort of bounced on him, he went wide. It just dropped that little bit of pressure off of Pecco. But you heard from Pecco there, he was breathing hard at the end. He had to work hard to make it look that easy. So yeah, full credit, as Sylvain said. You got to appreciate a man who's on top of his game right now.
Okay, let's hear from the Ducati boss then about Pecco and that race. Natalie is talking to Paolo Ciabatti.
Paolo, we just saw you celebrating with Uccio there, but it was your man that got the win today. That was a classy performance from Pecco, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a great race. He managed the situation until the end. Good for Marco, who came second. And, if we think how we started on Friday, wow, that's a very good result. It's what we needed, actually, before the summer break. So it gave us some good taste between now and Silverstone, and maybe some time to relax.
And actually, we believe he made a change coming into this race as well. How key was that, do you think?
Well, luckily yesterday afternoon things were better, but this morning in the warm-up he was very happy. So I think the few changes I made in the bike work in the right direction, and it was the heat is very, very high here. So not easy to manage the tires until the end. He had a few moments, but well, yeah, he managed, and this is the most important thing.
It's a great way to go into the summer break. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, definitely a very different day to Friday, where we saw Bagnaia being so frustrated with his bike, very demonstrative. There was a lot of fists, there was anger, and here he is now just running out to the crowd, just taking all the plaudits, and it's a different day today, isn't it? It's slow build, and they've just resolved all the issues. They're absolutely flying.
Seems as there's a tendency for him to start the weekends like that. He starts with getting angry, getting frustrated, testing the limits, finding the limits and getting really annoyed with it. But that gives some information to his team, and then the engineers go to work. They make the bike better where he's having the problems, and they dial it all in. And then before the sprint race, Pecco Bagnaia is on top of his game. The bike feels good, everything feels good. They know exactly what they're doing. And for the GP race today, it was just a demonstration basically of control, precision, and making no mistakes.
And like you said, Michael, you were hoping really for the show that Bezzecchi would be able to take it to Bagnaia, and he had his own battle with Brad Binder for second place, didn't he? Lap 16 he managed to get there, and we were kind of hoping it could get something a bit more out of Bagnaia, but he was just too good today.
Yeah, unfortunately for the other boys, Pecco, he was impeccable, but I thought Brad Binder was impressive, managing the soft tyre. This is an impressive pass here from Marco Bezzecchi. He sets it up out of the Steckenval, like he made the pass on Pecco yesterday. He really drives through the kink on the Venuslang straight, and he just sets it up, uses the Ducati horsepower. So Brad had to fight hard. Even in those early laps, I thought he might be able to keep Pecco behind him, but it wasn't to be today. The Ducatis had a little bit more over KTM, but Brad was all heart.
Onto the podium then. Our top three. And I've just found my purple pen finally. I've been looking for that all week. It's coming through. It was underneath the commentary bus mixer. Maybe I should have looked harder. Third place then for Aleix Espargaro. If I can find my notes up here in the box. That's going to be podium number 9, believe it or not, of his MotoGP career. And he's 10th overall. He'll finish in third position. Second place. That is going to go, as I said, to Marco Bezzecchi on the 72. That's going to be his 5th MotoGP podium, his 29th of his career. But for the champion of the season from last year, it's going to be victory number 15 in the Premier class, his 25th overall, podium number 25 in MotoGP, and 48 in the top tier. Julia, is there any stopping Bagnaia in the championship?
Oh, it's such a tough question, to be honest, because technically we're going to a summer break, but you know, the more rounds we have still in the second part of the season after the summer break, so Mountain we're not even in the middle of the rounds, so you know, it's hard to say, but I think it looks now that the only way to stop him is Bezzecchi, and Bezzecchi being in the top form on the circuit, and then Bagnaia. But you know, as you said, he repaired something in the bike, and then he was able to take a victory again, and now it's an Italian anthem time, I think.
So we have thought we had the first crash from Marc Marquez. This is JB talking live, just interrupting the live broadcast during the national anthem of that race you're listening to. So we thought Marc Marquez had crashed. It turns out he hasn't. It was a technical issue and he's stopped on the track. So it came up with Marc crashed, T4, rider okay. It wasn't. It was a technical issue, which is great news because that means that Marc Marquez still hasn't crashed on that new Ducati in 2024. He's done absolutely amazing job. I'll return you to the end of the feed. And now it's champagne time! Let the week begin for the summer vacation. And it's going to be Bagnaia going into the summer break 35 points clear. Oh, this is going to be great. What a great sight for the podium. Bagnaia, Bezzecchi and Aleix Espargaro as well. Good podium, isn't it, Julia, for everyone here? That's 2 Ducatis in Aprilia. Top-notch, brilliant.
Yeah, definitely a great race and a great podium. As we've been saying before, I think the only way to stop Bagnaia now would be We have Marco Bezzecchi in his absolutely top form with absolutely top and ready bike. And I think that would be the only way to stop Bagnaia. We'll have to see how Jorge Martin will be riding after the summer break, because let's take a look. Now he's still second in the championship, even though he didn't do that well this weekend, and it was like mostly like I think minimalizing the loss. He's still second in the championship, so these three are the main contenders right now, I think, but it looks mostly it can be between Bagnaia and Bezzecchi, with a little advantage to Bagnaia right now.
Looks good. Let's go through the full results and then we'll get the final thoughts from our punditry team as well. Pecco Bagnaia takes his first, his first win here in Assen, isn't it? No, back-to-back wins in Assen is what I'm going for as well. I've got talking in my ears from my producers giving me a hard countdown to go off air because we've been on too long. Okay, so Bagnaia wins. Second position for Marco Bezzecchi. Aleix Espargaro rounds out the podium. Brad Binder demoted to fourth place as well. Then we get Jorge Martin fifth. Alex Marquez sixth. Luca Marini seventh. Takiki Nakagami goes in eighth. Franco Morbidelli goes ninth. And Augusto Fernandez rounds out in 10th position. Then we get Lorenzo Salvador in 11th. Raul Fernandez is 12th. Stefan Bradl 13th. Jonas Folger, the last finisher, in 14th. And so many retired. Fabio Di Giannantonio, 15th, gets a point but retired. Aiki Lucanora retired with issues in the pit lane, the same as Miguel Oliveira. And Ea Bashini's bike caught fire after an accident. We never really guess why. Maverick Vinales threw it down the road as well after passing an accident zone caused by Fabio Quartararo and Johan Zarco. Quartararo has been taken to the medical centre. The updates I'm receiving is that he is okay. He's just going through the concussion protocols. Zarco out of the race immediately was helping up Quartararo, and Jack Miller binned it on the second lap. He was out of the race. If the mouse wants to work, in terms of the World Championship going into the summer break, it is Pecco Bagnaia leading on 194 points. He is 35 clear of Jorge Martin. Marco Bezzecchi is on 158. The top three separated by 36 points. Brad Binder 80 points back in fourth. Zarco fifth. Then it's Marini, Miller, Aleix Espargaro, Fabio Quartararo and Alex Marquez rounding out the top 10. We'll get the final thoughts on Julia in a second as well, because she's our main commentary co-com today. We'll get the thoughts from our pit reporters first, starting with Josh T. What did you make of the Dutch Grand Prix today?
Well, I absolutely love Assen. It was the circuit which I got my trophy from. But yeah, Assen, great circuit. Absolutely love it, and proves great racing. Once more, happy for Bagnaia back-to-back as well, but also happy for the Moto2 winner as well.
And let's go over then as well to Omi, who's been in the box pretty much all day watching everything. What have you made of Assen in total?
It's been great. It's provided a lot of good racing. So, yeah, I really enjoyed all of the action we've been treated to today. And there was a lot of crashing in this one, but still, it was a very action-packed. It's been a very action-packed weekend also. The 400 and 306 for Formula E. So it's really been action-packed this weekend.
It's been great. Nice to also get a weekend off as well. After now, we can go and get everything sorted. Quickly on the chat then, QT says, I reckon the stewards were keeping an eye on Binder for the track limits. 5 weeks from now, Binder will be back better and stronger. Awesome team. Clap, clap to KTM as well. SHT says, a very mixed up top 10 with only the Mini 46 racing team to have both of their riders finishing in the top 10. Good point there. Kawa Bo says, I think the track limits thing is a joke, considering they can only get 2 warnings, and that corner is a nightmare. It is the last one. We've seen it catch out a lot of riders. Julia, final thoughts from you. First weekend in the comms box. I wrote down a little post-it note during the TV when you threw to the anthem as well. It says, you've got this TV skills perfect as well. So in the space, you just fitted in perfectly in the commentary box. How have you found it? Have you enjoyed it?
I've enjoyed it so much. I can't even comprehend it, to be honest. I really loved it, and it was so happy to join for Assen, the track that I really love and loved for years, that all practically always delivers great racing to us. I had so much fun. I think the race was great. I think it was one of the best races in a few last rounds, to be honest. Really action-packed. Even though we have the kind of predicted winner, and then the second place was also not surprising, it still gave us action and something to be emotional about. It wasn't. We can't say that it was a boring race. Of course, nothing's gonna beat Moto3, as always, but it was not a boring. It was a very interesting race, as always. Asen delivered, and also some stewarding drama. We have to have it every weekend, I guess. And now it's kind of sad to go into a summer break for MotoGP, but let's remember that there is World Superbike still going. We have upcoming rounds in Donington Park, then in Imola, in Most, and then we have summer break in August. So always motorcycle racing, there's something to watch.
Let's hope Imola happens as well and everything is safe there after the flooding in Emilia-Romagna. Well, Julia, it's been an absolute pleasure having you up in the commentary box. We'll definitely get you back for a couple of races when we get back from the summer break. British Grand Prix next up for MotoGP, a 5-week break. I think Julia's absolutely nailed the commentary box over there. Nailed the commentary box this weekend. Pleasure to have you. My thanks also to Josh and to Omi as well. Megan will be back with us for Silverstone. Can't keep away from the commentary box, I've been told, but we'll organise that. We're live for the whole weekend, so we'll get something sorted for everybody. But it's been classic. 5 weeks then. A break from MotoGP after a triple header? Yes, please. But from good racing like that? No, let's go back. ASAP. British Grand Prix next up. Just want to say as well, that's the last ever race on BT Sport as it becomes TNT Sport on July the 18th. So from that organisation, well done covering MotoGP for the past 9 years. Immediately, though, the rebrand to TNT will take over at Silverstone. Next week, we're back at Formula 1 and IndyCar as well. F1, F2, F3 and Porsches taking part next week at the Austrian Grand Prix sprint weekend as well. So Friday we get practice 1 followed by qualifying. Saturday it's sprint shootout followed by the sprint. Sunday just the Grand Prix as well. F2, F3 as normal. Practice quali Friday, sprint race Saturday, feature race Sunday and the Porsche race on Sunday morning as well. And then of course IndyCar will be live for practice, qualifying and the warm-up and then the race as well for all next week. My thanks to Julia, a star in the commentary box this weekend in their first ever broadcast, alongside as well Josh and Omi in the pit lane. We're going to take a break. We'll see you next time out at the British Grand Prix in 5 weeks. Have a happy summer. Bye-bye. Well, that was a fun one. Back up in live coverage. This is Josh Birch talking to you live for the end of this MotoGP test with 10 minutes to go. Certainly, what an interesting test day it's been. We've had absolutely nonsense today. The stream split into the first half, of course, getting that block, which turned out not to be from Dorna, but an old bot that's been circulating, so that'll go soon. And so just to remind you, the full day of testing will be uploaded straight after this, as well as, because we've got the last half now, but the full day of coverage, we've been recording it all day. It will be on air straight after we've finished here, so it will get uploaded to you to go back and have a look at if you missed any other timings from earlier on in the day. But this, Marc Marquez didn't crash. It was a technical issue, we understand it as well. He hasn't gone down just yet at turn 4. So it's very interesting that we haven't had as big a push as we were expecting for the time attacks. They've all been focusing on long-run Grand Prix simulations in the past half an hour. You see, Bagnai's done 51 laps, Bashini 49. Compare that to what they did yesterday, though, and it's not that much. But the one key from Sepang and here is the awesome pace of that Ducati is still there. And the awesome pace of that of Pecco Bagnaia still being in number 1. Just want to remind you, the link is in the YouTube chat and the pinned chat message for JB Motorsports 2. That is where we are covering the F1 testing tomorrow. So F1 Formula 1 testing will be live on JB Motorsports 2 tomorrow, and we'll upload them all here on the main channel after the sessions as well. So live coverage will be on JB Motorsports 2 Delayed coverage will be here on the main channel. So go subscribe to JB Motorsports 2 now so you don't miss any of the action. And also, if we're never live here for MotoGP, we'll be on JB Motorsports 2. So it's worth subscribing just so you know in case we ever have to use that for MotoGP. So, 8 minutes to go, and everybody has done decent lap times. Lorenzo Salvadori, of course, not doing that much on the Aprilia. Just doing 7 of the 12 laps so far, deciding not to taking that much as well. Just the test rider, didn't need too much information to go forward with it, but not a bad run around at the moment. As we get to see, Aleix Espargaro in third position, great stuff for him. Marc Marquez in fourth, won't do any more in this session though. His best time, a 1:51.335, 3/10 off the pace of the two factories. So that Ducati in 2024 already seems to have a 2-pace advantage over the 23 bike, which is insanity. Just to give you the coverage details then for the first race of the MotoGP season. We will be live, but it's on the same weekend as Formula 1 in Saudi Arabia with everything else going on. So we are live on this main channel, but we won't be live on Twitch for every session. So this is how it's going to work in terms of the calendar for next time out, which is the main Grand Prix. On Friday, we're live for free practice 1, 12:45 in GMT. Practice in the afternoon will be from 5 p.m. as well. Saturday will be live practice 2 and qualifying from 11 a.m. GMT until 12:20 for the MotoGP qualifying session as well. Sunday, we're live for the warm-up session at 12:40. Then we're live for the Moto3 race at 2 p.m. GMT, the Moto2 race at 3:15 GMT, and the MotoGP lights out at 5 p.m. GMT, but we will be live at 16:45, so 4:45 p.m. GMT. That is when we'll be live for our coverage of the Qatar race, and me and Megan will be back in the commentary box for that weekend as well. And then we'll have Julia Chusovic, who you just heard on the Ducati coverage as well from the Dutch TT. We'll have Adam Lemrich joining us for the American races, and throughout the season as well, hopefully it's select races that she can attend. Maddie Patterson will be joining us in the commentary box as well, the MotoGP journalist, and of course now team principal of SecMet International Racing Team in the FIA Women's World Championship. So nice to have Maddie, who was on the show yesterday, joining us in for that one. Can't wait to have this season underway. Formula 1 kicks off, of course, as I said, testing tomorrow live on JB Motorsports 2. The entire team ready to get going. We'll have delayed coverage here on the main YouTube channel. NASCAR from Atlanta, that's live on JB Motorsports Twitch and JB Motorsports 2. Delayed coverage here on JB Motorsports. And then next week, the entire Formula 1 weekend kicks off live here on JB Motorsports for the Bahrain Grand Prix. Formula 3, Formula 2 and Formula 1 will go lights out racing. Remember, for F1, it is a different race weekend format. Practice on the Thursday, qualifying on the Friday, race on the Saturday. That's the same for the first 2 races this year in both Bahrain and Saudi Arabia due to Ramadan. So a week later, it's on the Thursday, Friday and Saturday again. No change for MotoGP when you are watching. So that's that done. Is anyone going to head out the track for some time attacks? The 2 Ducatis, I think, are done. They've stayed in the pit lane. Aleix Espargaro is out there on the track, but not moving, so maybe he's gone back into the pit lane. Oh, Mia's crashed. Now, is that a crash or not? But Johan Mir has crashed at turn 13. That's the middle of the triple right-hander. And turn 13 sort of an inward mover, so I wonder if he's caught the curb at the exit with the bike and the front's just dipped away from him there if he has crashed. We'll keep an eye on that, but yeah, that's what's all going up. It's going to be an interesting weekend ahead of us. So we hope you will join us for F1 testing on JB Motorsports 2 tomorrow. The link is in the description for that as well. I noticed it's just gone up to 94 subscribers, so thank you to whoever just subscribed to that one. JB Motorsports 2 is our backup YouTube channel for when we lose access to the main one, but also where we post extra little bits that we don't have on the main channel. And it's also going to be having a rebrand after soon to JB Extra, where we'll have other coverage, like say we want to do a football match, say we want to do some Olympic coverage, some cricket coverage, things like that. Just something that with the entire team, if they want to do something, they can go on that channel and put it out without it being on the motorsports channel. So we'll have two effectively, a motorsport channel and a sports channel. But we can't call it JB Sports because apparently that's close to the... I don't know actually, because JD Sports, not JB, is it? So I think we could get away with it. I'm not too sure about that. But anyway, JB Extra seemed to be the popular one when we put it to the chat. Nakagami just gone up with a fast lap of his test so far, 152.702 on that IDM LCR Honda. So he's improving little by little across it. I am staying on the main timing screen until after the checkered flag, though, as well, because, well, there's no point, really. It's not the timing screen that got us in trouble. Earlier on, it was a bot that detected the audio from an interview from the top three from day one, but it wasn't actually the interview from the top three of day one. I spoke to Dawn and they said, well, it's actually a rogue bot, all this lot. So they actually got hit with it yesterday. That's why there was no motorsport update from midday from yesterday, because they got the same problem that I've just had. And I knew it was coming. When it happened to Twitch, I thought, how long is it going to take to get to YouTube? And it turns out just an hour and a half later, and it hit YouTube as well. So that's always the way the cookie crumbles. But I thank everybody for watching. 2.2 thousand watching at the moment. 48,000 now has watched. Oh, and Zarco's crashed at turn 7. Now, is this scheduled run-outs, do you reckon, of fuel? Is it actual crashes? So Zarco's gone down at turn 7 then. So much for his new career as well on a new bike. Zarco going down on the Castrol Honda LCR. Beautiful, classic green striped livery now. Looks absolutely brilliant. But a few scuff marks, I think, now going to be on that LCR. But he's gone down on the track. Down just before the third sector as well. You can see on the timing screen where he's gone down on the board. Mark was in sector 3 when he had a technical issue. And I think, how many others have gone down? Well, Marc Marquez went down. Martin has stopped in the third sector. Has he gone down, or was that timing screen just glitched? Has Martin? Mark didn't crash, just to let you know as well. Mark didn't have a crash. Did he go down at that part of the track? I'm not entirely sure what exactly went on there. But into the last minute of this test session from Qatar, and all 6 days of pre-season testing will have concluded. The day at Valencia last year, the 3 days at Malaysia, and the 2 days here in Qatar. 6 days is all they get, and they've used it to their maximum. Arguably not as much here in Qatar as they did in Sepang, and we had a brief red flag earlier on for debris as well. That had to be picked up from the track as well, so that's what happened there. Into the last minute of the test then. Thank you to everybody who has joined us throughout the last 6 days of testing across the last 3 months. It has been absolutely amazing to have you. Over 400,000 viewers have watched the testing coverage, which is mind-boggling. Absolutely amazing. Thank you all so much for that. As we keep an eye, that's across YouTube and Twitch, by the way, as well. And hopefully, we're going to get the day 3, this day 2 stream sorted. It'll all be uploaded after we've recorded all 7 hours of it, so it'll be uploaded in full, and then hopefully we'll get part 1 back as well, and we can just go from there. And it's all on the YouTube channel in the nice bits. Thank you as well, saying thanks for streaming. Pleasure as always, and I'll happily do it again mid-season when we have an in-day test as well, and we can have an all catch-up of the season. So we'll do those as well. 3, 2, 1, and the checkered flag is out. Pre-season testing in 2024 has come to a close, and it ends with Pecco Bagnaia as the testing champion, a 150.952. How rare is it not to have Maverick Vinales as the pre-season testing champion? He's been that for the past 4 seasons. But Ducati, once again, look unbeatable. They are there with a 150.952. Thank you, Upstoke. See you later, you two as well. And everyone now coming in. They'll come into the pits, then do their practice starts coming in. Not bad at all. So, we'll have another... keep it nice. Oh, dear. Don't go with Valentino Rossi. Dear. Don't be cruel in the chat. Be nice. We've had a nice time here for testing and everybody. So everyone has now taken the checkered flag. The session is officially over. These are your times then from the second day of testing. We'll also show you the combined to see who changed. Day 2's times, though. Pecco Bagnaia, a 150.952, obliterates the lap record here at Qatar. Enea Bashini, his teammate, goes in second. Aleix Espargaro is third. Marc Marquez goes fourth. Raul Fernandez is fifth. Maverick Vinales down in sixth. Jorge Martin is seventh. Fabio Di Giannantonio eighth. Brad Binder ninth. And Marco Bezzecchi rounds out the top 10. Jack Miller is 11th. For Miguel Oliveira in 12th. Alex Marquez 13th. Fabio Quartararo is 14th. Pedro Acosta goes down in 15th. How will he fare in his rookie season as well? Alex Rins is 16th, Johan Zarco 17th, Takiki Nakagami is 18th, Yoram Mir 19th, and Luca Marini in 20th. Augusto Fernandez is 21st, Cal Crutchlow 22nd, Michele Pirro 23rd, and Lorenzo Salvadori down in 24th place. Taking a look, though, at the combined times, did anybody, nobody, everybody set their best lap time today? That's now been confirmed. How fantastic is that? Everybody had their best lap times today in the test. Well, that's it then. We're all wrapped up for pre-season testing in 2024. It was all going so swimmingly until this last day, and then tech issues and YouTube hit us like a ton of bricks. The full live stream will be uploaded directly after this, and hopefully we'll get part 1 back as well later on. But thank you to everybody who has tuned in to the MotoGP pre-season testing coverage. It's been our pleasure bringing you the timing screens and also all the information we possibly could get our hands on to make sure that you was as well informed going into the season as you possibly can be. Please don't forget to subscribe to JB Motorsports 2. That's where the F1 testing will be live tomorrow morning at 6:45 a.m. GMT. And we'll be back here for all of the action live next week with Formula One's Bahrain Grand Prix. This will be on JB Motorsports, the main channel here. And then also we'll be underway for the first race of the MotoGP season on March the 10th. Make sure to join us for that. Thank you very much for your company across these testing days. We'll see you soon. Take care. Bye-bye.